Kamala Harris. I had to. This song is still in my head, might I add, obviously based on me playing it right now after the entire weekend of me not paying attention to politics. It seems that I have not been able to remove that song from my mind. Anyway, hello, everybody. Good morning, and how are all of you today? We have an unfortunate amount of stuff to get through. I guess that's what I get for taking the weekend off, but it kind of was required considering the week that seems to be coming up. I mean, we're staring down the barrel right now of, at the very least, a month of just horrific news, lies constantly, likely violence. I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been any yet. Thankfully, obviously, I wouldn't support violence, and I don't want to see violence, especially to do with our election. I don't necessarily think that we're going to be able to get through this this campaign without some instances. It's hard. It's hard to predict the next week of the future, even. It's hard to make any predictions about anything because everything is up in the air. I mean, a week ago, it seemed like things were pretty rough. I know a lot of you in my chat were agreeing with me that it was scary, that we were worried for how the election was going to turn out. And now it turns out that there's another swing state and that all of the polls, even though I've been saying for weeks now to not trust the polls and that they are bullshit and that they'll mislead you, now we're getting a new poll from a very high-ranked pollster. As you know, we rank pollsters based on how accurate they are, and Ann Seltzer is up there. I believe she's actually the highest-ranked pollster on 538 at the moment. Who knows? We'll get into the polls completely, but this suggests that a lot of the polls may have been hurting. Even Nate Silver said so, that in order to prevent discounting Trump's support, as happened in 2016 when the pollsters were far too overconfident towards Hillary and didn't take into the account the excitement and the energy that existed for Donald Trump at the time. And then in 2020, they tried to fix those models a bit again, and it turned out they were wrong again. Not as badly, but a lot of the polls in 2020 were predicting a much larger win for Biden than he ended up getting. Funny enough, it was this same pollster, Jan Seltzer, who put in a poll towards the end of the 2020 election that showed Trump up by 9 points in Iowa, which was different than the existing polls in that it suggested that the election would be a closer race than we had expected, and that's exactly what turned out to happen. So we'll look into this Iowa poll in depth because there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in there, and it relates to not only a lot of the topics that we're going to be talking about today, but what I've been saying for a few weeks now in how it relates to women, and specifically Republican women or middle-aged white women, not the younger generations. Of course, we usually expect young people to vote overwhelmingly Democrat when they do vote, because young people don't often vote, and we expect the older generations to vote Republican. Well, it seems to not be the case this time around with women. But before we get into all of that, I just wanted to share a little bit of good Australian news. So, Anthony Albanese has promised that if the Labour government is re-elected, that they would slash HECS and help debt by 20%. Now, HECS and help debt is what we have in Australia. It's a system, essentially, instead of getting a loan to go to college, to university from a bank, you get a loan from the government. The HECS or help debts are government loans for you to go and get higher education, a tertiary education, which is a system that is like, it works well. I support this. In fact, I would prefer this in America over what we have now, although I really do think that we could afford free college tuition, at least 4 years of free college tuition to each and every American. In this specific case, it's good, cut 20% off of most Australians' debt, and will only cost about $500 million, which is not a lot. This is phrasing it as the package would be introduced to Parliament after the election and cost the budget more than $500 million. But $500 million for a government budget is not particularly high. It also helps because education in Australia is an industry. It is part of our tourism industry. In fact, many foreigners come to Australia to go to university here, whether it's exchange students who come for a year. I remember I had a couple friends when I still lived in the States who had come and done a year in Australia, but also a lot of Asian countries, a lot of Southeastern Asian countries. They come here to get their degrees. And there's been a lot of issues in that system in and of itself that that need to be further discussed. There's not enough incentive for the education system to go out of its way to accommodate learners that come from overseas, a lot of which don't speak English. Hello, sentient Jew slave. Good morning. And I think that this is a good thing for that. I think that decreasing the debt that people have for university and increasing the standard of Australian universities and how they function is great. I think, again, though, it needs an extra step put forward in we need to regulate how the industry of Australian universities functions in relation to tourism on top of just the education system in Australia. You guys are plopping, zlopping, and bopping all over the place. How are you, Cheeseburger Merv? Good morning to you as well. Now, I wanted to start off with this little bit of good Australian news before we get really into the weeds, because we have numbers and math and polling to look into, which doesn't sound fun, but I promise you it's a lot more fun than it sounds in this case. Now, let me just get a couple links open. Now, first, I did want to cover something that happened over the weekend that I wasn't able to look at then. This doesn't actually mean anything. I don't even really have much to say about it. It's just kind of funny. So, here's Donald Trump sucking dick on stage. Oh, come on, now you're gonna lag on me. Fucking Twitter. Just, this is the shorter clip. There's a longer version of it. The man's cooked, and I'm not even really sure that this is a thing that he does without knowing what he's doing. I think he just generally doesn't care at this point. Because you have issues, Parker Woody. That's why. That is, I mean, I'm not here to kink shame, but I'm gonna kink shame you for that. That's pretty messed up. Well, I mean, to be fair, though, we know that Donald Trump is gay as fuck, right? We know this. In fact, it's not even all that controversial. Hold on. To say, lemon party, yeah, old people like dancing, sucking each other up. Let the man just go do that, please, instead of trying to make him the president again. He just wants to have sex with old people. So, a lot of the super masculine alpha guys voting for Trump, exactly. I mean, the manosphere is essentially just a part of the greater right-wing MAGA cult. And this is actually the gayest campaign that I've ever seen as well. Here you got a guy wearing pounds of makeup, dancing like he's jacking off to invisible giraffes while listening to the YMCA, relishing in the memory of the time he was graced with the presence of Arnold Palmer's porno dick. And last night he was stroking his mic while making a blowjob. This guy is funny. That's the thing. A lot of people that are Donald Trump's age, a lot of men specifically, were much more open to showing affection to other men. It wasn't seen as gay to be this way around other men at the time. Have you ever heard of like old people just telling stories about their childhood? It sounds very homoerotic a lot of the time. And honestly, I feel like we kind of need to go back to this. This is a little snippet. I mean, obviously Donald Trump is insane and not this. We don't need to bring this back, but we do need to bring back the ability for just men to engage with each other without having to worry about being seen as non-masculine. I heard the Turkish military are all about it. Is it true? All about what specifically? Oh, how much they bang. I have no idea, honestly. It wouldn't surprise me. Especially just because, there's historical evidence of people making these claims around soldiers, sailors in the Navy. That's a famous one for American soldiers, is they're all fucking. Now, we know that it's a little different in that in America, our soldiers are often not fucking with consent, but who knows? Pretty sure that was his main reason for avoiding draft. Really? Hassan avoided the draft because what? The Turkish military is like gay? Interesting. I felt like maybe a more rational reason to avoid the draft would be not having to be part of the military, whether it's in Turkey or anywhere else. Obviously, I don't think that you should join the military. I won't go out of my way to like disrespect military personnel, but my opinions are my opinions. I think most Americans join the military these days because education and money. But then there's the pretty sizable demographic of people who join the military just because they want to, I don't know, shoot people. The problem with community male support is that we don't support competition outside of entertainment anymore. I'm not sure how competition plays into this, but kind of, yeah. There just needs to be more of a dialogue. It needs to be agreed upon by most people, whether they're male or female or in between in the United States, that it's okay to tell your friends you love them. It's okay to give your friends a hug. It's okay for a man to kiss another man on the cheek because they're friendly. This is more European than it is gay. And honestly, again, it doesn't matter if it's gay. The issue is that men feel ashamed when they're compared, when their masculinity is reduced, when they're compared to women. And that is an overall misogyny issue that leads into this greater net of male loneliness, right-wing extremism that has been capturing men, both younger and older, for years now, and the lack of community support, the lack of conversation. All of this ties into the misogyny and the things that we should be doing to work on that we don't. All of it is really just conversation. All you can do is communicate with people and try and change their opinions this way. I mean, you ever listen to some of these incels talk? A lot of them are doing this to themselves. I've seen incels on the internet that, I mean, the dude looks moderately attractive, but talks about himself in a way that obviously has been taught to him, in that, you know, all these women only love the most attractive, the most rich and low value men suffer, and that he's gonna die alone. Like, my guy, you look fine. You're not ugly. You're not a loser unless you allow yourself to be. And almost every person in the world falls into this category. You're only a loser if you let yourself be a loser. Go talk to people, go communicate, go make some friends, go talk to a stranger on the street without being creepy. I don't know, practice it around your mom if you need to. Just, I don't know, how do I approach a random person in public that's a woman in a non-creepy, non-sexual manner just to say hi? Go practice with your mom. I don't know. I'm sure that any woman in your life that tolerates being around you, as you know, the example that we're giving of an incel, will happily assist you in learning how to not do that. As long as you're actually trying and when you're engaged and you show the effort. It's pretty when you see some European Giga Chad peck his bra on the cheeks, though. It's amusing, but it's amusing for that same reason, Cheeseburger Merv. I think that, I mean, maybe it's because I'm European, or somewhat, is that it's normalized to me. It's the same in the Middle East. Certified garbage. What's up? Now, you guys understand me, right, though? It is the concept of a European Giga Chad peck his bra on the cheek. We see that as effeminate, and then men learn that they're not allowed to show affection to other men, and it leads down this entire train. Well, it's funny to most people. It's not, I mean, it's funny to me too. Even I'll giggle at it, and that's okay. The issue really isn't us like having a little giggle at it. It's more just the very thin skin and the deflatable egos of men who have been trained to be afraid of being compared to women or being, or their masculinity being diminished. That little tiny giggle, just half a second, they'll be thinking about that shit for weeks. That'll lead to that guy like beating his wife for no reason other than he thought about someone giggling at him that day. That's the type of behavior that comes out of this, but it's not the fault of the people for having a laugh at it. It's an issue of the actual individual and their ego. Anyway, speaking of women, let's move to Iowa. So it seems that we may have a brand new swing state. A new poll came out yesterday from the Des Moines Register. And it shows Kamala Harris 3 points ahead in Iowa, which is insane, but let's have a look. So new Des Moines Register Mediacom Iowa poll shows Vice President Harris leading former President Trump 47 to 44 among likely voters just days before the election. Now, prior to this, Iowa showed Trump with a 4-point lead over Harris in September, and June showing him with an 18-point lead over Joe Biden. Oh my goodness. From 18 points behind to 3 up. That's what we get for switching Joe Biden out. Now, between likely voters, Kamala Harris is leading according to this poll. And we're going to get into the efficacy of this poll, whether it is worth really listening to, which, you know, Donald Trump seems to think that it's not. But before we do this, I just want to get down to this part right here. Give me the graphs. Where are the graphs? Are they still loading? They're still loading. So likely voters as first choice candidate overall, it seems extremely enthusiastic for Harris and very enthusiastic. So it's about the same levels of enthusiasm between the two. I know polls are usually boring, but if Kamala Harris is actually 3 points ahead in Iowa, this election's a blowout. That's insane. She had no standing to be ahead in Iowa. Now, why is she ahead in Iowa? Well, if we look at among likely voters, a majority of Iowa men prefer Trump, while a majority of women prefer Harris. And like you can see 56 to 38, that's a huge gap between men and women just for Kamala Harris just in this state. Beyond that, I mean, first of all, the 18-point gender gap here is alone indicative of what I've been saying for a couple of weeks now, in that I think that there are a lot of Republican women married to Republican men who don't answer the polls, who haven't spoken out about wanting to vote for Harris, whose husbands think that they're going to vote for Trump, who don't plan to do that. I expect that there will be a lot more of this going on than most people have been giving credit to the idea of. This hasn't really even been all that discussed until the past week. If this is Iowa, imagine the rest of the country. I had a big brain idea, put heaps of money on Trump to win the Universal Make Kamala win, just to jank your main character vibes. Well, that is a risk that I'm not willing to take, but if you have the money to do that, you can. I feel like there'd be better things to spend it on. But like, I just want you guys to understand this, right? This is what the map looks like right now. If we were to win Iowa, it looks like we're going to win Pennsylvania. If we win North Carolina, that's kind of it. We can lose Georgia. We can lose Michigan. We just need to win one more state. Now, it looks like Trump's probably going to win Arizona and Nevada. Wisconsin and Michigan and Georgia is really all it comes down to. If we win Iowa, that's a big hit for Republicans. They would need to win all of that. All of that. If we win Pennsylvania, Iowa, and North Carolina, they have to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So this is actually huge. They still have Iowa as leaning red. Hello, Inooni. Now, because of this distinction of women are much more likely to, oh, come on. Why do you hate me, computer? Please? Why do you hate me so? There we go. Because women are much more likely to vote for Kamala Harris. And it's not just women, because if we look at the age demographics here, younger than 35, 46% Kamala Harris. 35 to 54, 42% Kamala Harris. And 55 and older, 51% Kamala Harris. Even who is Des Moines? Des Moines is a city in Iowa. Now, you can still see that, 35 to 54 are leaning Trump in general, but 55 and older being 51% Kamala Harris is crazy. For years now, we have always said, 55 and older are the boomers. They're the ones that vote Republican, that, every single time. It seems like it's just Gen X right now that is fully leaning into Donald Trump. Young people and old people alike have moved towards Kamala Harris. The polls show 62% of Iowans younger than 35 are likely voters, which is down from 73, because, young people are much less likely to vote. But 93% of seniors said they are likely voters, higher than 84%, and the seniors lean Kamala Harris. So no, this isn't just polling the cities. Let's get up to the very top here. Now, the Des Moines Register poll, they've been running this for the entire election cycle. Well, let me go on 538 and grab you guys what the actual polls in Iowa were looking like prior to this. So first of all, the polls are not accurate. That is the main takeaway from this to take, is that there is a practice of hurting the actual polls. I think that it's not that where these polls are taking place, because the Des Moines Register poll does, hold on, location. No, what's another word for county, maybe? region. Give me words. No, so in this time around, it's not the economy at all. If you look at all of the polling that is done on who cares about what, then yes, economy and immigration are very up high on the list. But if you look at what the ad money is going to, and if you look at what the actual discourse of the conversation going into the election is, economy and immigration are way at the bottom. On the right, the number one ad are anti-trans attack ads. And on the left, it depends on who you're asking, but real people are talking about women's issues, whereas the establishment is still they're leaning into the women's issues because it's become a topic this weekend, but they're still mainly focused on the idea of Donald Trump as a fascist. Now, look at the polls from July. Again, showed 51-39, Trump over Biden. Then the first poll from Seltzer on September showed Donald Trump 4 points ahead of Harris. This is the same pollster who released the one that we're looking at. Then on September 27th, we had +7 for Donald Trump from a different pollster. And then Seltzer comes back with her +3 Harris. And then we had the Emerson one today that shows +9 Trump in Iowa. Now, I don't really think that we're going to win Iowa. I think we might. I think we could win Iowa. But I think it's more likely to be just very close. But I want you to think about this with me, right? Because look at the rest of the polling for all of these other polling averages by state. So if there was a 5 to 6 point difference in what the polling actually is, let's just assume that this poll is correct for a second, in that there is a 3 point lead for Kamala Harris. Take +2 to the Donald Trump side now. So that's really a 5 point lead, because most of these polls you kind of just +2 to the Republicans anyway. That means just off without even the +2, that means Arizona is still in play for Democrats. Florida could be close. Georgia still in play and could easily win. Maine, we could probably get really close to winning, possibly even win. All of these 1.5 in Harris, like Michigan and just the national average, could be much higher than they actually are. Nevada could be Harris ahead, because a lot of this information here comes from the idea that in 2016, the polls were wrong because they were paying too much attention to the Democrats, that they weren't indicating how much energy existed for Donald Trump and how his campaign at the time was booming. Then in 2020, they had the polls wrong again, but the one pollster who was more correct than the others was the same pollster, J. Ann Seltzer. And in 2020, the issue for why the polls were wrong then is because they didn't account for the amount of Democrats that were home in 2020 because of COVID that were answering these polls. There is a lot of Trump Epstein tapes, certified garbage. There's more than 100 hours of audio that's come out. We're going to cover some of it. That's only because culture war issues shock people who wouldn't vote into voting. It's not a good indicator of decisive issues at all. Well, you're exactly right, because in 2020, that was exactly what they did. They tried to use the trans debate, the culture war issues to get people to go vote, and it didn't work for them. They were expecting the red wave in 2020. We didn't get that. We were expecting a much larger Biden victory than we got as well. And so the polls have been off because their models had not been updated enough for 2016, and they hadn't taken into account COVID's after effects in 2020. This time around, even Nate Silver, who I guess has been sold out to the poly market, is coming out and saying, yeah, they're probably all hurting their results. And by hurting, like sheep, they get their results and then they look at them and they think, oh, well, this looks too positive for Kamala. All of these other polls are saying it's a tight race. It's almost 50-50. And then they change the results that they're getting to fit more in line with the results that the average pollsters are getting. Well, I mean, you're right, sentient juice slave, which would be great for us considering Kamala Harris is the only person who is running that has an actual economic plan that isn't going to crash the economy, as both Elon Musk and Donald Trump know that theirs will. Wait, isn't it sort of unethical to withhold details? Yes, it's absolutely unethical. Guy's gonna burn in hell for this. He's a piece of shit. But he was writing a book, so he wanted to release all of the tapes with his book to, you know, increase the amount of money he gets out of it. And there's a lot of stuff here. Anyway, well, this was the guy writing the book. So before we move on just from the polls here, understand that women are pissed and could make a much larger impact on this election than we're expecting. And older people, or especially older women, are moving over to Kamala Harris. And I feel like maybe we should have a little tiny bit of optimism, especially considering all of the other polls are fucked. There is no way that this race is this close. There is no way that every single poll, I mean, look at these, from just general election average, +1, +2, +2, +1, +1, even. This is going back to October, going back more than a couple months. These polls have been deadlocked, at most going up to +3 or 4 before going down to even or +1 or 2. There is no way, there's not a chance that every single one of these polls since, I don't know, 3 months ago have been 1-to-1 to each other, and that it's a split race, almost 50-50. Look at what it looked like between Biden and Donald Trump in 2020. Again, like, we had a closer race than this. It wasn't 43-52, but there was variation. There was no idea of it is tied 50-50 coin flip all the way through, no matter what. And that's why I've been saying don't trust the polls. Who knows? Epstein did work with Mossad, but he wasn't a Mossad agent. That's the thing. Epstein knew everybody, exactly. He was a power broker. He obviously was like king of pedophiles as well, but his whole thing was make powerful friends. A lot of them even to trap and get blackmailable evidence over them to I don't know, continue the game, to continue the ability to lie and to protect himself and to protect his business. And Donald Trump was in on it the whole time. He's not an agent. Yeah, he was just for Mossad, he was an informant and a contact, so to say. Now just let's finish up on the polls, right? Again, this is from today, National Ipsos ABC poll. Shows Kamala Harris 5 points ahead, and I think this is counting the Iowa polls in it, because this is the only one, because every other poll has continued the congressional ballot, still +3, although this is great for Congress. +3 Democrats congressional ballot-wise is, again, amazing, and we need to win the House and the Senate. We really do. Now, among young people, it's still Kamala Harris. But Trump is getting 33% of the youth vote, and that's worrying to me. But we might see a result that's closer to something like this on Election Day, if we're lucky. If the eyes of fate favor us. Now, how does Donald Trump feel about these polls?
NBC's Dasha Burns is in Greensboro.
Excuse me, ABC's Dasha Burns. You're not.
You just spoke.
It's not your turn. It's not your turn. We got to listen to Donald Trump being big mad first.
All this crap going on with the press and with the fake stuff and fake polls. And by the way, the poll.
The stuff with the press and the fake stuff, and me when I lose my train of thought in the middle of making a statement.
Polls are just as corrupt as some of the writers back there. They can make those polls sing. They can make them sing. They brag about it.
So funny enough, the pollster who ran the Iowa poll that he's saying made it up, he also was a person who complimented this pollster who, when positive results for Donald Trump came out of her polls, he called her brilliant and excellent. Obviously, we know that any amount of reality can be removed the moment that it doesn't fit within the narrative, but it's funny to look at again. And
I got a poll. I'm 10 points up in Iowa. One of my enemies just puts out a poll. I'm 3 down.
that's the Emerson poll that came after.
They said, you're killing in Iowa. The farmers love me and I love them. But they came up. They just announced a fake poll. Hey, think of it. Right before the election that I'm 3 points down. I'm not down in Iowa. I got $28 billion for the farmers.
He might be. He might be.
28 billion. Nobody else would have gotten 10 cents. Joe would sleep. He would. Do you think he thinks about the farmers?
Where is her?
And you know who gave me the 28 billion for the farmers?
Now,
China.
again, we're gonna talk about how accurate this poll might be. These are previous polls that she has done. In 2020, she was 1 point off for the president. She was 1 point off in 2014 for the Senate. She was 2 points off for the president in 2016, which 2 points off in 2016 is pretty impressive. Did I? Oh yeah, the pause right before China. She was one instance here in which she was incorrect was 2018 governor race. And then again, back to pretty similar results for Senate, for president in 2020, and for Senate in 2022. She has pretty good record with polling. Again, ranked 1 poller on 538, according to Nate Silver. So I feel like I might trust these polls a tiny little bit more than I trust the polls that have existed for months and have shown zero variance or zero change. Again, we've been talking about how crazy it is when something big happens and then the following polls have almost no difference to them. We've been seeing this as a nothing matters, that no one cares, but who knows, maybe there was a big difference and the pollsters just thought, oh, this doesn't make sense. Let's change the results to make it more in line. I'm not here to be a downer, but Trump still has all the advantages simply because of how the election tends to work. Kamala can win. Oh, well, absolutely. And you know that they're going to try and cheat, like in every possible manner that they can. I'm not saying this is going to be easy. I'm just saying be a little hopeful that the results might not be as close as we expect them to be, because the more of a Kamala Harris victory it is, the harder it is for them to cheat. The larger the gap, the more difficult it will be to prove that this was a result of any amount of fraud. If it's, I don't know, 5,000 votes in between, that's gonna suck. It's gonna be tight. Now imagine 100,000 more votes in each state. We're not even accounting for the 450,000 Puerto Ricans living in Pennsylvania, for example. The idea isn't we're going to win, we should all be happy. I still think that there's a pretty decent chance that Donald Trump ends up the president here. Not because he wins outright, but because of everything that comes after the election and everything that they're going to do on election day. Now, the idea is pay attention and don't believe just what you see. I mean, we've all been looking at these polls and they might all be wrong, just like they were before in 2016, but flip the other way, because a lot of Republican women aren't going to speak about how they feel and who they want to vote for. And we're going to see why just after this.
With the former president this morning, what did he tell you?
Yeah, Kristen, good morning. That's right. I just got off the
the phone with the former president moments ago. I asked him about that stunning new Des Moines Register poll showing Harris leading in typically red Iowa. He told me the poll is, quote, fake, and called the pollster Ann Seltzer a, quote, Trump hater, though he has called her a talented pollster in the past, and praised that very same poll earlier this year when it showed him leading big in the Iowa
was the
caucus.
same poll, was it? Okay, I thought she had maybe done a poll for Iowa or the region in a different, not the exact same method of polling, just within months of difference. First of all, that alone is crazy, that within just a couple months it can go and flip that hard. But think about what's been said in the last couple of months. I think it makes sense. I think we could probably expect that in a lot of different states. There's a lot of shadowy things going on, but it really comes down to the government in general going out of its way to pretend that they're doing things when they're not doing anything except hurting people. Well, yes. And it's not, I mean, it's not that the government in general is pretending to do things while they're hurting people. It's specific elected officials that are pushing the lies of we're fixing things while working for their benefactors, for their donors, for the capital class standing behind them, telling them what to do. It's like Project 2025 shit. And it's like their rhetoric around abortion still hasn't changed. They're going out of their way to pretend that everybody is in favor. Everyone wanted Roe overturned. I mean, it's a right-wing issue. The left often doesn't engage in this. The Democrats often don't engage in this. They get shit on by the online left for messing up, and then usually they either backtrack what they're saying, or they apologize, or they just ignore it and they keep doing it until it's brought up over and over again. I'm not saying obviously the Democrats do this, just not anywhere near as much as Republicans do. This is a much more partisan issue than something like polling for women. It's not about people being lied to right now. We all are being lied to, but most of the people being lied to don't know that they're being lied to. They think everyone else is the one being lied to.
Experts widely see that poll as reputable. I also asked the former president about the gender gap that's been defining this election. I asked what is his message to women who are thinking about voting for Vice President Harris. He said, quote, you're voting for the wrong person and will end up in a depression, and you're not going to be safe. Now, the former president has largely leaned into talking points and platforms that cater to male voters. He's closing.
Now, he had said this depression thing at a rally as well the other day, where it was like, if Kamala Harris wins, then you're all going to be depressed, and we don't like depression, and depression's not good, and blah, 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 blah. While they also make fun of people with mental health issues at the same time as doing this. Now, I just want to lean into this gender gap for this election a bit more. Remember a couple days ago, I showed you guys a Kamala Harris ad on stream of people voting, and the ad's function was essentially your vote is your secret. Your husband doesn't need to know who you're voting for. The ad featured men with their wives at a polling station who thought that they would be voting for Donald Trump, but all of the wives secretly voted for Kamala Harris. Now, I said that this was an excellent ad, and I've been talking about for a couple weeks now how there is growing calls from inside of the more extreme parts of the Republican Party, although they're definitely spreading, to take away women's right to vote, to repeal women's suffrage, and to question women's votes. Well, this ad put this into overdrive. It's actually amazing because it's almost like the ad was bait, and all of these conservatives fell for the bait. So let's have a look at what some of these people think about women possibly voting differently than their husbands.
Some women keep raising on the campaign trail. I'm thinking of Alyssa Slotkin, who's running for Senate in Michigan, Liz Cheney, who's been campaigning for Harris, is this idea that there is a secret vote of women, right, who are not willing to say to their husbands, to their families, that they're going to
And
go.
hold on,
vote
before we
for
get here
Harris.
too, there is precedent for this, because remember in 2016 there was the shy Republican, the Republican who wouldn't answer to polls, who wouldn't outwardly express that they were voting Republican because they were embarrassed of the fact. In fact, we probably have much more shy Democrats this time around than we expect as well. A lot of young people who won't talk about wanting to vote for Kamala Harris, but will vote anyway. That squirrel shit is insane, Cheeseburger Merv. These people are crazy. We've also seen this take a place in other countries as well. Kind of like the shy Tory effect that happened in the UK. There's probably a lot of women who want to vote for Kamala Harris but can't say anything because they're afraid of judgment, exile, domestic abuse, God knows a number of other things. And we're going to see examples of why in this video.
There was an exchange between Charlie Kirk, or I should say both Charlie Kirk and Jesse Waters, who's a Fox News host.
As well as Newt Gingrich, but that's not included here.
Phenomenon. Let's watch what each of them had to say.
It is the embodiment of the downfall of the American family. She's coming in with her sweet husband, who probably works his tail off to make sure that she can go, you know, and have a nice life and provide for the family. And then she lies to him saying, oh, yeah.
So first of all, a lot of women have jobs too, obviously, especially in this day and age with the economy the way that it is. A single income family in America, I mean, maybe if you're Charlie Kirk and you're making money off the grift to the six-figure digit amount, maybe, sure. But the average family in America does not live off of a single person's income.
You can go, you know, and
Not
have a
now.
nice life and provide for the family. And then she lies to him saying, oh, yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump. And then she votes for Kamala Harris as her little secret in the voting booth.
And if I found out Emma was going into the voting booth and pulling the lever for Harris, that's the same thing as having an affair.
Okay, first of all, you can just see him laughing as he says this because Jesse Waters is a piece of shit. This man, while he was married to his ex-wife, was harassing someone who worked under him at Fox News, was 25 years old at the time, so, you know, more than a decade younger than him, and harassed her until essentially he left his wife and has started dating her. There's this story that I heard Emma Vigeland tell recently on the Majority Report, because I didn't know this, in that he would, you know what, let me just pull up the video. Why am I trying to explain it? She can explain it much better. Here, let's finish this while I pull up why Jesse Waters is a piece of shit and should not have anything to say about women.
As her little secret in the voting booth.
And if I found out Emma was going
This is
into
insane.
the voting booth and pulling the lever for Harris, that's the same thing as having an affair. That violates the sanctity of our marriage.
Yes.
What else is she keeping from me?
Exactly.
What
Why
else
would
has she
she have
been
to lie to
lying
you?
about?
Why would she have to lie to you? That's a really good question. Why would your wife need to lie to you and not tell you who she's planning to vote for? Is it perhaps that she feels unsafe? Is it perhaps that she feels like she's going to receive judgment? Or maybe she's going to be attacked or harassed? Well, look, I know a lot of people do live off of single income, but it's not as simple as the way that Charlie Kirk describes it there, in that it's less and less and less the case. We don't lean into this single income lifestyle as much anymore. It just doesn't happen anywhere near as much. Hold on, I found the video. Let's listen to Emma Vigeland for a second, and then we can continue on with. He said what he said there was that voting for Kamala Harris after saying that you're going to vote for Donald Trump is worse than having an affair. There you go.
Incredibly important Republican lawmaker.
Wait, no, this one's about Newt Gingrich.
He's actually be this shy vote for Harris from women that pollsters are underestimating a little bit, and we will see. But the fact that they're even I mean, I'm assuming they have multiple cars. He's definitely a
I
millionaire.
don't know. Crowder didn't.
It reminds me
Here we go.
that Jesse Waters, as
This
he
is the
talks about
story.
the sanctity of marriage, did leave his first wife for his 25-year-old now wife, Emma. And part of his courtship of her was deflating her tires in the parking lot at Fox News.
That's what
where
it
they
was. I was like, deflating her tires. Was that it?
both worked together so that she would be forced to use him for a ride home.
How can I distress this person into giving me a chance?
Literally. Which, by the way, guys, this is not an uncommon practice, especially among 30 to 45 right-wing men. Is often, if you go online and go onto like Reddit, for example, you can find many instances of right-wingers telling each other how to inconvenience women into having to spend time with them, how to create a system in which this person is now trapped with you enough that you can wear their own beliefs down, and like he did with this 25-year-old, convinced her, like he had to slash her tires to get her to spend any time with him on by choice, and that was getting a ride. This is not the type of person who likes women. He likes to control women. And obviously a lot of these people are like this. Much of the Republican leadership is the same. And we're going to see more examples of this. But Charlie Kirk is exactly the same mindset, in that my woman is my property. My wife is my property. And that, again, this ridiculous concept of, if you vote for Kamala Harris after telling me that you're going to vote for Donald Trump, that this is equivalent to an affair.
Going into the voting booth,
It's insane.
and pulling the lever for Harris, that's the same thing as having an affair. That violates the sanctity of our marriage.
He can barely say this without laughing.
What else is she keeping from me? Exactly. What else has she been lying about?
And again, this question of why does she need to hide this from you is the question.
There's a lot there. Basically, I'd love to find out what his wife actually thinks there. But this is also
Again, his 25-year-old wife that he had an affair with and left his original wife for, after slashing this woman's tires and making her spend time with him by force. So that's his wife. Poor woman.
framing that the Harris team seizes on to kind of try to say to women, these people don't take you seriously.
That's an issue too,
Former
certified
First Lady
garbage.
Michelle Obama made this argument pretty explicitly when she campaigned with Harris, telling women, your vote is secret and private to you. And I think we've seen Harris really appeal to Republican women. She's even talked about having conversations with Liz Cheney about.
Now, again, I don't like Liz Cheney, and I don't generally like most Republicans, but this is true. This, yeah, two days until total meltdown, exhale. This is incredibly true in that we've just covered there is women who are planning to vote for Kamala Harris that are very much underrepresented by polling. But a bigger issue than this to me is how angry these people are getting at the idea of someone's wife voting differently than her husband. We see you can go on Twitter and look up any of this, any tag that relates to this, and you'll be just filled with the most horrible shit about women, just misogyny over and over and over and over again. Religious people claiming that, a woman's vote is ordained to be the same as the head of the family, and that, Jesus would want, the man of the family's decision to be respected. And then you have people that are also on there saying, oh no, these women are liars, that you should divorce anyone that lies to you like this, and that this is a great betrayal. Nobody's talking about the fact that all of these women likely feel betrayed by their husbands going out of their way to support a guy who wants to take their rights away. That's a betrayal. No one's talking about that. The sanctity of marriage of, your wife not being able to be truthful to you about who she plans to vote for. Like Jesse Waters said, this violates the sanctity of marriage. Why does your wife need to lie to you? Why? What has made her feel this necessary? Well, it's likely you and your behavior. Did you know that 60% of social media is full of bots? Well, yeah, it's dead internet theory. It's likely more than 60% exhale. I mean, you should look on Twitter. It's just all bots anyway. It's difficult these days to be able to differentiate a bot and a person. A good way to do that is to spend more time in person and not online, because our brains are rotting. It's 2 days until the election. They're talking about how voting for Kamala Harris is cheating on your husband, and there are real issues going on in the world that everyone's ignoring.
About abortion, someone who is staunchly pro-life and saying she did not intend for some of the consequences that we're seeing, particularly in the South, where women are not able to seek emergency care. And we've seen the Harris campaign really have these ads of heartbreaking stories of people who needed this emergency care and weren't able to have it, in some cases, those women dying.
Well, speaking of women who were not able to get access to healthcare when they needed it and then died as a result, here is a very rough ad. But this is excellent. I think the Democrats need to lean into more ads like this. This is not fun to watch by any means, but it sends the message much clearer than a lot of ads we've seen. I mean, really, saving the juicy stuff for last. Great. Actually, my problem is that society modernly is increasingly controlling. Women want to control men too. They just do it more subtly and have little consequences, if any, in how they do it. Well, okay. I'd like you to give me some examples of that, Sentient Juice Slave. Not that I disagree with you. I don't. But it's important to understand the distinction and how this is done, because a lot of the time women doing things that are in the realm of controlling men are often doing so for their own safety. There are obviously instances of women just doing it because they're shit as well. But those instances don't happen nearly as much. This is a societal issue, and I entirely agree with you. In fact, I think the societal issue of everyone wanting more control over everything goes into our inability to engage with real life without the internet between us. The ability to go to a restaurant without a reservation. I saw a discourse about this yesterday, that people were talking about, like, oh, what if we just got rid of the ability to reserve anything? And a lot of people are not in favor of this, and I think that would be great. Yeah, put your phone down. Engage with reality more, touch some grass, talk to strangers, go for a walk. A lot of this sounds like it's unrelated and it sounds small, but all of this includes social interaction in person while you're doing it. You know, if you're not on your phone and you're going outside and you're talking to strangers and going for a walk with your friends, you are speaking more, communicating in a manner that is different from the way that we communicate online. And this is a thing that we have lost. And I think that is what's led to people seeking more control over their lives, because that's how we used to have control over our lives, was through community. Is you knew that you would be safe because your community would be there for you if you had a problem, and that you didn't need to have full control over every aspect of your life, that you trusted people. And we've lost trust in society, for one. That's at an all-time low. And like, you know, Mopar said, ew, that's all outside. People don't have the desire to do this anymore. I've complained about how people will go into a store and then get annoyed because the store clerk will come and ask how they can help you. This is all social interaction that we've lost. This is how humans have engaged with each other for all of human history, up until like 15 to 20 years ago. And now everything's online, and we're engaging with a lot more societal issues than we had in the past. And yes, some of these issues are because of the changing times, and because of increased stress and fear and division in our country, but a lot of that is fueled by social media and by the regular media. And we can talk we've gone in depth about how to handle that, but a good idea that doesn't touch on anything like government regulation for how to deal with being lied to from the media and from social media is to go the fuck outside and talk to humans. It's so 2004 though. Yeah, well, we need to go back. To go back to 2004. You know, before this kind of stuff was regular. Again, that's not going to be fun, but you guys need to see this because this is what they want. This is how they want America to look.
Dr. Davis, what do I do?
John, she needs an abortion or she's going to die from the pregnancy.
Sorry, that's not happening.
What are you doing?
Who are you? I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we banned abortion.
No exceptions.
You can't do this. You stay. I won the last election, so it's my decision. But don't worry, you can still have children, just not with her.
This ad should be playing in every swing state right now, like 24/7. It should be just over and over and over again, this ad. It's all communication issues. It's always been there. We just used to hide it. Now we try and rationalize it into the point of weaponizing everything. True, sentient Jew slave. And again, this all comes down to a lack of ability to do critical thinking, emotional regulation, to be able to sit and feel uncomfortable and not react on it. It is the entire basis of the Republican Party is reactionary politics. And what the reaction to? Well, it's issues like this. It's issues like communication issues. It's issues like we've talked about with men's egos and feeling demasculinated, I guess is the word. All of these tie into this. We were talking about how they want America to look. Can I post a link to a 5-minute video? Yeah, sure, go for it. I'll have a look and put it on stream if I feel like it. The communication issues, though, comes down to education and how we deal with children, what we raise them to be like, the social interactions that they learn in school. Hold on. What site is this, Mopur? I've never seen this website before. I mean, yeah, we'll play this. We'll play this in a minute. Now, just before we get off of this topic, as we were saying of, you know, men don't trust women's votes and men don't, and specifically right-wing men don't want women to be able to have their own choice. Here's examples of Donald Trump and his son peeking at their wives' ballots while voting. Like, this is very objectively clear. They're not even trying to hide it, but this is a normal behavior for a lot of men. They'll just peek over and try and see who their wife's voting for. This is not an uncommon practice. And all of that leads into the behavior and the mindset that women's votes should not count. That's what they want to push. I'm telling you, if Donald Trump wins, they will ban abortion for the entire country, but then the same way that they started the argument of we should ban abortion, they will start slowly chipping away at women's suffrage. That's the next plan. We're seeing bits and pieces of it already with influential right-wingers making the comments and it growing in popularity and in sentiment throughout the party. Eventually, you're going to start seeing red states enacting legislation that leans on this. This is how they're going to do it.
One of the things that is happening, the Harris campaign and their surrogates are putting out these ads that are basically talking to women, and they're saying to them, hey, you don't have to tell your husband what you're doing in the ballot box. You don't have to say anything at all. You can just go in there and do what's right for you and yourself and your
no, we
daughter
will
and
watch
your
the
mother,
video.
whoever.
It's just going to fit into it. It's we're going to watch the video, Mopur. It's just going to fit into the next segment that I plan to do. Who better to explain what exactly they want those maggots themselves? Well, yeah, we know exactly what they want.
Response from Charlie Kirk.
They're telling us what they want.
Pretty loud voice in conservative circles to that line of commentary toward women in this race.
She needs people to basically lie to their husbands, which they are promoting, by the way, which I find that entire advertising campaign.
Oh, yes. Kamala Harris is telling women to lie to their husbands. Again, why do they need to lie to their husbands? What kind of woman are we talking about in that she feels afraid to discuss her voting choices with her spouse? The larger picture here that is entirely ignored by people like Charlie Kirk because they don't think about this shit.
To basically lie to their husbands, which they are promoting, by the way, which I find that
I promote it too. Lie to your husbands and vote for Kamala Harris.
His wife is wearing you'll show it, wearing the American hat. She's coming in with her sweet husband, who probably works his tail off to make sure that she can go, and have a nice life and provides for the family. And then she lies to him saying, oh yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump. And then she votes for Kamala Harris as her little secret in the voting booth. Kamala Harris.
Again, this is a piece of shit man explaining the way that piece of shit men deal with their marriages. Sentient Juice Slave, you're right. And honestly, that's what I try and do here. I try and tell you what the actual existing problem is, why it's a problem, and even sometimes I offer possible solutions. I'm not a genius. I'm not any smarter than most of you. I just am crazy and hyper-fixated on politics because it's my autistic special interest. I enjoy looking at this stuff, which is why I'm more knowledgeable and why I can look at all of this for days on end without, falling into a depression spiral. A lot of people can't do that, and a lot of people then tune out of politics because there is nobody just telling you flat out, like, this is the problem. Let's do something about it. It's all narrativization. It's all misleading and misinformation. And obviously the two sides of the debate that, anything that anything the left says, the right will just claim the opposite of. Anything the right claims is exactly what they want to do. They're just saying the left wants to do it. Everything is a lie. And so it becomes even more difficult to pay attention, to care. So the idea of, if you're not going to clearly tell me that there's a problem in words, I'm not doing anything about it, is what happens, is the mindset that most Americans have. Most Americans, even right now, everyone's paying attention. A month ago, most people don't know anything. We put so much money into ads. Not at the end of the election, we put all this money into ads to get people out to vote, not to convince someone to vote for somebody in particular. It's go out and vote. That's where all of the money goes. But everything prior to that, obviously the ads do exist to try and convince you to vote for, Trump or Harris, but those types of ads are very ineffective. There's a reason why they don't spend the majority of the money that they raise on ads meant to convince somebody. That's very difficult to do. The Republicans focus more on drowning out everything with their ads. But again, their system of doing it, what they're using it for is wrong, but they are much more effective. Like right now, the number one ad from the Republicans in every swing state is anti-trans ads. That is a specific topic that they are pushing a specific goal towards. Now, it's not a good topic. It's not a good goal. Obviously, it's borderline genocidal. The way that these ads portray the goals of the GOP around trans people. And when you listen to people like Donald Trump talk, you know that it actually is genocidal. But when you look at Democrat ads, and we've covered quite a few, they spend more time narrativizing to evoke emotion out of the viewer rather than convince the viewer of what the ad is saying through telling you what to believe, through telling you facts. It makes you feel a certain way. And I think that in this particular election, these are much more useful for the Democrats. But again, there's very little of truth-telling. There's very little policy. In fact, even I was yelling at Kamala Harris to stop talking about policy last week. It isn't helpful in a environment in which nobody believes anything and in which every policy is questioned and diminished on both sides, whether they're, deserving of it or not. policy bores people and they're not paying attention to it right now. It's all vibe. This election is entirely vibe-based. And that issue comes from exactly what you said, Sentient Jew Slave, in that this is a behavior that has been incentivized over time, not just by the politicians, but by the media as well. They don't tell you things clearly anymore. Reality is based on your perspective, and that causes a chain reaction down the line.
Harris and her team believe that there will be millions of women that undermine their husbands. And
at least hundreds of thousands, maybe not millions.
In a way that it's not detectable in the polling.
I don't even know what I just listened to. I mean, that's just so cringeworthy to hear that. And,
yes,
and
it
this
is.
notion of Donald Trump being chief protector of women is like trying to pitch to a crowd 1 + 1 = 5. I mean,
these people are not just crazy, they're cringe. Exactly. Donald Trump did say he's the protector of women, whether we want him to or not. In fact, he said, I am the protector of women whether they want it or not. That's creepy and cringe and ridiculous. Their entire platform is built on these wildly outrageous, hyperbolic claims that nobody wants and nobody cares about, as well as the, Nazi shit.
Not have a life story that says he's been very good to women across.
In fact, we're going to see quite a few examples of this not all that long from now.
I'm running into in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Georgia, this whisper caucus that consists of Republican women that are sick and tired.
I think that was actually before he blew the mic. It might have been after. It was around the same time. They've been doing a lot of rallies lately, and it's hard to keep track of which one's which because they do multiple in a day. Like Trump did a rally earlier, and then there was another one that happened in North Carolina. I think he was in Georgia or Pennsylvania or something earlier in the day. It's hard to keep track of all these rallies.
Tired of listening to this, sick and tired of being felt less than, sick and tired of being talked down to by Donald Trump and other
I'm
Republican
sick and tired of it
Donald
too.
Trump. And so I think you're going to see this whisper caucus show up, and they're not whispering. Hopefully, they're not whispering because they don't want their husbands to hear. Certainly, they should have adult conversations with anybody they want to have them with. But they're having a whisper caucus because they're part of the whisper caucus because they just know in their core what the right thing to do is.
2 more days until it begins, not until it ends, Mopor. Again, you should be able to have rational, reasonable conversations with your spouse, but that's not how Republicans work. Oh, it's not even about the midterm campaigning in 2 days. The election does not end on Tuesday unless it's a blowout for Kamala Harris. It would have to be like we would have to win the majority of the swing states by a comfortable margin for this to not drag on for several months. Because they will be trying every tactic that they have to overturn this. They are going to launch many lawsuits. In fact, Kamala Harris's campaign has even acknowledged that they're likely going to declare victory early. The Trump campaign is going to declare victory very early on, and talked about how they're going to respond to it. Now, let's finish up here, because
have to have conversations.
I know that this is kind of boring, right? But this is really important. I know a lot of you are guys, and I'm talking about like women's issues and abortion here, but this is critical to how this election might turn out. Yes, if Seltzer is right, it might be over Tuesday evening, as we covered. I don't think that we're going to win Iowa, but if we win Iowa, it is so over. And even like a +3, +4 in Iowa for Trump is an indicator that he's screwed. He was +18 in Iowa against Biden. Remember this. No, not that Seltzer. Yeah, I covered it earlier in the stream, Mopur. I think that it's huge. I think not only that it's the greater shift of women that are planning to vote for Harris compared to men who plan to vote for Trump, the age demographics are what interested me the most. That it's only the Gen X demographic that is leaning towards Trump. 55 and over and 18 to 34 both lean Harris. Probably.
We want to keep our vote private, we can. And this idea that voting your conscience is undermining your husband. It's like, what century?
Yeah, that is
what
Iowa.
Decade? What Leave It to Beaver are they stuck in?
It's cringeworthy.
And I think it's this kind of rhetoric that is resulting in those shifts. Like, older women remember what America was like. You know, if you're over 55, you know what life was like 50, 40 years ago. If you're 65, you know what life was like when you were 10. And if you're a woman who grew up in this environment and you saw all of the gains that we've had in society since that time, you don't want to go back. And Kamala Harris is the one who says we're not going back.
That you're going to see men voting for Trump and not telling their wives. I think
that's
the whole thing is
fine.
It's all fine. Yeah. Everyone has a right to do that. I want to make
That's
2 points.
also likely a case.
One is that if you play the full clip.
Although, no, I don't think that that's a case nearly as much. I don't think Trump supporters are quiet about the fact that they're Trump supporters. I think a man who plans to vote for Trump is not going to lie to his wife about that. I think a man who wants to vote for Donald Trump, even though his wife may or may not want the same thing, is much more likely to just say it and to expect his wife to follow suit, as you can see with a lot of these Republicans. Now, not to say that every Republican voter is exactly as misogynistic as the people that we're seeing on TV. That would be very difficult to accomplish, you know, because Jesse Waters and Newt Gingrich and Charlie Kirk are literal demons. So getting up to that level takes intent and desire to harm other people. Whereas a lot of these people a lot of the men that I assume wouldn't hide the fact that they're going to vote for Trump from their wives wouldn't do so because it's normal, because they don't think that that's a thing that they, you know, really need to do. They don't think they need to lie. That I feel like could be most of the country, honestly. You could lay that claim on the average American, and it'd be true.
And he says, and I'm going to defend men, children, and everybody. And to me, of all the crazy things Trump has said, this just strikes me as such an innocuous comment when viewed in its full context.
But you're not
And then
defending
secondly,
men. You're not defending men or children when you take back the healthcare rights of their wives, of their sisters, of their mothers. The people that have abortions in America are largely mothers who've already got children. It's
over 60% of women who have abortions in America are people who already have kids. You got to pay for kids, you know, they're not cheap.
Feckless teenagers. And if you take back their rights, which Anna was correct at the beginning of the show to say has actually happened, the people you are hurting are American families, the very people that the Republicans are claiming to support.
That's a fine and separate point.
Also, abortion does affect the economy as well, considering half of the country is women and most women work, most women have jobs. When you're pregnant, it's difficult to work. When you're pregnant and you're close to giving birth, it's much more difficult to work. After you've given birth, it's difficult to work considering you have a baby to look after. We already talk about how little parents are given in paid family leave, paternal or maternal. And the reason that we even talk about that is because not only is it quality of life and that it's the morally correct thing to do, and that, again, this is important for families and the health of the children and the health of the parents, we also do this because it is more efficient to pay people to have some time off when they have a kid, get their, you know, shit together, get their kid to an age where, you know, they don't need to be there 24/7, and to come back into the mindset ready to work so that they can be productive in their job. How productive can you be at work if maybe you have to bring your baby with you to work? Or if you're constantly thinking about your newborn and the babysitter that you had to find that you can barely afford unless you went to, you know, work every single day? All of these things factor in. Most women who have abortions do so because of financial reasons.
Right, but it's
Not that it matters why. Again, the reason why is irrelevant anyway.
relevant. It's
for
utterly
twisting
irrelevant.
for twisting what he's saying here.
But you're
as a
not. But
somehow
my point is, you're not
misogynist comment.
protecting. You're not protecting fathers. You're not protecting brothers or sons by failing to protect their mothers, their sisters, their wives.
I'm sure, Michael.
But how are you
Exactly correct.
Can I interject?
Well, I'm just curious. Okay. I mean, I hear you saying that he was talking generally about protecting everybody in America, but it is also about the way that he was saying it. It came across as patronizing, and it almost seemed like he
Like everything that he says.
That's why he himself, you know,
Well,
he said what was in his head, which is
bullying,
like,
right?
this is going to sound bad, but I'm going to say it anyway.
No,
I mean,
he
it may
says
be
regardless
farcical.
of whether or not women
It
want
may
it.
be silly. I don't
And
see
this
how-
is about the protector of women line, obviously, the whether or not they like it. Now, again, there's
Thank
a
you again
reason
for being here.
Oh,
Thanks for letting
please
me on.
be
One of
quiet. There's a reason why this is such a big deal. In that, just since Roe was overturned in 16 months. So this is from January. Between the 16 months of January 2024
We have some new statistics.
and Roe being overturned, there were 26,000 rape-related pregnancies in Texas in just the 16 months between January of this year and Roe being overturned last year. Was that last year? It's 2023 or 22, one or the other. It's either under 22, early 23. I can't do math right now. 26,313 rape-related pregnancies in a state that has outlawed almost all abortions, including rape and incest, I believe. Yep, Texas abortion law does not offer any exceptions for survivors of rape or incest. 26,000. How many people in Texas are suffering right now? Again, that's from January. It's been nearly a year since then.
Showing the number of rape-related pregnancies after the Texas abortion law took effect. A study published today in the Journal of the American Medical Association shows that there were an estimated 26,313 rape-related pregnancies during the 16 months after Texas outlawed almost.
The next 6 states combined was 28,425. What is up with Texas that they had 26,000 rape-related pregnancies, where the next 6 states combined was just slightly over that number? Jesus Christ, Texas, get your shit together. But this matters because we've also covered stories. I covered one last stream on the people that die, on the mothers that die because they can't get an abortion when they need it. 56% rise in maternal mortality in the state of Texas from the year 2019 to 2022, compared to 11% nationwide. That is an insane statistic, Moper. Sentient Jew Slave, Texas is a big state, but most of its population isn't spread out like that. And population-wise, I mean, U.S. states by population. I want to find the biggest right-leaning states, and I want to have a look, right? So again, number 1, Texas. Sorry, number 1, California is the biggest state, then Texas, sure. But then we look at Florida. Florida is just behind Texas in having 8 million less people. Now, I just want to look up number... There we go. We got the state totals. 64,000 caused by rape occurred in states with total abortion bans. This was January as well. So same time period, showing that Florida's actually not a no exception ban state. Oh, right. Man, they were trying to do that. I forgot. Well, if you look at all of the other states that have these bans, they're much smaller in population than Texas, as you said. But in states with rape exceptions for abortion, there are much fewer pregnancies than in states that have no exceptions. Now, again, this isn't births. We're not talking about births. These are people who are pregnant because of rape. That's the number that we're looking at. Not people who died, not people who gave birth, not people who had abortions. This is just the states in which this occurred. And there are many, many more instances in red states, in states in which they felt it was okay to do a total abortion ban with no exceptions for rape or incest, have higher numbers of pregnancy by rape or incest because those states would have higher populations of men who think that it's okay to rape women. It's just that statistic. As well as in the states that don't have a total ban, maybe that information doesn't get reported as easily. Maybe in states that, you don't need to explain why, you don't talk about that. So there's probably statistics like that in every state that show a significant amount of pregnancies that are in existence because of rape. But in states in which we know for a fact that there are no exceptions for it in abortion law, we see many more cases of it overall being reported. And that could be because more people have to report to try and get some access to healthcare. But does that even make sense in a state in which it wouldn't help you to be able to prove that, you were raped or, that this baby is an incest baby because, you were raped by like your family members? It doesn't matter. It's not going to change the outcome. So the idea of they report it more doesn't add up. In fact, it would be more likely that this is reported less because there is no benefit from doing so. If the state won't, we covered let me find the video of the woman who died in Texas. Just last stream we had a look at it because she couldn't have access to an abortion. And seeing that, you're not going to feel like, I don't know, reporting your rapist to the police is going to help you all that much. Let me find this link. I mean, honestly, most women don't report rape anyway because the police aren't all that helpful. And I don't see this convincing people that they should. Now, again, this was just last week. ProPublica found Texas women who died while having miscarriages because doctors wouldn't treat them until their fetus had no detectable heartbeat. Treating them would be a, quote, crime, they feared. Fetus was on the verge of coming out, its head pressed against her dilated cervix. She was 17 weeks pregnant and a miscarriage was in progress. Doctors noted in hospital records at that point they should have offered to speed up the delivery or empty her uterus to stave off deadly infection, more than a dozen medical experts told ProPublica. But when Barnica's husband rushed to her side from his job on a construction site, she relayed what she said the medical team had told her. They had to wait until there was no heartbeat. He told ProPublica in Spanish it would be a crime to give an abortion. For 40 hours, the anguished 28-year-old mother prayed for doctors to help her, and then she died. I think that this is much more common than is being reported in both red and blue states in general, less so in blue states, obviously, but the number of rape-related pregnancies in the country is almost definitely higher than what's reported overall.
Almost all abortions. The abortion law also does not offer any exceptions for rape or incest. That is almost as many as the next 6 states combined. Researchers say.
I mean, again, insane. The next 6 states combined. I understand that Texas has a large population, but 6 states combined. All right. I gotta pee. I'm gonna be right back. And then we're going to do one more video on this subject, and then we'll move on to Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, I think. I'll be right back. I will vote for Kamala Harris. All right. Take it away, Rachel Maddow.
Some people feel that's politicized.
Yeah. I think that's ridiculous.
But it's not. And I think we've tried all the ways to explain to people it's not. We have to get this out of the realm of being an us versus them conversation. It's an all of us conversation.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, we all follow like political tactics and political strategy, and we see the way these things evolve over time. And a lot of it is language. And I think that phrase, abortion is healthcare, has struck a lot of people as a slogan.
Right.
Oh, you don't want it to seem controversial, so you're going to call it healthcare, but we all know it's something separate. And people who came up with that idea and sort of sloganed that idea to try to make people understand it that way were coming from a position where they actually knew what they were talking about. It was abortion providers and people who had worked on this issue with the women who it was most affecting for years and who could foresee what was going to happen if abortion rights were taken away. And now I just think that the American public is getting that like a bucket of cold water in the face. If you take away abortion as a right, if you take away the federally protected right to it, anywhere Republicans are in control, they are going to ban it. That includes nationally if they are in control of the federal government.
True.
And when you take away abortion,
As much as they'll pretend that, you know, they're not going to do a national abortion ban, all of them know that that's exactly what they plan to do. This is the most like poorly kept secret ever.
Yeah.
And it's not an esoteric thing.
Yeah.
It's not an inchoate idea. It's not an aspirational thing. It's the lived reality. And in some cases now the reality of the dead women that we've got in this country because of these bans.
Is there a distinction between saying...
There really should be a time in the future once we've gotten, I don't know, past the polarization and the misinformation, and when we've hopefully done something about all of this, we can take count of how many women died in each state because of these abortion bans. And really, I think that the elected officials that pushed for this, even after knowing that people in their state were dying because they couldn't access health care, should be held liable for it. I know that's a big ask and it's probably never going to happen, but morally, yes, you're fully responsible for the deaths of these women when you ignored all of the experts telling you this is healthcare, this is required, this is going to lead to people being harmed, and you push for it, you advocate for it, and you allow it anyway. You should be held liable for that.
Hey, abortion is something that should be decided by the states. It's sort of abstract versus the criminalization of abortion. Because what we're seeing now is the criminalization of abortion, the criminalization of a miscarriage, possibly the criminalization of pregnancy. Yeah. I mean, that's the criminalization of contraceptives. There are some people who are actually looking to go down that.
Yes. Meanwhile, they're also criminalizing IVF, but Donald Trump likes to stand on stage talking about how he's the father of fertilization. It's just that they hate women. They hate women.
The criminalization of IVF. I think when a voter is presented with that idea, are we actually going to do what The Handmaid's Tale did? Are we going to actually criminalize women? Do you think that changes the way they think about it?
I mean, yes. I also think that people are now realizing that in these states where you saying, oh, we're not going to prosecute the woman, we're only going to prosecute the doctor. Right. Oh, only going to prosecute the doctor.
Which literally makes no difference because then the doctors are afraid and then they don't give the health care and it leads to the same exact outcome.
What that results in is dead women under doctors.
The doctors go somewhere where they're not going to get prosecuted.
Either doctors
or
leave,
they don't do it.
They refuse or they feel like they cannot. And in Texas, they've been told they cannot provide.
In fact, I think that this is a pretty large reason for the shift in Iowa that the Seltzer poll brings out, actually, because Iowa is a state where they have an abortion ban and is a state in which doctors are held legally liable, which has resulted in shortages of generally every kind of medical practitioner in Iowa, but specifically OBGYNs. They've moved to other states. There is very little access to women's health care in this state because of the criminalization. And I mean, specifically women who have lived in a state that has criminalized their bodily autonomy are much more likely to shift their opinion and to change their mind, which is just another factor that goes into the possibility that this Seltzer poll is more correct than we maybe think it is. And then 15 hours ago, just yesterday, there was a women's march in Washington. Thousands and thousands of women marched again. We saw these women's marches after Donald Trump won in 2016. We've seen them pop up from time to time. I think this is a good time to have one. Women might just save the country this election. I really, really hope so.
We got to stand up for democracy. We have to stand up for a woman's right to have control over her body, control over her life. Women's rights are human rights.
And I'm telling you, women, like, yes, it is a top election issue for women under the age of 30. It's also a very big issue for women over age 55, clearly. Excellent sign there. I'm a fan. I will vote. That's essentially what he's singing. Like, you can just see it in that man's reaction over there. These people hate women. They just plainly, simply hate women.
Right up the ass.
Since 2016, we've been
Just the brain rot in the women that are out there advocating for their own rights to be taken away. Like, that's what brainwashing does, guys, you know? That was a young woman. She has no business being on that side of the crowd, but probably grew up in a very Christian family, a very Republican family, and is on the side of the internet that feeds into her thought bubble. Not to say that, you know, the left also doesn't have its own bubble. It absolutely does. In fact, that's why I get very iffy when I see posts from leftists saying, like, oh, you know, we're going to win this election. It's going to be easy. Like, look at all of these, like, even just with the Seltzer poll, people are being like, oh, it's going to be a blowout now. No, don't get complacent. You should be afraid. Being afraid of how the election turns out is what's going to get people to go out and vote. Our little bubble is not as bad as theirs. Who knows?
telling folks that this is the most consequential election of your lifetime, and each year it's been true, whether it's 2018, 2020, 2022, and more than ever in 2024, we are voting on freedom or fascism, and there's really no middle ground.
Based. And yes, that's exactly true. I keep hearing that argument of like, oh, it's always, you know, the most important election of our lifetime. It's always we have to vote against the fascists. Well, it's been true every time. Just a little fun that I want to have before we jump into other topics. Joe Biden is really funny sometimes. Like, I wish this man was coherent. Not because I want him to run again, not because I would have preferred him as the nominee or anything. Just him being coherent leads to funny shit.
They want another giant tax cut for the wealthy. Now, I know some of you guys are tempted to think it's macho guy. I'll tell you what, man. When I was in Scranton, we used to have a little trouble going down the plot once in a while from Green Ridge. But I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
Face. That face that you just want to smack in the ass. A very old man face to make when talking about smacking them in the ass.
But I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
He's funny sometimes. So you know how conservatives love to talk about, you know, in fact, we brought up the fact that the number one ads right now are about trans people, and well, they like to call trans people groomers, right? They like to say that the LGBT community wants to groom their children and to make them degenerates. Well, I mean, this is MAGA grooming their children. What the fuck? Like, first of all, if you are this kid's parents, you should have to talk to Child Protective Services, like right now. This is what they want. I mean, look, this is what they teach their kids. The black guy and the women belong in shackles. I can't read what it says in the text because it's too blurry. But this is what they teach children. This is how they raise their kids. And then they claim that the left is grooming children, that queer people are grooming kids, that trans people are grooming children. But again, every accusation, for some reason, I've yet to still find an example that doesn't prove this true. Every accusation from the right is a confession. This is them grooming their children. This kid is being taught by his parents that the black guy and the woman belong in chains and he gets to hold them. Again, someone find out whose kid this is and call Child Protective Services, please. It's fucked up. Anyway, all right, let's move on to Donald Trump. So we got a lot of Trump news to cover today, but it's fun to start with a fun one. Have you guys seen this? This one has been all over the place today.
For 9 years, we've had the biggest rallies in history of any country. And every rally's full.
Every rally's full.
Seats that are empty, you don't have anything. I mean, the one we had today, you missed a beautiful.
I love this cameraman. Thank you for doing this. Again, no empty seats, right?
The Virginia rally, did you hear about the Virginia rally? That was, Glenn Youngkin did a great job, the governor of Virginia, and they had a crowd there that was incredible.
I have my camera off just so you guys can get the full view.
It's very hard when you do these things. It's very hard, and you don't mind a little bit. We weren't very late. Just a few minutes. Just a few minutes, depending on your definition.
The fact that this hasn't been done a few hundred times already is kind of, it's fucked up. This should happen every time. He starts talking about how full his rallies are. You know that turning off the camera doesn't remove the frame, right? Yeah, the frame is still there, but I'm turning off the camera so you guys can see the words.
To an end, these rallies are coming to an end. We've been doing them.
I'd have to click 2 buttons to turn off the frame, and I didn't feel like it. So again, this comment from Kamala Harris at the prior debate, the only debate between the two, that people are leaving his rallies, has very clearly stuck with him. It is a thing that he brings up all the time, and yeah, 2 buttons, too much effort, exactly, and leads to this incessant, what's the word, insecurity about his rally size. And I mean, to be fair, he should be insecure because, again, look at what the stadium looks like. Remember, speaking of 2016, remember what Trump rallies used to look like? Imagine standing on stage and watching just people leaving.
Amazing, right? 3%. That means 97%.
It would be incredibly demoralizing. And I'm all for it.
Well, I went to Iowa and I had 48,000 people and she had about 300 people.
The fact that he keeps bringing this up means that it works push him harder on it. In fact, look at this. This is a comparison between a Trump rally and a Kamala Harris rally at the same exact location. I can't remember which rally this was, which state, but this is Trump's rally this year versus Kamala Harris. Same venue. All right, yeah, don't copyright me. I know there's music playing in the background, but you can't hear it because of the screaming, so don't copyright me. You can see the massive difference, and you can see why he would feel the need to keep bringing this up, why he would feel demoralized by that fact, because Donald Trump's a loser, and he has the thinnest skin. I think that was Greensboro, yes. I think that was. By the way, this is what J.D. Vance's rallies look like. It's like 7 people. That's sad. That's so sad. They put the barrier so far out. Why did they think that many people would show up for JD Vance and Don Jr.? I have no idea. Yeah, it's at least a dozen. Okay. Yeah, a dozen, 2 dozen people. Compared to, hold on, I have to look up what a Tim Walz rally looks like. I just need to see. I want to find Tim Walz in October. There we go. Just today, 2 hours ago. Ooh. I lived close to Greensboro in North Carolina, and the people that I know there, yeah, they agree there has been a decent shift blue, which is nice. Now again, look at this. This is just for Tim Walz and Doug Emhoff. So that's a decent sized crowd. This is a small venue for indoors, and it is significantly more crowded than JD Vance's Don Jr. rally in Pennsylvania. Only tens of people showed up. There's more than 100 people packed into this room for Tim Walz. It is pathetic. Everyone hates Republican candidate for governor on both sides, so it's no wonder. Well, yeah, he is a black Nazi. Is he not? North Carolina, God willing. I'm hoping. Bliowa, North Carolina. I'll even take Blaxis. Not gonna happen, but Blaxis would be amazing. At the very least, I'd really like to get Ted Cruz kicked out of the Senate. That would be excellent. Now, as we move on from... Oh, wait, hold on. Before we get into the Epstein stuff, there is still clips from today that are relevant. So this is from his rally earlier, just talking about how he doesn't mind if someone shoots the media. And there's a reason why I think this is important.
And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much.
Now, he's playing this off as a joke, but I don't mind that so much of shooting the fake news, combined with the comments of Liz Cheney, we should put her in front of 9 guns trained at her face, on top of the, we're going to arrest the crazy radical Marxists and leftists and use the U.S. military against dissidents. All of these together really do paint a picture of they will do whatever it takes. Donald Trump has been complaining about the media almost nonstop for the last week. Didn't he file like a $10 billion lawsuit against CBS? The idea of censoring media that he doesn't like is up there in his top priorities, because it's been that way since 2016. I mean, the reason that we have this idea of the fake news is because of Donald Trump. Prior to this, even though the mainstream media did often lie and was often very misleading, still is, fake news, the first time Donald Trump said the term, everyone was in shock. They were like, what do you mean? Like, the news is fake? What's the real news? They did the same thing with alternate facts. Yeah, it's his whole shtick. But now he's going to have the power to really enforce his will. They're talking about how media officials should go to prison for their coverage of Donald Trump. Now, funny, because I think media officials should go to prison because they're lying to the public, such as, everyone who works at Fox News. But that's a different way to go about it. And then we have Alex Jones saying this shit today, continuing this build up to the new Stop the Steal effort.
They're not going to just give up easily after the impeachments and the
Russian collusion crap and all the fake indictments and the lawfare. This is common sense. So I'm saying be ready for the Civil War conditions and the not certifying it and
Civil War conditions. Civil War conditions. It's not like we haven't heard this before, guys. Like this is exactly what they were saying the last time, and it's exactly what they did the last time. Okay, let's move on to the meat of the pie. So, first things first, a little explanation. Guardian picked up a story about Trump's deep ties with Epstein, which the media has largely stayed silent on. So these are recordings from 2017, while Donald Trump was the president. For about 100 hours, there's audio evidence of Epstein talking about Trump to Michael Wolff. Now, we'll read the thread in a minute, but I want you to listen to some of these audio files. So I think this was the very first post. It all came out on the Daily Beast. The Fire and Fury author caused shockwaves with his recordings of Epstein. Again, these tapes should have been released years ago. The fact that this guy held on to all of the 100 hours of evidence that everyone in the country would have loved to know about because he wanted to write a book, Fire and Fury, which is his second book as a addition to his first book, Fire and Fury, about the Trump administration. Get all of this information. Now let's see what Epstein has to say. But yes, of course, we go on to be branded as the world's most famous sexual predator in 2019. Died most likely a suicide under federal indictment in prison in New York Metropolitan Correction Center.
So how do you know this?
God, hold on. Sorry, that's loud and the audio quality isn't great. So we'll have to bear with it. Oh, just straight off the beginning, I was Donald Trump's closest friend.
So how do you know this?
10 years, closest friend. Now, we all knew this, of course, but journalistic malpractice, 10 giant anvils dropped on your head. Yeah, absolutely. But like in a cartoon way, you know, like when the anvil drops on your head in the cartoon way and you just flatten out like a pancake and then you pop back up. Just, that one's for YouTube.
So I need the Donald. Just give me Donald.
Me when I ever have to talk about Donald Trump.
So you probably know he had a scalp reduction. Because he had the same male pattern movement that we all have.
Now, that's funny, scalp reduction. That's a gender-affirming surgery, is it not, guys? When you have male pattern baldness and you want to fix that, is that not a gender-affirming surgery? Donald Trump has a gender, and that's straight from Epstein's mouth.
The same male pattern movement that we all have. He had his scalp moved in the system. Donald's office, as you know, he made that. He used to be on the phone with that fake PR person. I also found it funny. I was sitting there listening to the guys from the Post talk, and Donald would say, he's a great guy. I loved working with him. And I sit there going, this is just amazing. And he'd say, Michael, come on, let's go to the office.
Yeah, so first off, trans mask Trump. Secondly here, you can hear the disdain from Epstein, again, world's biggest pedophile, dead now, and also Trump's closest friend for 10 years, according to himself, in the reference to the accolades that were being given to Trump. Oh, he's great, he's smart, he's a great guy, by the Washington Post, I assume, is what he meant by the Post, and laughing at all of this. It shows the reality of the situation in that not even his friends respect him.
And he said, tell me, what's it like to be there? He said, you like having sex with your wife? How often do they? He'd say,
What a creepy question.
How seriously, Michael, how often do we have sex? I mean, don't you want the trouble? You and I can go upstairs, or tomorrow come over. There's this girl's coming in from Los Angeles, part of the.
This sounds pretty sus. By the way, I haven't seen any of these yet, but sounds pretty fucking sus. Now, again, Michael, the person that he's saying Michael to, refers to the author, Michael Wolff, but that bit confused me. I feel like it was more just an example.
Hawaiian tropic so come over at 3 o'clock.
Come over at 3 o'clock, that's what that said.
I promise you, Michael, it's just me and you. You're going to have a great time. Be up here at 3 o'clock. We can go upstairs. The whole time, Victoria's been on the phone listening.
So this is him explaining how they entrap people, in that they'll have like audio recordings of someone they bring over to, molest a child, most likely, but they'll talk about it, and Epstein will get a recording that they can use as blackmail later, or often in this case, an actual phone line open to the wife of the person, in order to also use this as blackmail.
Because he wants a story. So he has you on, because as an avoid conversation,
You can almost hear the words over the first of all, that interestingly placed interference.
Come on, you must have had a better wife, right? I said, yes. Tell me about it. And the wife's on the speakerphone listening.
Yeah,
I know you.
Okay. So this leads into the next video, because I know what that is from the title of it, in that Donald Trump specifically liked to sleep with the wives of his friends and people that he worked with. He would have Epstein help him set this up, in that they would get audio recordings of Donald Trump's friends or someone he's working with talking about how they want to cheat on their wife, or even just have the wife overhear this via a phone call, and then Donald Trump will go and convince the wife to sleep with him to get back at their husband, which is interesting, convoluted, but what do you expect from a guy who feels the need to fuck his friends and workers' wives in this weird power play?
I think you're really hot. And I know you think you're a guy. Michael is like the end of the world, the best guy on earth. He's going to be married to. You're wrong. Just listen to the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, so exactly. It's the idea is to, that one isn't even just to entrap people. It's just to convince the wife of the person to have sex with Donald Trump, which in and of itself is like a disgusting thought to have, just because, Donald Trump naked is a disgusting thought to have. But the only type of person who goes this far out of their way to set up an affair with the wife of a friend, can you imagine them being anything but a piece of shit? 2016, in the nascent days of the Trump administration, Epstein, although the subject of many allegations and lawsuits, was still a free man, and lived in one of the largest private residences in Manhattan. Among the reasons he agreed to talk to me was his own incredulity that Donald Trump, a man who in their friendship had displayed so many disqualifying attributes to high office, was on his way to becoming president. He did become president. Even Jeffrey Epstein was appalled. I'm sure the guy who would personally benefit from having a close 10-year confidant and friend in the highest office in America wasn't going to be something that he would enjoy. Now, obviously, it didn't work out well for him, but Epstein was clearly obsessed with Trump, and I believe personally afraid of him. He was not only the only one who knew the real Donald Trump, he told me, but he did surely know him, really know him, he would emphasize. I can see why, if Trump was president, Epstein might be afraid of Trump being president, because, Epstein knows everything about Donald Trump, but Donald Trump would also know quite a lot about Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, I'm sure he's one of the few people left that have as clear of a picture. Bill Clinton might be another one. But so this is the second clip.
Just tell me about his intelligence?
With respect to real estate deals, really.
The amount of thought that had to go into tell me about his intelligence. I feel like he was just about to go, look, he's a fucking moron. I mean, again, this is a piece of shit that we're listening to.
He's a salesman. He knows real estate really well. Anything else but that, he knows nothing. No history, no strategy. And when I start to say, by executive function, the executive function says, and it's strange because construction, by definition, is just that. First you have the foundation, you have the steels going up, what stage? But in terms of his anything but real estate, he can't figure out if I fire Bannon, what happens tomorrow.
So cause and effect.
So, important couple things here, in fact. The first one is obviously even Donald Trump's 10-year-long friend knows that the man is an idiot, that he has very few thoughts in his head, and then he's essentially let along on a leash. Secondly here, though, that I find particularly important is that, I mean, to be fair, this was kind of his thing. Jeffrey Epstein was friends with people in positions of power and would get intelligence, information from these people that he would use to further his own gain. That is like, was Certified Garbage asked earlier if he was Mossad. And I said that no, he's not Assad, but he's worked as like an informant or a contact for Mossad. Where do you think he gets this information from? Is from all of the powerful people that he was friends with, close with, had blackmail over. And even with Donald Trump in office, while there were all of these allegations prior to him being arrested and dying in prison, Donald Trump was sharing information about the inner workings of the White House with Jeffrey Epstein.
He has no, that has
With
no
his administration, not the White House necessarily, but probably both.
relationship. In analytic intelligence.
No.
Now, what's this
None.
thing about that functionally he can't read or he doesn't read or
He doesn't really, he certainly
Remember, the first Trump administration, when Donald Trump was the president, they couldn't get this guy to read his daily like national security briefings. They had to reduce the amount of pages in his daily briefing from like Obama's numbers, which was like 10 to 15 pages of what's happening, to a single page that required photos, graphs, charts that would not fill up the entire page with words. They had to start putting his name into the briefings because he wouldn't pay attention unless it had his name in it. We have so many records of this from 2016. Hold on. Here we go. Officials put Trump's name in as many memo paragraphs as we can because he keeps reading if he's mentioned. May 2017. Here we go. Trump to get intelligence briefings despite classified documents. Not that one, obviously. Here we go. Trump rarely, if ever, reads his daily intelligence briefings. Again in 2017. Hold on. There was one more. I just want to find the one about photos. Go. Oh, fuck off, Business Insider. I'm not buying access to your goddamn website. Of course it has to be on the site that is paywalled. Here we go. Here's another one. Donald Trump likes his intelligence briefings filled with pictures, says new reports. So, yeah, he's kind of not good at reading.
You can't read a balance sheet.
A balance sheet? Wait, hold on. Really?
he can't read or he doesn't read or
he doesn't really, he certainly can't read a balance sheet.
That's sad. As a business owner, you can't even read a balance sheet.
Which is funny.
That's pathetic. Yeah, even Epstein thinks it's funny.
He doesn't read. He reads page 6. So he's not functionally illiterate. But his reading comprehension, if anything, complicated.
I love how we're talking about whether or not he's functionally illiterate.
Now, what's other than he has
He managed to bankrupt 3 casinos, Mopur, somehow. 3 casinos. Although I think it's not somehow, I think it's because he had 3 casinos in Atlantic City that were all competing with each other, and that's why they all went bankrupt.
he has a sense of humor. He can be funny.
He's great. Funny.
What else recommends him?
His ability to sell.
Ah, here we go.
He is charming. He is able to convince people. It's very much like Clinton.
Hey, well, there's the Bill Clinton
Both Bill
reference.
and Donald have the ability to go over to a fat, ugly woman, say, "You are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen."
I believe this implicitly, not just because, like, I can see Donald Trump doing this. I can picture Bill Clinton doing this today in his elderly state. Again, they're both monsters, pieces of shit. Straight out of Epstein's mouth. Both of these guys like to sell. In fact, Bill Clinton is essentially the Reagan of the Democrats. He's the reason that we have moved as the Democratic Party to the right. He was the president that just gave in to whatever Republicans wanted. He dismantled all of the fights that the left was working on at the time and changed the direction the party was headed afterward. Again, like Bill Clinton, I feel, is personally responsible for not only the rise of Donald Trump, but so much more than that. I have a pear. I have an apple.
So he tells
Somewhere.
everybody what they want to hear. Not, and then it's charming. And I'm telling you that I know 4 or 5 people who have recently seen him. I just realized we're talking, where he built the UN Plaza Trump Tower, listening to our dozens. I was going to take the top 4. I went with Donald to see it. And it was, again, what you can pay me if that was it's a $13 million transaction. You can pay me 11, you recorded the 13 that you give 2 to Mall or something. It's always. So the idea that he is that bad, dirty business, he's a construction person in New York City, an electrician in the country. I have no idea what to think.
Come on, anything more on this one?
He's not. He's a horrible human being.
Hold on, what?
He's not.
He's not able because he's a horrible human being. He's not able because he's
a horrible human being. Injecting drugs.
literally from the guy who was his best friend for 10 years. Based that you love fruits and vegetables, sentient juice slave, they're good for you.
He does nasty
Anything else in here? Is this, oh cool, it's not all unintelligible.
Best friends. He's not. He's a horrible human being. Injecting drugs. He does nasty things to his best friends' wives. Anyone who first tries to gain your trust and then uses it to do bad things.
Well, so A, we can see this in action in politics, and B, we can also see this through the multiple other audio clips. Donald Trump is a horrible person, according to another horrible person who was his best friend, and that he often goes after his friends' wives. Also, just before we move on to the next clip, what the fuck is this? Jeffrey Epstein egg-shaped penis. I'm not clicking on this video. What's up with you, Daily Beast? What's going on? Are you okay? Or is the Daily Beast doing all right? Who knows? Now, he was groping for a way to explain how the man he knew, a man who had hardly ever tried to hide his blatant moral flaws, had risen to the very top of American politics. Last week on the podcast I host with James Truman for I Heart Fire and Fury, the podcast, we broached the topic of Epstein-Trump subject after the model Stacey Williams came forward to discuss how Trump had abused her when she was Epstein's girlfriend in the 1990s. As we both saw, a lot of people came out and said, "Oh no, that's fake." Imagine like coming out decades later and talking about this as if that's not, what happens all the time. It doesn't matter. Now, everything Trump has said about why he broke off his relationship with Epstein, Donald Trump claims that when the allegations came out that they were no longer friends, that Donald Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. All of this stuff is untrue. But so Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship has been documented for decades, but resurfaced this week after reporter Michael Wolff alleged that Epstein once showed him photos of Trump, who denies his account, posing with topless young girls. I think that is the next article I have. Trump, 78, made some glowing comments about Epstein over the years and once remarked that his former pal had a penchant for younger women in a 2002 interview. More recently, Trump referred to the sex trafficker as a good salesman in an appearance on the Lex Friedman podcast. Now, far outnumbering Trump's praise of Epstein, however, has been his hard and fast distancing from the former financier. Below are some of the comments Trump has made. So perhaps the most infamous comment about Epstein came in 2002. And then Trump told a reporter over the phone that he'd known Epstein for 15 years. Trump then described Epstein, 49 at the time, as being a terrific guy who likes to have fun. Trump's next line, however, is likely the one he regrets the most. Quote, "It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." We know that Trump said this in relation to Epstein, and it has essentially haunted him since, but this is what happens when these people tell the truth. You just get a moment of the truth from them. This was probably said at a time where Donald Trump was feeling safe. Who knows? So Trump's quote in the 2 decades old piece closed with, "No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life." They had a bit of a rivalry over a house, I guess. The property known as the Maison de l'Amitié, had been put up for auction in 2004 after being seized from the bankrupt nursing home magnate. The Post explained that Trump wanted to buy the estate and flip it, while Epstein wanted to make it his permanent home. Luzinski told the Post it was something like Donald saying, "You don't want to do a deal with him, he doesn't have the money," while Epstein was saying, "Donald is all talk, he doesn't have the money." They both really wanted it. Trump drove up the price in a big bidding war on auction day, which was mere months before Epstein was first investigated by Florida cops for sexually abusing 14-year-old girl. Trump won the auction. Cool. I don't know why that's included in here. Who gives a shit? So, here we go. The earliest report of a supposed Mar-a-Lago ban appears to have come from the New York Post in 2007. The tabloid quoted a source saying Epstein would use the spa to procure girls, but one of them, a masseuse about 18 years old, tried to get her to do things. Her father found out about it and went absolutely apeshit. Epstein denied that he was banned from Mar-a-Lago and that the paper had told the paper that he'd been invited to an event there recently. Trump, whose records show he flew on an Epstein jet at least 7 times in the 90s between New York and Palm Beach, reportedly pointed to the club ban as proof that he distanced himself from Epstein at the first sign of red flags. Now, Roger Stone, a former advisor, gave a chilling account of what Trump claimed to have witnessed at Epstein's Palm Beach estate. We know what it looked like in Epstein's house. The pool was filled with young girls. How nice. I thought he let the neighborhood kids use his pool, Trump said jokingly. There's no way in hell Donald Trump at Epstein's house saw children in the pool and thought, oh, how nice, he let the neighborhood kids play in his pool. On what reality are people reading this and believing this? Stone reportedly said later in an appearance on Lindell TV that Trump left Epstein's place after just 15 minutes because he was uncomfortable with a mix of younger women and a limited number of men. Bullshit. Now, after Trump, while Trump was president, after Epstein was arrested, we saw a lot of middle of the ground back and forth that we saw. Donald Trump was obviously afraid, but was trying to play it off. He was being nice to Ghislaine Maxwell, actually shown here. I wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach. He was aware that this was a risk to him and tried to keep things quiet. I mean, who knows how much of a hand he had in what Epstein prison sentence looked like. So, another one. Epstein showed me photos of Trump with topless young women sitting in his lap, claims author. Now, the pedophile financier had about half a dozen photos which showed Trump by the pool with multiple young women. Wolf alleged that they were in Epstein's safe, which the FBI seized when they raided his home in New York, Palm Beach in July 2019. The massive haul of evidence taken by the feds has never been made public, and while prosecutors disclosed after the raid that they had hundreds of photos of young girls and young women, they have never offered any more details of them. Now, Wolf said he's seen the photos. They were with Trump at Epstein's Palm Beach house. In some of the pictures, they're sitting in his lap. I mean, and then there's one I especially remember where there's a stain, a telltale sign, and on front of Trump's pants, the girls are pointing at him and laughing. Trump separated from his second wife, Marla Maples, in 1997 and began dating his third wife, Melania, in 1998. Now, it came out in another audio clip. I mean, this is all very long, but in the in this audio clip, you can hear that Donald Trump and Melania likely had sex for the first time on Epstein's jet.
So how do you know this?
That was close to right.
Oh, we already watched that one. That one's fine. Where's the, is that really all that's been released? Is this it? Well, I suppose we're going to read then. Hey, we're getting spoiled with being read too. All right. Well, the convicted pedophile even boasted of his closeness to Trump and his now wife Melania by claiming the first time he slept with her was on my plane, which was dubbed the Lolita Express. Remember, after Epstein had died, Donald Trump had actually been asked if he would release the Epstein files, and he had said no. So the tapes tell Epstein's versions of the relationship between two former friends and their very different paths. One towards infamy, prison, and suicide, and the other one towards infamy, power, and hopefully prison. And God willing, more than that. Not to say anything specific, but Fed streaming, Fed posting, who cares at this point? So the Oval Office and his own criminal convictions for paying hush money to a porn star. Epstein painted a complicated portrait of Trump, so we covered all of this stuff. I want to move down to, here we go. New recordings offer extraordinary insights into Epstein, who in 2017 was shuttling freely between his two private jets in his Manhattan townhouse in Palm Beach, Florida estate, Little St. James, a private island in the Virgin Islands. Oh, there we go. I didn't read this bit. Wolf says he was up to 100 hours of recording with interviews with Epstein, including from using him as a source for Fire and Fury, and from years of meeting with the then disgraced financier appearing to want Wolf to write a biography about him. Wolf said he decided to release parts of the archive after a new accuser, a former Miss Switzerland, alleged last week that Trump had groped her in 1992. This fucker wasn't going to release these things until his book came out, otherwise. Genuine journalistic malpractice is the best way to describe this, as Wesley has said. There's no other way to go about it. So, we all know what Epstein did. 2019, he was arrested by the FBI, died by suicide. Wolf told The Beast he interviewed Epstein, then 64, in a gargantuan study in a townhouse. Trump campaign has already attacked Wolf for releasing audio of Epstein, calling the author a disgraced writer who routinely fabricates lies in order to sell fiction books because he clearly has no morals or ethics. Now, I agree with the probably has no morals or ethics bit, but it's hard to fabricate this. More than 100 hours of audio tape. Now, has he released all 100 hours? Probably not, but from the ones that we've seen, there does show a very, very clear relationship between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, which we've been saying for a long time now. The reason, again, why the Democrats don't push on this, we even saw in the video, in that it also implicates Bill Clinton in the same exact way. A spokesperson renewed that attack on Saturday, said he, quote, waited until days before the election to make outlandish false smears in an effort to engage in blatant election interference on behalf of Kamala Harris. He's a failed journalist and resorted to lying for attention. Again, no actual statement on the audio tapes on how they, where they AI generated. He AI generated 100 hours of audio tapes of a guy who died in prison in fucking 2019. I don't believe that there is an AI in existence that can produce that quantity of content accurately enough that it doesn't immediately come off as AI when listening to it. Obviously, they're going to fabricate whatever lies they need to shut this down, because this is one of the few things that could genuinely hurt Donald Trump in his election chances. Is this would draw a lot of MAGA away from MAGA if it was widely reported and believed. Sources in the Trump camp also suggest it was widely known Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Again, this is not true. Does it surprise anybody that a known sexual deviant like Donald Trump, a man who abuses his wives, has sexually assaulted women, in the court of law has agreed on this, in that there are multiple, like exponential levels of women who have come out and said, Donald Trump sexually assaulted me, raped me, abused me, a guy who committed 34 felonies in order to hide the fact that he was paying off a porn star. Again, like if he had just paid off Stormy Daniels, that wouldn't have been illegal. The fact that he tried to do it through his business is what made it illegal. It's difficult to look at this and not believe it. Now, throughout this article, you can see that Trump's manipulative tactics. Epstein described Trump's strategy of pitting people against each other, often stirring conflicts among his team members and creating distrust to keep control. We've seen him do this both in government and to his own people. Competitiveness over women. Both men, according to Epstein, where are you going? Where are you going? Were highly competitive with women, viewing them as a status symbol. Epstein relayed stories that suggest a level of competition over women, even sharing girlfriends at times, and at one point they joked about who might be the first to sleep with Princess Diana, which Epstein doubted would ever happen. Photographic evidence. Epstein allegedly had compromising photos. Yeah, like we can't see them because the FBI has them, and clearly the author of the article didn't take photos of them, but hopefully one day we get to see them. Fear of Trump. Epstein, despite his own influence, seemed to harbor real fear of Trump, particularly as Trump's political power grew. He saw Trump as an unscrupulous and capable of anything, contributing to Epstein's hesitancy to go public with certain information. Again, one of the only people who can harm you when you are the king of pedophiles and have powerful friends all over the world is one of your powerful friends who knows all of your secrets. Epstein was also reportedly introduced to Steve Bannon, who had previously worked with Trump. Bannon feared what Epstein might reveal about Trump's past, particularly since Bannon was aware of Epstein's extensive connections and insider knowledge. And again, this is all in The Guardian as well. There is a existing amount of evidence that is large enough even without this that Donald Trump should not be able to, successfully run for president, first of all, but even really talk about women without this the constantly being brought up, without this being shoved in his face. But we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do that when this is the kind of stuff he also says about women. Again, after we've listened to everything Jeffrey Epstein has said about Donald Trump, and we've seen the connections, now when you look at him talking today in 2024, you can see that a lot of this still hasn't changed.
And he's totally retracted his statement, like, weak people always do. They retract their statements. But he was hit by some of the strongest, not human beings, women. He was.
Again, this was probably a misspeak. I'm gonna be charitable here and go out of my way to try and frame this as him not outright saying that women aren't human beings, which he kind of is, but it is Donald Trump. He is ancient. He could misspeak, but again, after this past week of what we've been hearing, and after listening to not only Jeffrey Epstein's opinion of Donald Trump, but seeing everything else he's saying right now.
Weak people always do. They retract their statements. But he was hit by some of the strongest, not human beings, women. He was hit by the strongest people that.
I don't even know who he's talking about here, but it's pretty self-explanatory and indicative of how they feel about women. Rapists don't see women as human beings, just as the comment there says. Now, we're going to move on in a second, but first, I need to run to the toilet again. I will be right back, and then we're going to continue on with the horror of the last weekend and today. Fun times. Love it. Where's my cat? Give me a second. I've lost my cat. How do you lose a cat? Oh my God. He was hiding from me. How dare you hide from me, Franklin? Mwah. You don't get to hide. I will vote for Donald Trump. No. Mwah. All right. Off you go. Cats do get all the views. It's a shame that my cat isn't generally allowed in my office, in my studio, because you choose on these. He'll bite them off, he'll eat them, and then I'll find them vomited up in my house. The only invasive species we tolerate. I like frogs. They're technically an invasive species. I like iguanas too. In fact, I'm not allowed to have an iguana in Australia because they're an invasive species. Though I would very much like an iguana, because iguanas are cool. So we got some good news. Oh, actually, is this one good news or is this one bad news? I can't remember. No, this one's bad news. So, we know that there is a decent amount of election interference and fraud happening, primarily from the right wing. In fact, entirely. The only one instance that maybe points to the left is that incendiary device that said Free Gaza on it, but even the FBI is still investigating that because it seems like it may have been there prior to the incendiary device exploding, or it may have been put there to try and divert blame, psyop, so to say. Who knows? We can't judge whether that's the case or not because we don't have the facts on the matter. I will say that until I'm proven wrong, that's a Republican. I need evidence to show me that it's a Democrat, and otherwise I don't believe that because we've got no evidence of it. But this isn't just election interference on a small scale. This isn't just people, but it's also the states and how they are handling things. So, Virginia purged a bunch of U.S. citizens from its voter rolls. Now, let's see how that's going. Let's see what happens. But in the good news, however, Pennsylvania is allowed to count its provisional ballots, which was important because many of the ballots were going to be discounted. People's votes were going to be thrown in the trash because that was on their mail-in ballot, they made a clerical mistake or they wrote like a name or something. All of these ballots were voided. In the normal state of things, you would be told that, and then you would be told to go vote again. Pennsylvania was not going to allow these people to come and vote again, meaning their votes would have been just voided entirely because their provisional ballots don't matter and because they wouldn't be allowed to vote. Now they're allowed to vote. So, good news for Pennsylvania there. Virginia.
News: the Supreme Court tonight handing Republicans a major defeat, shutting down.
And yes, you're right, sentient juice slave. You can't have frogs here because frogs will destroy Australia.
Argument that thousands of mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania should not be counted. This is CNN investigates another Supreme Court ruling that is affecting voters in the state of Virginia, where 1,600 people were purged from the voting rolls for not being American citizens. The court siding with the Republican governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin.
Now, first off, they are American citizens. And secondly, 1,600 does not sound like a very high number. And it's not. But think about the little ways in which they're doing this all over the country. And all of that does add up. 1,600 votes is enough to swing a state. Is it enough to swing Virginia? No. But we've had races closer than that.
The problem was that it was more complicated than that. Many of those people actually are citizens, legal voters who then got scrubbed from the system. CNN managed to track down some of them. Renee Marsh is out front.
Just weeks before Election Day, daily purges from Virginia's voter registration rolls. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin calls it an effort to prevent illegal non-citizen voting, something that rarely happens.
Yes, something that they have zero evidence of occurring now in general, and has almost never occurred in the past.
CNN got access to the list of 1,600 people and called over 100 of them. While we did identify non-citizens, we also found many citizens who are eligible voters.
Are you a citizen? Now, before we continue on with this, I need you guys to understand that There are cases in which people who are not allowed to vote register to vote. And in most cases, when they go to register, they're supposed to be informed, like, oh, hey, you're not allowed to vote. They're not supposed to be able to continue to go through with the entire process of registering. I'm not even sure how there are people that are not citizens registered on the voting roll. That makes sense. Non-citizens should not be on the voter rolls. However, when you, let's say, hypothetically are a non-citizen and you're on the voting roll and you show up to vote, they will double check and find it there, and you will not be able to vote. There's a funny thing I found: a statistic tracking life expectancy have more to do with how easy it is to pretend people haven't died than how old people actually live. You'll have to show me something about that. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I can see how it might have some effect like that. But I don't know if the way that we track life expectancy really does have to do with how much it has to do with pretending people haven't died. I know a lot of the times that we do fail to properly go about the declaration of someone dying. In fact, every year there's often dead people on the voting rolls that get removed. The purging of the voter rolls in general is meant to do just this. It's not meant to purge voters that are citizens or really go after non-citizen voters. That's not really the point of it. The point is to clear the rolls for people who have died, people who have moved to a different state, because in some states, you can move and you don't have to officially deregister with your prior state before you register with your new one. But some states, if you don't do that, then you're committing a felony. In fact, that is the most common case of election fraud that's ever been found, coming from Democrats, were old people who moved to a different state and did not know that their state's law required them to deregister before they registered again. It's kind of really the main evidentiated voter fraud that we see. So what's the biggest event you think between, well, shit. Probably the Iowa polling, honestly. I would have thought it would have been the Epstein tapes that we just covered, but there wasn't too much in them. Again, there's 100 hours of audio, but they didn't release all of it. And it wasn't going to make a difference anyway because nobody believes anything anymore. So probably the Iowa polls. I think those are huge, actually. By the way, guys, real quick before we continue on, do you think that the screen looks better with this lighting or this lighting? I am purple today. Oh, no. Sorry, for profit media is purple today. So, lighter or darker? You tell me. Do we like the white balance? Because I can't decide. Y'all will tell me when you decide. Now let's look at what you sent me. Data on extreme human aging is run from the inside out, Nobel winner Saul Justine Newman says. Yeah, it's a small difference. Doesn't really matter, I guess. So, this is interesting. For-profit media is the enemy. Your blue on my screen too. Sentient Juice Slave is purple. But if you want more information about the Iowa poll, it's earlier in the stream. It was one of the first things that I covered. Now, when did you find out about your award? Started getting interested in this topic when I debunked a couple of papers in Nature and Science about extreme aging in 2010s. In general, the claims about how long people are living mostly don't stack up. I've tracked down 80% of the people aged 110 or over in the world. The other 20% are from countries you can't meaningfully analyze. Of those, almost none have birth certificates. In the US, there are about 500 of these people. 7 have a birth certificate. Even worse, only 10% have a death certificate. Interesting. I am definitely going to have a look into this at some point. Not because I feel a need to or anything, but because it is interesting, and I feel like that's a topic we can cover for fun once we get all of the election stuff out of the way, because there is a lot of stuff that I just want to talk about for fun. I want to talk about like video games and media analysis, but I'm stuck having to look at voters being purged from voter rolls and just outright misogyny on all fronts lately.
Some of them were even born in the U.S. and had voted in several previous elections.
Ish, sentient Jew slave. There's still very, very little evidence that even relates. I think they found only a couple instances of people who had died who were being used to vote, but they were like accidents. They were caught. I don't recall any hold on. Voter fraud. Dead people. Votes cast in the names of deceased people. Thank you, Ballotopedia. Voting in the name of a deceased person is a form of voter fraud. The Heritage Foundation described itself as a corporate think tank. Yeah, we know that. So, 1,200 proven cases in the Heritage Foundation's election and fraud database. So there's 1,200 proven cases of people using a dead person's name to vote in the Heritage Foundation's database. And you know that that's probably the most complete database because they were looking for as many as they can. I wonder how many of these 1,200 cases are Republicans. That is a statistic that I am interested in, considering almost all voter fraud is carried out by Republicans. Case studies. Okay, here's two. 2017, Tony Lee Newbill, a Colorado woman, pleaded guilty to voting in 2013 general election and 2016 Republican primary in her father's name. Hey, there we go. That's one Republican. In 2007, 3 poll workers in Tennessee pled guilty to felony and misdemeanor charges, including casting 2 votes in the names of deceased people in the Senate election in favor of Democrat Ophelia Ford. There we go. One instance of a Democrat. I just feel like white Republican women completely abandoned Hillary. It seems like they will be breaking huge for Harris. So that's the thing. Not only did Hillary have a lot of issues and she had a lot of baggage from her husband, and yes, the email scandal was actually really bad at the time, but I don't even think that those were the factors that really pushed white women away from Hillary. In 2016, there was a lot more fervor for the MAGA Trump people. This was the year where it was Bernie Sanders' first time. There was that populist message on the left and the right. And Hillary Clinton snuffed out the populism on the left, which added into all of the things that Sentient Jew Slave mentioned. But beyond this, even though Hillary Clinton was correct in a lot of what she said, like time has proven her vindicated, she comes off as incredibly patronizing and condescending when she speaks. And so a lot of the women on the right that would listen to her would not be reached because of all of the baggage that laid, the wall in front of their mind of like being able to reach them. But then that can be worked around. Kamala Harris has quite a lot of baggage of her own, none of it really real, just besides, the Gaza stuff. But that doesn't really affect Republicans anyway, because they're all pro-Israel. Kamala Harris's issues are fabricated, but people believe them the same way that they believed Biden baggage and borders are and all of this, like just made up nonsense. The baggage that she has is weaker than the baggage Hillary had, but also Kamala Harris doesn't come off as condescending. She doesn't come off as entitled when she speaks. It feels like she's more of a human. I mean, we watched her speech at the Ellipse, her closing argument speech last week, and even I was fully prepared for this to suck, but she came across as genuine, natural human, and I think this is much more likely to reach a woman. As a woman, who do you like more? Say who is more womanly or woman's woman? For men like Hulk Hogan and Stallone are kind of manly like some what? I'm confused what your question is. Like between Hillary and Kamala? Yeah, I didn't get that at all. Try again and type slower, please. Make less typos. Got none of what you were saying. She does, though. She has scandal. It's just all made up scandal. She doesn't have real scandal, but it's just as real to Republicans. It's just as real to the people listening to it. Oh, you guys want to know something funny? I don't know if anyone else saw this, but it cracked me up. Hey, I did not say you could play. This made me laugh. So, of the trip that Loomer needed to go, what sealed Loomer's fate, according to two people who were part of the conversations, wasn't just her racist diatribes, but also her appearance. Trump, who is generally appalled by plastic surgery, was disgusted to learn about the apparent extent of Loomer's facial alterations. So, I think that's quite funny. So men like macho type man, someone like Stallone and action stars, right? Well, I mean, these days I feel like the more common example would be like some asshole like Andrew Tate, but I guess, yeah. Men are being trained to like that more. Not that that's the innate way that men think. That's a social aspect. Loomer adjusted her outsides to match her insides. Yeah, kinda, yeah. I mean, she doesn't look good, I'll say that. I don't really like to do attacks on people's appearances too much, but she does not look good. That type of man that men like makes sense. But there is a type of man that men like makes sense. Well, kinda, yes. It's just not, again, like Moper said, it's not the general, it's the right. The manosphere is the type of men that you're talking about. The men's rights activists, the incels, the just general misogynists, the people who want to, the Christian nationalists who talk about taking away women's right to vote and how abortion is immoral. All of these types of men like those types of men, but that is a societal issue, not a men's issue. It's all cultural. If Hillary is condescending to women, she's likely condescending to men too. Well, Hillary was condescending to men and women. She sounded condescending when she spoke. There was not a single point in 2016 that I can remember listening to Hillary Clinton and feeling like she was on the same level as the people on her crowd in how she would engage with other people. And this is true. I mean, she was happy and she had energy, but it seemed fake at the time. And maybe that's my bias. Maybe that's because I voted for Bernie Sanders and I was still very mad. But my question is, for a woman, is there a type of woman that women generally like or aspire to be, for example? Well, no, not really. If you ask like teenage girls, I don't know, Taylor Swift, but like an adult woman, there is no general answer of someone that most women like look to as a ideal to try and emulate. I think that's not necessarily the case. I think obviously people have idols, people that they like to emulate, and people who they look up to, but there isn't a broad ranging like this is a woman's woman, like there's a man's man. That is not a thing, because that idea of a man's man, the man that men like, is something that's built off of insecurity. Again, like the most common examples you'll get from these men when you ask, like, like what kind of man are you trying to emulate? It's like fake people that never existed. It's like movie stars. What was that Western actor that always gets brought up of like a manly man? Identity is so much more than looks. Exactly. Well, yes. So part of that does come from religion and the religious mindset of there is a person to be idolized. Funny enough, this happens quite a lot with Christians, considering they're not technically supposed to idolize anybody aside from Jesus. But this is a man thing. This is an insecurity thing. The only time women do this is kind of like what you mentioned, Sentient Jew Slave, in a religious way, in an indoctrinated fashion. This doesn't just occur otherwise. Whereas a lot of men, even young boys, will have the thought of a man's man occur to them naturally because the way that society is set up, in that it promotes this belief of, is it John Wayne Gacy? No, that's someone else. That's a serial killer. Like, you know, like a guy who would be like Chuck Norris, a Western old school like cowboy, you know, an idea that never existed. That is what men often looked to. Now it's people like Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross and Elon Musk, just losers and incels and grifters and rapists, because what is considered masculine and manly are shows of force, are ideas of correctness that can't be challenged, of strength rather than weakness. All of this builds into that mindset. But our hobbies and jobs do involve idealization at the bare minimum, learning how to do something, but you learn enough about a subject, you move on unless you tied your identity to it. Well, yes, and again, that's a social issue, Sentient Jew Slave, of a lot of people are actually incentivized to tie their identity to their job because it's the only way they can get out of work, to get out of bed to go do their like wage cage work every day. I'm not necessarily sure idealization is really involved in hobbies and jobs all that much in a healthy manner. I mean, like, I like to play video games, and sure, I might see a character that I think is cool that I'll even idolize for a moment, but that's in the sense of the game, not in real life. And it's the inability for people to separate their thoughts on specific like human beings, like figures, public figures, or even media characters, and separate that into their life is a social issue. Okay, so for you personally, who appeals to you more as a person, Hillary or Kamala? So if like 0 would be, I feel ashamed that this person is a woman and represents women, and 10, look, I'm not going to give you a number, but Kamala over Hillary, but the gap isn't all that big. Just that Kamala sounds more like a person. She sounds more hopeful and kind and nice, and Hillary Clinton is a ghoul. So I'm not the right person to ask because I already have existing bias, and because I know enough about Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris that I know which one is objectively a worse person, and that's Hillary Clinton. Quote, I like your Christ, I do not like your Christians. Your Christians are so unlike your Christ. Probably not said by Gandhi, but true. You can attribute that quote to me now. I said it. I was the first one that said it. I'm selectively looking at who may have said a quote, including the person who told me it, but no, I was the first. Yeah, masculine, but for like a woman? I don't know. This is a silly subject. The idealization of shitty men by uneducated or insecure men online is not comparable to the difference between Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton. Just on the fact that there is no systemic misandry in the Democratic Party, the way that there's systemic misogyny in the Republican Party. It would require a level of systemic misandry to be able to develop a mindset this way. Anyway, back to being purged from the voter rolls.
Without problems.
It's a bit confusing that like I registered and now I'm not.
George Mason University student Rachel Hsu spoke to CNN from her dorm room. She didn't know she'd been purged until CNN called.
I was originally born in China. I immigrated here about 6 years ago. I got my citizenship like a year ago, but that doesn't change the fact I still have the right to vote. So that's really weird.
She's still not sure why she was purged. Neither is 21-year-old Abdullah Al-Mosawa.
The reason you are purged is because you are young and a likely voter who is likely going to vote for Kamala Harris. So that's why you were purged.
Even sent CNN a picture of his U.S. passport as proof of citizenship. He learned about Virginia's daily voter registration purges on TikTok, then realized he was affected. I wouldn't say it.
By the way, if any of you live in Virginia, make sure that you're able to vote because they've been purging folk from the voting rolls.
Was great, he told CNN. CNN reached out to Governor Glenn Youngkin's office about what we found. His press secretary said in a statement, Governor Youngkin has been clear every eligible Virginia citizen who wants to vote can do so by same-day registering through Election Day. Youngkin has driven the narrative that illegal voting is a problem in Virginia, saying the purge addresses it.
That just provides further comfort across the Commonwealth that this election will be secure, it will be accurate.
Youngkin and other Republicans have followed Trump in stoking fears over voter fraud. Trump baselessly claims illegal voting is part of the reason he lost the 2020 election.
Yeah, which is just not true. Even he himself has essentially admitted that that's not true. First name Abdullah, that boy has such a deportable name. Yeah, unfortunately. Just straight out if Donald Trump wins.
The voting rolls should be a big priority for this country.
While the Virginia purge involves a relatively small number of voters in a state not considered a battleground, voting rights groups worry about the chilling effect of the purge on eligible voters.
Yeah. It's also causing a lot of fear within immigrants and new citizen communities more generally who are getting this information via social media and through the grapevine and hearing that there's some sort of issue and that people could be prosecuted for felonies.
Imagine that you are a new citizen. Let's say you've lived in America for 10 years. It takes 10 years sometimes to go from like a green card to a citizenship. This is your first federal election that you can vote in. And the air in like the discourse is that you are personally vermin because you're an immigrant and should die from one side, and the other side pretty much does nothing to really defend you because they're also on board with the no immigration bit now. Imagine thinking, oh, well, you know, if I register to vote or if I vote, I'm going to be on a list somewhere and they're talking about ethnic cleansing levels of deportation afterward. Be a little scared to vote, wouldn't you?
As for Hsu, she says she won't be deterred and plans to re-register and cast her ballot for the very first time on Election Day.
I'm a citizen. I have my right to vote.
Good for you, girl. Based.
Well, Erin, the most important message tonight, any Virginia voter who has been purged and you are a U.S. citizen and you're eligible to vote, you can use Virginia's same-day registration process to vote in person at early voting locations through this Saturday, or you can vote on Election Day at a polling place.
Yeah, go vote. Go vote in person if they've purged you. If not, vote however you can. I'd rather just not have any saints because, you know, I don't like religion. But I suppose if you have to have one, could have worse
4 days out
saints
from Election Day
than that.
And former president.
Now, let's get into the Liz Cheney comments. Because this shit's wild, all right? I mean, like, Donald Trump says wild stuff literally all the time. Sorry, I got caught off topic because I just realized who Jadwiga is, because I've played Civ 6, and that is the leader you can choose to play Poland. I always hate coming across that AI because they're very religious and militaristic, and that's not fun when you're playing against a religious militaristic AI in Civ, And they have all of these bonuses. I don't know, small area, because I often like to play on a real world map because I'm lame. And then you get all this concentrated, like, healers from their like religion side, and you get all of their like concentrated military troops. It's a pain in the ass to deal with. For any of you Civ players. So, as I was saying, Trump says wild shit all the time, but he's becoming increasingly more comfortable with saying things that either sound like threats, are threats, or are threatening to his political opponents, to elected officials, to the media, and to the American people. And we can see another piece of this here.
4 days out from Election Day, and former President Donald Trump is escalating his violent rhetoric, suggesting one of his most prominent critics, the former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, should be fired upon.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy.
Now, I just want to, like, right at the very beginning, how he phrases this. She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her
standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her.
The concept here that so Donald Trump will say, oh, you know, there it was a joke, the media is taking it out of context, I didn't say we should put her in front of a firing squad, and he didn't say that. It sounds like he said that because that's what he said. It's just not literally what he said. But this let's put her, the argument that they'll have is, oh, you know, it's just like vernacular. We're just, you know, saying like let's as in hypothetically. But when you're talking about Donald Trump sitting with Tucker Carlson on stage at this event, running for president, a man who has talked about using the military against political officials, talked about arresting political rivals, talked about having the death sentence given to generals that have spoken poorly about him. It's difficult to hear this in this context of let's put her in front of 9 guns and see how she feels about it means anything less than let's put her in front of a firing squad from the beginning.
Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's
shooting
see how
at
she
her.
Feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy.
The guns are trained on her face. This is sus, Easy Riz. You're absolutely correct.
Let's see how she feels when the guns are trained on her face. Let's sit with that for a moment. Of course, violent rhetoric, it's not new for Trump. But this stark imagery represents an escalation at a tense moment when the country is on edge.
Don't play the music in the background. Come on, CNN.
Americans saying they feel anxious or frustrated about the election, according to a new AP poll. And it comes after Trump has...
Oh my God, I'm going to get copyrighted just because they're playing that in the background. Are we sure he's not going senile? No, I think he is going senile as well, but that I don't think was a senile Donald Trump speaking that particular point in time. I think this one was actually not a threat, but more of an anti-Warhawk comment that I could see myself saying when it comes to, well, yes, in the context of someone like you saying it, it's not a threat. But from the context of someone who is a Warhawk as well, remember, don't let that like anti-war president idea get into your head. It's not true. But also someone who has made threats to the life and safety of named political officials. Remember, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff. He has specifically talked about using the military against elected officials. The shooting through the fake news people was an actual threat, though. That, again, I think is a threat, but I think that was less of a threat than this one. I think that was a dog whistle, like, coded threat, as in, like, hey, like, you know, kill the media, and I will, use the military against the media. He's even said that. Again, he just put a $10 billion lawsuit on, I think it's CBS. We know this. He has made these threats in much more overt ways before. So when you make a comment like this, a comment that someone like me or you might make when talking about, you know, war hawks in a oppositional manner, they would sound not like a threat from me or from you, but from him who has just spent weeks making very specific and detailed threats to political opponents. It sounds a whole lot more like a threat.
On Americans he calls the enemy within.
Oh yeah, I can't have the music playing.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. It should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
Someone who's made this threat, listening to him say that about Liz Cheney, it's much more believable that this is a threat. That this is a direct threat, in fact. And it's not the first example. Just about I mean, years ago, he was already talking about using, like, military tribunals to try, was it Mark Milley or John Kelly, whichever one of the generals that said that Donald Trump wanted to shoot Black Lives Matter protesters with live ammo. After that came out 2 years ago, Donald Trump was talking about how he should be court-martialed and hung by the military. There is a like warehouse full of evidence of Donald Trump making concrete threats. No need to use quotes that can be explained away. Use the concrete threats instead. Well, it's not about need, you know. Sometimes you're just feeling fancy. You don't want to make the concrete threat. You want to make the muffled threat, the coded threat. Sometimes you just want to spark some chaos, and that's easier. That's an explanation that I feel like I'd have to jump through less hoops to get through than Donald Trump said that about Liz Cheney and didn't mean it as a threat. I feel like I'd have to do a lot more mental gymnastics to reach that point.
Throughout the last nearly 10 years, with Trump on the national stage, the public rhetoric has gotten darker and more violent with time.
The man that was I don't know, you say roughed up. He was so obnoxious and so loud. He was screaming. Maybe he should have been roughed up because it was absolutely disgusting what he was doing.
That was during Trump's first campaign. During his administration, he asked his national security team if he could shoot protesters.
Ah, well, there you go. I just mentioned it.
He was speaking to General Mark Milley when he asked
it was Mark Milley. I always confuse Mark Milley and John Kelly. This one is Esper, right?
Of, you know, can't you just shoot him? Just shoot him in
Mark
the legs
Esper?
or something. And I was, you know, shocked by it. To hear this from the President of the United States saying that we shoot our fellow Americans.
Hell yeah, I'm learning these, like, horrible people's names. This is Mark Esper. I spent so much time paying attention to politics, but anytime I would hear something about one of these people, I'd read the article, but I would just memory hold their name because it didn't matter to me. And now I'm like, God damn it, I need to know all of these people.
In the streets of the nation's capital.
That was Donald Trump's former defense secretary, Mark Esper. After Trump left office, he suggested the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, should possibly be executed.
Yeah, there we go.
Milley's phone call with the Chinese to reassure them in the wake of the January 6th riot was, quote, an act so egregious that in times gone by, the punishment would have been death, Trump wrote on his Truth Social platform. Then came his 2024 campaign after actual violence erupted at the Capitol, trying to prevent the certification of Joe Biden's 2020 win.
Gotta say, it's the last week of the election cycle, and I'm all here for it, for the media actually not holding back and showing the violence of, like, January 6th and the horrible shit that he's done. Instead of focusing on nonsense, they're actually talking about it. Now, of course, they profit if he wins because he gets them better ratings, but they still have at least a modicum of integrity.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the horribly and unfairly treated January 6th hostages.
You see this
Like, again, the January 6th hostages. What did you, like, listen to Israel talk and think, oh, I should start calling them hostages? What new item shop, Cheeseburger Merv? Donald Trump this is not new. The threats to people's safety, whether they're coded or overt, have always been clear. Again, the guy who broke into Nancy Pelosi's house trying to kill her and hit her husband with a hammer instead. Do you think that she was inspired by anybody but Donald Trump? Oh, for the new election season? Who knows?
From the hostages, and that's what they are, is hostages.
Hostages.
They've been treated terribly. Unbelievable patriots, and they were
The traitors who should be in prison for much longer than their sentences say they will be.
unbelievable patriots and are.
He called people put in jail for what they did that day, quote, unbelievable patriots. And as the campaign has gone on, he has made these promises.
Look, just before we move off that January 6th topic, I need to make this clear. We covered this last week when I was talking about denazifying the United States. We looked at data from the 1950s and the late 1940s in American-occupied Nazi Germany after the war, and we saw that within a 4-year time span, it went from 6% of Germans living in occupied Germany believing that the Nuremberg trials were too harsh, only 6%, to 4 years later, 1 in 3 believing that the Nuremberg trials were too harsh. And this is exactly what we see with January 6th. When January 6th happened, every conservative, all of the grifters, all of the politicians, even people from Trump's administration came out and said this was unconscionable, that this was an act of treason. Even I'm not sure any of them ever said the word treason, but that this was very bad, that this was illegal, that there was violence, that these people should be prosecuted. And now 4 years later, we are calling them hostages and pretending like they didn't do anything illegal. It's the same concept. You can't allow these people to continue to spread their lies because it only gets more difficult to undo them as time goes on. We should all make a 2025 bingo card. Throw some suggestions in there, Cheeseburger Merv.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution. And 2024 is the final battle. That's going to be the big one.
This is the final battle, he says. He's talking about the election.
Again, well, so, okay, first of all, you saying it like that is very misleading. We often use war terminology when talking about the election. I mean, looking at battleground states and a lot of the terminology we use around the election is related to military conflict type language. However, again, it's not the specific words, it's the manner of rhetoric. We know back in 2020, this was exactly what they did leading up to the election in creating this feeling of there will be war, that we need to fight, that the country will die. That's how they incited January 6th. This is also how Stop the Steal became a movement, was all of this violent energy and this fear-mongering. What if a politician gave out bingo cards for people to check off as they list their promises at rallies or achieve them in the future? I think that's a great idea. I think that's an excellent idea. Give them magnets to put them on their fridge so you can see it every day, not a piece of paper that you lose. I think if a politician running for any elected office actually had that excellent idea of, I'm going to print out magnetic bingo cards and you can keep them on your fridge, and whenever I keep a promise, you can check one off until the next election, would be a great way to help keep track of. Americans have a really short memory. We forget a lot of what's happened in the last couple of years. It'll keep that in play, but also it's a way of showing to the voters that you do listen to them and you do care. I feel like if any young person was to run for elected office the way I tell you guys to, the way that I advocate for anyone who has the ability and the knowledge to run for any kind of elected office, whether it's an election board, whether it's your school board, whether it's your just county, whether if it's your local city, whether it's your state legislature, the Congress, or you're running for president. It does show that you can be trusted. It shows that you care and that you're not duplicitous and that you're not afraid of people keeping track of what you do while you're their elected official, while they're your constituents. It shows a confidence in your ability to get things done, and it promotes trust in your constituents, in them trusting you. I'm going to go for President of the United States in 2032. Well, good luck to you, my fellow Australian. Maybe you should try and run for PM of Australia first, though. I feel like we could really use even better, it is memeable. It's absolutely memeable. I honestly, that's an excellent idea. I hope somebody runs from the Democrat side and takes this idea, and that it becomes a more commonplace idea. There's different ways to go about it too. It doesn't even have to be bingo. It's just good. She didn't skip neck day, did she? Her? Big neck. Who knows?
Happening 4 days from now. In her
Ooh,
closing
shiny.
argument of this campaign, his opponent, Kamala Harris, had this warning.
Donald Trump.
Well, have I got news for you? I am Australian and American. Well, I'm not Australian, but I'm almost an Australian citizen. And I am American. So maybe I should be president of the United States.
Intends.
Had this warning.
Donald Trump intends to use the United States military against American citizens who simply disagree with him.
That was an excellent speech. She
That's where
really
we
did
are,
sound
4 days
presidential.
from Election Day in 2024. Joining us now to discuss,
All right.
Elliot Williams, CNN.
I want to
analyst.
hear the pundits talk about it. What do you guys have to say?
To all of you. Jonah Goldberg, I'd like to start with you as we sort of take in the comments that he had about Liz Cheney last night, suggesting that she be fired upon, see how she likes it. What does this mean at this point in the election cycle?
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like we're triggering Brad, who works for a company called On Message, that he is not exactly on message here. Look, I don't think you even need to call it fired upon. He's saying quite explicitly and unambiguously.
No, of course not, because Australia is not even a real place. You do realize that we're just actors in Hollywood, right? That all of Australia is just a media trick. It's just all in Hollywood. I actually live in Los Angeles, so does every other Australia. Exactly.
Ambiguously, that Liz Cheney should be shot.
Really
to be
just
executed
Americans.
By firing squad. That is appalling. It is a small facet of the reasons why he's unfit for office, and the Republican Party has made a disastrous mistake renominating him. All that said, since we're here for the punditry, I don't know what this gets him, right?
Nothing.
If his problem
This gets him
is,
nothing.
Freaking out suburban women.
We've talked about the Russification of the Republican Party, Mopur. It's not that they don't. They're not mad about the Russians running the show. They used to be. They were made not mad about that. Australia is just the appendix of Japan. No, I'm offended by this, sentient you slave. We are not Japan's appendix. We are, at the very least, the booty of Southeast Asia. I mean, look at Australia, right? Like, it's almost butt-shaped. We're the cake of the East, of the Southern Hemisphere. You're actually chiseled like Chris Hemsworth, huh? I totally believe that. Don't need to be shown anything. In fact, I just believe it implicitly because you're Australian, and all Australians are
Don't
chiseled.
like the chaos. Don't like the violent rhetoric and all that kind of stuff. That's just not a great closing argument. Let's.
All right, you bore me. I have different pundits to listen to. Women, actually.
Me within. Now he's gone a step further. Listen.
She's a radical war hawk Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it.
Exactly,
when
sentient
the
Jew
guns are
slave.
trained on her face.
For executing her. Does this move people or what, Pete?
I'm sickened by it, Sarah, to be honest with you.
I'm sickened
Since July,
by it.
since that first assassination attempt, we have heard Republicans, my fellow Republicans, excoriate Democrats for their rhetoric and saying that the rhetoric was the cause of that assassination attempt. And then the second
Nonsense.
assassination attempt. And here you have a former president.
Yeah, okay. First of all, you have no soul and you're not actually sickened by this because you would have been screaming this from the top of your lungs for months now. Because yes, Democrats have been being told that our rhetoric is inciting violence, where the Republicans literally don't have rhetoric that doesn't incite violence. That's all they have, is just inflammatory rhetoric. When's the last time you heard Donald Trump or J.D. Vance say something and it sounded nice? Just with nothing like hidden, no dog whistle, no like incitement of nothing, ever. I've yet to hear something in the last 2 months from any of these people that wasn't inflammatory. No, Chick in the Middle is not AI. I feel like if anything is AI, it is... No, none of them.
Of the
None of
United
them.
States, and potentially the next president
They
of the
don't look
United
AI to
States,
me.
threatening.
You need to get your eyes checked because you always say like, is this person AI? And I know you're joking, but they don't even look AI to me, even remotely.
A political rival in Liz Cheney. If you want to be president, act like you want to be president and actually bring respect to the office. And I usually don't get that wound up, but listening to that just really, really, really bothers me.
You're full of shit.
I just want to quickly put on the screen, Liz Cheney has responded.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
To this, and if we can put her words up on the screen, she says, this is how dictators destroy free nations. He is literally...
They threaten those who speak against them with death. We cannot entrust our country and our freedom to a petty, vindictive, cruel, unstable man who wants to be a tyrant. This is correct, even if it comes from a ghoul's mouth. And yeah, broadcasters like these mainstream media people are borderline AI.
Putting that out there and threatening Liz Cheney.
A lot of the time, at least.
It's unconscionable.
What is this message?
It's unconscionable. I don't know how Republican leaders, many of whom served with Liz Cheney and at one point considered her a colleague and friends, cannot denounce this. It is dangerous. It's escalatory. He's also already called for war, like tribunals against her when he's back as president.
This is also true.
Presidential reckless.
In fact, he's gone harder on Liz Cheney than anybody else in threats to her if he wins, in how she will be treated. He has gone above and beyond attacking Liz Cheney, which I find funny because, you know, he has a lot of people that he could be attacking. A lot of people have come out with information that is not particularly kind to Donald Trump, but of course he is the meanest to, he has the most disdain for a woman over all of them, of course. Who else would it be? Now, jumping topics really quickly, we've talked about Elon Musk's America PAC and how they were failing to meet door knocking and canvassing goals in the swing states that they were functioning in. We talked about, in fact, why they were failing, and it was because these canvassers were being paid. And, you know, if you pay a canvasser to go knock on some doors, they're trying to check the boxes. They're just trying to go, like, a lot of them are probably lying about how many houses they visit. You know, maybe they knocked on the door and no one answered, but they said they did. All of this stuff is much more likely to happen when you pay your canvassers. However, it's much worse than just that. So, canvassers for Elon Musk's America PAC were fired and stranded in Michigan after speaking out. So a dozen black canvassers were tricked, threatened, and driven in seatless U-Haul vans, where they were fired after Wired reported on their flight, on their plight rather. Is there a photo in here? There's no photo in here. I want to show you guys what it looks like. This is what they were being driven around in. Give me the photo. Here we go. So Elon Musk's pack was driving the workers, the canvassers around in what seemed like, what? Where did you go? I just had the full thing. Are you kidding? Is Wired really going to make me, is going to paywall the rest of this? There we go. Yeah, no, look, they're paywalling it. That's insane. Jesus Christ, why do we have to go on Twitter to find this picture? Why are you doing this, Wired? Exactly. What have I ever done to you, Wired? There we go. Come on, this one. That's how the canvassers were being driven around, by the way. I don't know if you guys have ever canvassed, gone door knocking with a super PAC, but usually you are in a minivan, you have seats, not seatless U-Haul truck, and also the fact that, let's actually read the article for a second, right? So, Wired reported they had been tricked and threatened as part of Musk's Get Out the Vote scheme. All of these people lived out of state. Speaking publicly for the first time about her ordeal, Muldrow says the canvassers in her group were fired with little explanation beyond a complaint that somebody had spoken to the press. Many, including her, were still owed money. All of these people had to find their own way home. They were told that they had to meet insane standards of quality control. We'll continue on, but and if they failed to do their job perfectly, essentially, what was it, 15 seconds at a door was their stated goals to meet, is 15 seconds per house. 30 seconds total if someone answers the door. Insane. But if they failed to meet these check marks, then they would have to find their own way home, that they would have to find a place to sleep that night. A lot of these were poor people that were tricked into going overstate and working. A lot of them didn't even know who they were campaigning for. So he only involved to benefit his business. He supports Trump because his competition, other than, no, not necessarily sentient use slave. Elon Musk started off this way, but he is a true believer. And also, Musk is not great at making electric cars. Teslas suck. The Cybertruck is a piece of shit. And also, he doesn't make them. He's not responsible for the invention. He's not responsible for the engineers. He just steals other people's work. And in the case of his electric cars, not even good work. And obviously, his social media business is in the trash. He only wants to help Donald Trump because he believes in this stuff. He has been consumed by the propaganda. He's a true believer. He's in the cult, woke mind virus. He doesn't, think that Trump is Jesus, but he wants to, he's dark MAGA, he wants to be a high up leader in this cult because he believes in the cult. He enjoys the attention he gets from the cult. Elon Musk is a lot like Donald Trump in that he is desperate for approval and attention. He's desperate. Yeah, Tesla existed before Elon, exactly. Elon Musk didn't create shit there. He's desperate for people to love him, to like him, to pay attention to him, just like Donald Trump. And that's why it's perfect for him to, he's a shitty businessman. SpaceX is his creation, although he did not invent any of SpaceX's inventions either. He also stole those from the people who made them. In fact, there's settlements that have had to been paid for Tesla and SpaceX and PayPal in which he took credit for other people's work. He's a businessman, yeah, but that's why I've said, like, Elon Musk is the interesting, doesn't fit in the box with this group. I've talked about the three different groups of the right. We have the Nazis, we have the bourgeoisie, and we have the Christian nationalists. Elon Musk should realistically just be part of the bourgeoisie, but he's sitting in the middle somewhere, grabbing from all three of these different groups. He is lost it. His brain is soup. He owns a couple of patents for super niche components. Sure, I'm sure he does, but again, how much of those did he invent, and how much evidence do we have that he invented them when we have evidence that he's stolen other people's work regularly? Well, you're not managing Twitch servers, but you've been called a streamer because you know how to use the service that Twitch provides. Some streamers may use Twitch better than those who created Twitch, but it does not mean that they're stealing Twitch's service. That's not what I mean. What I mean is his workers invent things, and then he says that he invented them, is what I mean for profit media. Like, it's not that he's taking credit for the business running in a productive manner. He's saying that he created things that other people created and had to pay settlements in knowing that this was what he did. Like, he essentially, when you pay a settlement to settle a lawsuit, especially a civil lawsuit regarding your intellectual property, a settlement usually is an indication of admission of guilt. I disagree, considering he had to pay them settlements for how he went about claiming that he invented it. We've seen this with PayPal, Tesla, and SpaceX. It is illegal, Cheeseburger Murph. It's also part of the reason why, you know, they don't let OSHA come into the Tesla factories, and part of the reason why a lot of his records are hidden out of view, and that Elon Musk pays no taxes and tries to fuck around with the system to A, try and hide things, and B, because that's what the bourgeoisie do. Obviously, they try and abuse the system to increase their own profit margin. But believe me when I say this, I don't feel like sitting here and looking up the actual cases again, but look it up yourself. Elon Musk did not invent much of the stuff that he takes credit for. And it's not that his workers invented it after he told them to. It's that someone else had an invention and he took credit for it. That's not the point. It's that this was someone else's this was someone else's invention, and he says that he did it. That's the point here. Go look it up. Biden could have repealed Trump's tax cuts, but DOA with GOP House. Well, kinda, yeah. I don't really see, at least not in the first half of his presidency, Biden could not have repealed Trump's tax cuts easily. Maybe he could have, after 2022, after the midterms. They did a lot of good during the midterms. Yeah, kind of like what Zuckerberg did with Facebook for profit media. But repealing Trump's tax cuts would have been quite difficult, Gasparancia, because it involves cooperation from the left and the right, and a lot of people in power benefited directly from those tax cuts. Essentially, Cheeseburger Murph, that's what happened with PayPal and SpaceX. Although Tesla, not necessarily. Tesla was more just someone had a good idea and he offered to fund it and then kicked the person out. Actually, no, wait, was that Tesla or SpaceX? It was SpaceX where he kicked out the people that had actually been inventing shit and said that he invented it. It was one or the other. Look this stuff up. Go read it. Don't just listen to me. Obviously, I'm not 100% fully remembering all of this correctly. This was a little while ago. We're talking about the PAC right now. So if you want to know more about how Elon Musk stole other people's intellectual property to increase his business acumen. Go read it. Now, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, no one in her group of contractors referred to internally as a cell had a driver's license. They were initially transported via Uber, and they were driven back and forth for nearly 2 weeks in a pair of seatless U-Haul vans between their targeted neighborhoods, staying in a series of motels and Airbnbs in the Detroit suburbs of Warren, Livonia, and Mount Clemens. Oh, did not mean to click that. The 3 suburbs in Wayne and Macomb County, the latter of which was the only Detroit area county Trump won in 2020. In Macomb, where Muldrow primarily spent her time canvassing, he got 53% of the vote, almost exactly the same level of support as he earned in 2016, when he secured a marginal tens of thousands of votes in a state that was decided by little more than 10,000 votes. I admit I have SLA investments, but only in ETFs, high dividend. Speak English, please. Don't give me abbreviations that I have to look up. I'm not a economist. Now, I think you're talking about Tesla investment there. I would sell your Tesla investment because if this election goes our way and not their way, Elon Musk is in for some trouble. A lot of trouble. And that means Tesla's in for some trouble. And also Tesla's numbers are kind of inflated. The fact that the Cybertruck is profitable this year, and that Tesla stocks have gone up so much are directly correlated to what I would imagine is his relation to, yeah, thank you, Electronic Trading Fund. I did pick that up after a second, but in general, try not to throw too many acronyms at me. I'm not great with those. But I do think the increase in Tesla stock and especially the profitability of the Cybertruck is directly related to Elon Musk's relation to Donald Trump and the Republican Party, and being one of the leaders of the MAGA movement, especially the Nazi end of the MAGA movement online. We saw this through Aiden Ross trying to gift Donald Trump a Cybertruck or something. A lot of this media and a lot of Elon Musk's public appearances at rallies, all of that is arbitrarily inflating Tesla stock. Now, again, Tesla, stocks in general are all arbitrary. And we've talked about this. The stock market is a vibe market. It's not based in reality much of the time. How good a corporation is doing financially only matters a little bit. If they have a bad quarter and the numbers go down, those numbers go right back up in a week. Anytime you see a panic and the numbers drop a bit, they go right back up because people stop panicking. Now, obviously, there are instances in which it's not made up in hype, but yeah, it used to be far more sensible before the 2000s. Now it's all hype. It's very rare that there's anything tangible in reality that is affecting these stocks more than just people's opinion. Now, the cell of America PAC workers, the ones who were being driven around in the seatless U-Haul vans, the ones who didn't even have driver's licenses, were comprised entirely of black people, strangers from out of state who did not know each other, but were usually forced to share rooms, according to Muldrow, according to a text message from Jones, so the recruiter. Muldrow was promised $1.50 a door and $2 per door if she knocked on 1,000 or more doors a week. An all but impossible number. Muldrow further says that they were told that they'd have to pay for their own lodging unless they met unrealistic quotas. The contract the door knockers signed stated that they were expected to maintain 17 to 22% engagement rate during the campaign. A 17 to 22% engagement rate is insanely high. Especially when we're talking about door knocking for Donald Trump, a high target relative to the number of people who were typically opening doors for strangers. Videos recorded by Muldrow showed cramped living quarters and frequent bickering between members of the cell. Some of my Tesla ETFs is with Kathy Wood. I don't know who that is, but I don't know. Hold on, let's find out. Oh, okay. Just another ghoul. I don't know, guys, like, I hate stocks, I hate billionaires. Yeah, the dot-com bubble as well, that's a good point, Moper. Money really does corrupt everything. We need money out of politics, like, right now. Our subcontractors never should have driven the canvassers in a U-Haul van. Those involved were immediately reprimanded. Bullshit. Yeah, so they were fired hours after Wired published the actual story. So, to recap, Elon Musk wanted to pay people to go door knocking and canvassing and phone banking, which led to people not doing the job to the full extent correctly, because obviously the incentive of money means that people who join to canvass for this group are doing so for money, not because they really, really believe in it and care for the subject, which is why you don't see groups like Progressive Victory, !PV, paying their canvassers, because that does not lead to good outcomes. Trick or Trump. Well, yeah. The other part of this was, again, a lot of these canvassers didn't know who they were canvassing for. They weren't told that they were working for the Trump campaign until they were already there in a state that they didn't live in with no driver's license, being told that if they fail to meet expectations, they will have to find their own accommodations to live in and their own way back home. I was a poll worker 20 years ago, but not this year, and said because both parties have too much money and low taxes to care about suffering poor. Well, it's not that both parties have too much money and low taxes. It's that politics in general is inundated with legal bribery, with corporations allowed to just spend infinite amount of money on politics, both onto the Democrats and the Republican side. However, it is a problem that is far greater on the Republican end, in that, again, Donald Trump wants more tax cuts, wants to have the largest wealth transfer in human history take place, in which the rich will get $3 trillion richer on average. There is also, the largest ethnic cleansing in human history, where we haven't even got to that one yet. And yet, even if Musk stole all the inventions, he'd still be able to use them. No, I disagree, because Elon Musk is a moron and is a ketamine addict that barely has a functioning brain. Have you seen his Twitter for profit media? Elon Musk is not an intelligent human being. He's not a capable human being. Elon Musk's brain is soup, filled only with Nazi propaganda and hatred for trans people, because he can't get over the fact that his daughter is trans, which is what led him down the brain rot hole anyway. So you look at Elon Musk 10 years ago, he wasn't this crazy. It's just the trans daughter that made him crazy. He's not smart. I mean, the SAVE Act will safeguard our elections by ensuring only American citizens vote in federal elections. Those who oppose us are traitors, all caps, traitors. And what is the penalty for traitors again? Essentially saying the Democrats could get the death penalty for not voting for the SAVE Act, which does literally nothing of use. That's why I bought some big investments in media companies who get political ad money. Well, I mean, good for you that you can afford to, at the very least. I would much rather there not be any political ad money. Like, none, zero. I want to go back to politics prior to Citizens United. He was forced to buy Twitter for $44 billion because he was salty and couldn't keep his mouth shut. That's also true. Look, Elon Musk is autistic. Speaking as another autistic person. I am also autistic. When I say he's an idiot, I don't mean that he's autistic. I don't mean that he fails to speak well and that he sounds cringy and like a loser when he talks. When I mean those things, I say those things. I call him an idiot and a drug addict because he's an idiot and a drug addict. He's not good at managing any of his companies. Like, he's not. He's not good at managing Twitter. He's not good at managing Tesla, considering he doesn't manage Tesla anymore. They have their own CEO. And he doesn't manage SpaceX because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Anytime he's in charge of a company with no one that holds him accountable, it ends up like Twitter. This is a guy who, after he bought Twitter, there was people that worked in Twitter talking about how he would lock himself in his office, talking about how he wants to off himself, and then do ketamine about it. Invaded a home to murder a squirrel and a raccoon, the people who want to take your guns. Like, this is the kind of shit that we're talking about. No, I'm not saying he has no talent for anything whatsoever. I'm saying that he's an idiot that got lucky and is bad at managing businesses. He has talent for lying. He has a talent for snaking himself into positions of power, as we've seen. He has talent in... Yes, idiots can have talents. Look at me. I'm an idiot and I have talent. Is that necessarily true? Because you can have a mental health diagnosis and be a politician. That's not true at all. I'm saying that he's an idiot. It's not the autism. It's not the drug addiction even. It's that all of it together, growing up as a wealthy person, that, again, first of all, we know that, wealthy people are often more depressive, that often grow up in a privileged manner, don't pay enough attention in school. We see this kind of shit all the time. Elon is just another example of the rich kid who was a loser and grew up to continue to be rich and to try and use his money to get popular. It's not that that's his talent, is knowing how to use his money that it publicly benefits him the most, not that it is the best for his finances. Again, like, he had to buy Twitter even though he didn't want to buy Twitter at that point. You've seen, look what happened to Twitter after he bought it all. The advertisers are gone. It was blocked in Brazil, which I think they undid now because he finally did assign someone to go to the court in Brazil and defend his company. We saw what the Cybertruck was like prior to him jumping fully on the MAGA train. There was the literal gas pedal falling off and getting stuck so that you couldn't brake. The car was lighting on fire, exploding on its own. It's his immense wealth, not his intellect. He acquired his wealth by A, having starting wealth, and then B, he got lucky with PayPal. As Cheeseburger Merv said earlier, he just got lucky on a high risk to reward investment. That was what it was, is he invested a lot of money in... His dad owned an emerald mine in South Africa. Yeah, if it wasn't PayPal for existing already, he wouldn't have gotten rich. And he got money from his family. They owned an emerald mine. They also came to America illegally and were working here illegally, so they weren't, paying all their correct amount of taxes. And not to say that Elon Musk has no skill. Obviously, he has some idea of what he's doing, but also he's gotten dumber over time. He hasn't gotten smarter over time. Any ability that he may have had 15, 20, 30 years ago is diminished, first off. Secondly, again, it was his family wealth that he invested a large amount into a high-risk project and got money out of it. He talked about electric cars. I don't know anything about cars, so when people said he was a genius, I figured he must have been a genius. A lot of people say that. Then he talked about rockets. I don't know anything about rockets, so when the people said he was a genius, I figured he must be a genius. Now he talks about software. I happen to know a lot about software, and Elon Musk is saying some of the stupidest shit that I've ever heard anyone say. So when people say he's a genius, I figure I should stay the hell away from his cars and rockets. Whoever said that quote, Moper, excellent, dead on, perfect. There's no other way to explain that than that. Really? Rod Hilton? Well, good for them. And again, going back to he can't do anything right, he can't run this pack right either, because they've met none of their door knocking goals, none of their canvassing goals. And it's been press after press release, like media, that's showing how poor this system functions. Google it, for profit media. Google it. It's not a claim. Like, we all know that his dad had an emerald mine. It's on his Wikipedia page. Super wealthy people foot the bill initially to achieve X and then profit off X by holding percentage of the material wealth of the company. That's Elon's talent. Yes, his talent is to be your average rich person. Now, Muldrow made it to the airport on her flight home. She says she had only been paid $69 for a canvassing job, for which she had been promised she could earn upwards to $2,000 a week. A Cash App payment she showed Wired for that dollar amount was listed as for government, an acronym, for GOTIV? An acronym to get out the vote. That's what that means. Muldrow says she texted Jones asking when she would get the rest of her money, and all she got was a red receipt. Of course, none of these people actually want to pay their workers. Donald Trump is a good example of this. Following the incident, some of the canvassers and contractors involved left the program. Some decided to stay. All have been paid, Pollard says. Wired could not confirm that the canvassers and Muldrow's group had decided to stay or not, or that they had all been paid. Now, the Trump campaign has largely outsourced its field operation in Michigan, a crucial swing state, to Musk, a move that is probably going to cost them Michigan. Outside of Michigan, America PAC is a co-defendant in a class action lawsuit in California over unpaid wages to canvassers and alleged labor violations. In development first reported by Wired, Blitz Canvassing has also reported issues with campaign Sidekick app, flagging door knocks as fake. I mean, look, if they're going to suck this bad at canvassing, we might as well be thankful for it. Yeah, making money is easy when you have lots of it. This is very, very true. Now, speaking of, we're gonna end this election segment with this video that you, I believe, Mopur, sent in, and seeing what the type of America these people actually want to recreate, to create and partially recreate.
Christian nationalism is on the rise, and people are thirsty for it. They are hungry for this. And we are the Christian Taliban, and we will not stop.
Just off the bat, calling yourself the Christian Taliban is, I mean, I don't have words for this. I've said before that a lot of these people on the right, they think of Sharia law, which they don't know what it is, but whatever they think it is in their head, they just want the Christian version of that. And that's you just saying that right off, masks off in this vid.
Stop until The Handmaid's Tale is
a
reality.
Yeah.
And even worse.
Good to know that that's what they're aiming for. I mean, we've all said this, but.
And we will not stop until The Handmaid's Tale is a reality. And even worse than that.
We need total dictator Trump. I seriously, and there's no argument against.
He would make Gaza worse. That's what he would change. He would press the gas pedal as far down as it goes. Well, yeah, he's already talked about this. He wants the genocide to end quickly, as in hurry it up. He wants to build a Trump hotel on the Gaza Strip. Like, there's nothing that he would do to help anyone in the Middle East. Donald Trump is trying to get Netanyahu to incite a war with Israel, not with Israel, with Iran. Oh, absolutely, it's possible to choose a wrong major in college. You, like, in America at least, you go to college when you're 18, and you choose your major when you go to college. Your brain is not even done, like, cooking. Your brain's still developing until you're 25. Expecting anyone that's age 18 to make a life career decision and have it be 100% correct is insane. I think that is something that we need to change quite a bit. Yeah, exactly, Mopar, you're exactly right. The people who refuse to vote for Kamala because of Gaza are not smart, because they're just opening the way for worse. So is it a good life skill to make good decisions about someone? Is it a good life skill to make good decisions about someone's schooling? Like your child? I suppose it is a good decision to make decisions on your kids' schooling, but to an extent. If they're in college, then no. You might be able to give them advice. You should communicate with them and do some critical analysis if possible, but no, don't make their decisions for them. But if it's a young kid and, you know, like they're not doing well and it's like second grade, then sure, yeah, you know, find out why your kid's not doing well, whether they need extra help, whether they have a learning disability. Those are all important decisions and good life skills that you can make about your child's schooling, but you should not take that to adulthood. You know, once they're past a certain age, even really like 12, at that point, you don't make decisions for your kid, you make decisions with your kid is the better way to go about it. As an adult, you should not make a decision for your child. You should advise them. You should work with them, talk with them, communicate with them, ask them questions, and try and help them to come to a conclusion that you feel is good for them and they feel is good for them. That's the best you can do as a parent. And yes, Trump was the one that took out the Iranian general in Iraq. What was his name? I can't remember his name. But yeah, that was the reason that Iran then also struck a U.S. military base and gave a bunch of American soldiers concussions. So yeah, Trump is not good on the Middle East.
Against it. Oh, the Constitution says this. It's like the Constitution is invalid.
Donald Trump carries the prophetic seal of the calling of God. If you are anointed.
These people are fucking crazy. This guy in particular, insane. I probably doesn't even believe what he's saying and is just part of the grift, but insane nonetheless.
By Yahweh.
Yahweh.
For a specific plan and purpose, you are a Messiah.
Men make stronger leaders. Men are just better. Men are awesome. I am a firm believer in the patriarchy.
Like your decision, you can stream politics, games, else, and you can make good or bad decisions about what to stream, right? And making good decisions for a streamer may mean succeeding or not. Fair? Well, yes, and that's why you can send in links, for example, of things that you might want me to cover, but I might open that link as the adult on the opposing end, as the streamer, and think, no, I don't want to talk about this. Or I might think, no, this one's actually not going to be good for me, that, oh, this video, like, for example, I didn't watch this video all the way through before I put it up, and I'm a little, like, hesitant in the way that I'm watching it because I'm not sure if it's going to show violence, which is against TOS. And because I'm a streamer, and because I am more educated on what the platform's terms of service say about what I can show and what I can't show versus someone who might be a viewer but not a streamer, means that I might have some insight that you don't on the subject, and that having a conversation rather than it's not useful to make the decision for other people. So someone may be an average streamer, but if that streamer makes good decisions, they become more successful than others. That's also not true. As Mopar said, we don't live in a meritocracy. There's plenty of streamers that are, like, there's plenty of content creators on the internet that are good, but don't get any attention. It's a bit of a consolidated market, in fact, in that it's really easy to fall off if you are already a known streamer. It's really easy to mess up and lose your entire viewership and your audience, but it's quite difficult to gain one, whether or not your stream is good or not, whether or not you make good content or not, and whether or not people agree with you or not. It's really about luck, first off, because the system we've created for social media influencers is entirely luck based, but there's also other factors in that. The appeal of the type of rhetoric, the type of what's popular, what's trending at the time. There's many other factors that go into this that you can't really just bottle it down to someone made a good decision and therefore they're successful, and someone made a bad decision, therefore they're not successful. Anyway, let's get back to these actual Nazis. Thank you for sending this in, by the way. This is a really mask-off video, and I think it's important that we all watch this. This is what they want. This is what they'll do if we let them.
I'm a misogynist. You could definitely claim that. You could say I'm a sexist, absolutely.
It's not enough to be against blue-haired feminism. You got to be against women getting educated. Okay? Or else, what are we really trying to achieve here? 1999? We want to go back to the Middle Ages.
See the whole everything going on with Roe, for example, right now, and all the left, becoming completely
God, this is hard to watch. Like, this is genuinely difficult.
Court losing their minds. They're saying they're coming after your gay marriage next. They're coming after your birth control after that and everything else. Well, you know what? Yeah. Absolutely.
I've been saying
There's
it.
this article from
I've been saying it, and just to jump off that for a second, I am calling this right now. If Donald Trump wins this election, they're going to get rid of abortion rights, and then they're going to start working on women's suffrage the same exact manner that they did abortion rights. They're going to start small on a state level. It's going to be a few odd Republicans out, and then it's going to eventually grow into a larger movement. Well, thank you. I do appreciate this. This is going on my Twitter, too.
The Atlantic was like, well, Alito is on a mission to roll back the past 100 years of rights that were given to women. Yes, that is what we're doing.
Well, thank you for admitting
it's only
it.
going to get worse for you.
They care so much about
Fucking
everybody
pieces of
voting
shit.
in democracy, and it's like, if you went back to the founding, and the founding fathers would have said something to the effect of like, yeah, women and probably feminine men shouldn't be allowed to vote because then their chaotic nature would manifest throughout society.
That's right.
Well, so first off, Cheeseburger Merv, a lot of these people are part of the grift. They're on the Trump train because it profits them financially, personally. I mean, look at how many creators on YouTube are doing Polymarket ads now. There's been a concerted effort by the Polymarket and by people like Peter Thiel to enter into partnerships with streamers of a large variety of different genres all over the internet in an effort to have a more consolidated landscape that fits with their desires. Well, actually, for Profit Media, I will say I get better views when I stream politics. When I play games, my views drop off. Like when I did Pokemon on Halloween, I was getting less views than when I was doing politics that same day. But yes, it is more nuanced than this. There is factors that do contribute to whether you're more successful or not, but it's not black or white. Everything's nuanced. And yes, Cheeseburger Merv, they're literally everywhere because this is the final push. They want their Fourth Reich real bad.
Our government should be run 100% by Christians. No Hindus allowed. No Muslims allowed. It says let the women learn in silence with also...
Interesting, jab at the Hindus there. Usually you don't hear that in America very often.
Objection, but I suffer not a woman to teach nor to usurp authority over the man. So how is it that Christian women should be voting?
America is a white and Christian nation, and this should not be controversial.
Leader of Canada first, yeah. Canada's gonna fall to these fuckers soon, too. Lex was by far best, pressed him a fair bit. I haven't seen it. You can link it. I can have a look, see if it looks interesting. If it's not, an hour long, we might actually watch it.
Joe Biden's a disgrace to this country.
He's a disgrace, and so are all the left and the rhinos, the globalists.
They kill them all.
Kill them all. Kill them all. Yeah, of course. This is what they want. Remember, these are the people that we're supposed to reconcile with. These are the people that are, just brainwashed. A lot of them are not. A lot of them are not. This is why I said that, I don't disagree with Joe Biden's claim that most of MAGA is garbage. I don't disagree with Hillary Clinton when she called them a basket of deplorables, because a lot of them are. A lot of them don't know this stuff. A lot of them are brainwashed, but quite a large chunk of them are fully aware of what they're doing.
Was built by and for the white Christian people of this nation.
The Bible says, obey them that have the rule over you. So women,
To make your husband's job easier, just obey what he says. When he tells you to do something, just do it.
Women are dumber than men. Women should be subservient to men. Women have no place in male activities. Women have no place in partaking in the workforce. Women have no place.
Oh, it is an hour long. Oh, this is Trump on Lex Friedman. I thought you were showing me a clip of Peter Thiel. Not that it has nothing to do with it. For Profit Media, you're always so very black and white. In the way that you phrase things. It's not one or the other. It's just less of the direction that you expected. That's all. It's not nothing that your success is not based on any one particular factor. Logic is useful until you become this black and white, no gray area mentality. There is things like what you study, where you work, where you live, what decisions you make do impact what happens in your life, but all of those are impacted by external factors outside of your control. What you study, whether you have the financial ability to study, where you work, whether you even have the choice of where to work, where you live, whether you have that choice, what's going on in your community, what are the issues that are impacting the industry. All of these things have different outcomes for different people at the same time. You could be living, we could talk about one person that lives in Pennsylvania, one person that lives in Kansas, and one person that lives in Oregon. All of them study the same thing, all of them work for the same company, and all of them live in a similar price point and demographic city. They're going to have different experiences in their life. You did everything right, and now you get cancer. There goes your job. There goes your financial security, and there goes your house, et cetera, et cetera. Kind of, yes, exactly. In that you can do everything right, but that doesn't guarantee you success because there's external factors outside of your control that interact with every factor that is in your control. It's all nuance. It's all interconnected, multifaceted, and the results will be different for every single person, even if you all fit the same category. I was born in Poland. I made a huge decision to move to the US. I could have stayed in Poland and my life would be completely different. Yes. Or theoretically, you could have stayed and it could have been very, very similar. There's no way to know. Predicting a hypothetical future for yourself based off of a hypothetical decision that you made in the past that you may not have made. None of these things are useful beyond just a vague amount of brainstorming, because all of that has so many factors that affect how that could have turned out that you can't account for because you moved out of Poland. And those factors that would have impacted you, maybe you don't know some of them because maybe you watch Polish news, but maybe you're not as lasered in on it and you miss things. It's not a worthwhile project to think about this. But it's also not worthwhile to say no individual decision you make matters. It's also not useful to say that we live in a meritocracy and that if you work hard and you believe and you try your best that you will succeed. This is not true. Lots of people work hard, lots of people try their best, and lots of people don't succeed. How do you know you did everything right? That is the point. You can't. You can't know if you did everything right. Whether or not you did everything right depends on whether or not you are currently happy in your life, in your outcomes of the actions and decisions that you made. Are you content? Are you happy? If so, then yes, they were the right decision. If not, you either have more work to do or you made a wrong decision and now you have more work to do. There is no yes or no, correct, true, false, black or white answer to this. It's all dependent on the person. It varies significantly.
Partaking in politics, women have no place outside of the home. The home is a virtuous place for women. Women should be happy when they...
Now, let's take this for example, right? What if, let's say I live in America and let's say I make all of the right decisions. I want to be a streamer. I'm a good streamer. Let's say I get popular. Let's say I blow up. I have 111 followers right now. Let's say in this hypothetical reality, I have like 300K. And then these people come into power.
They are in the...
And then the demographic shift means that their ideology is now popular. I lose all of my following and my business, even though I did everything right, and random external factor outside of my control can dismantle all of it. Well, I'm saying it's right whether or not, I know it's right if I am content and happy with my life. That's what dictates whether your decision was correct for you, whether you end up where you want to be, whether you are happy, whether you like getting up in the morning to go to work, or whether you're miserable. I wake up in the morning on a day that I'm going to stream, and I'm excited to stream. I'm excited to come talk to you guys. I'm excited to explain what I've been seeing on the news. I'm excited to do my job. But let's say I worked as a reception person, like I did at my previous job. I hated getting up to go to work for that job. I would wake up around the same time I do for this job than I did for that job. And that was a wage cage. I would have to wake up. I'd like struggle to get ready in the morning. Okay. And then we go to work, and then like I was not happy. And if I was happy, then I would say that that was the right decision to make. No, I'm saying that you're misunderstanding me. I'm saying that you cannot know whether or not you're making the right decision while you're making it. In hindsight, you can know whether or not you made the right decision based on whether or not your life ended up the way that you wanted it to. It's whether you're looking at the present or the future or looking at the past. You can tell what was right by looking at the past. Hindsight is 20/20. But when thinking about today or tomorrow or the next day, you cannot. But the way that you decide what was right for the past is not based on objective factors. It's based on how you feel in your current situation, whether or not you are content with your life. That's what I'm trying to say for Prophet Media. Not that it's impossible, just that it's not black and white. It's not true or false. You could have made the right decision and still be on the road to the good outcomes as well. You might not be done. So this is a skill to make right decisions at the time, because nobody knows the future and have it. Well, I mean, the skill isn't decision making. The skill is critical thinking that you're thinking about. The ability to analyze not only what's going around in you in your life, but what's going on in your brain, what's going on culturally, socially, all of these things factor into whether or not you're making the correct decision. And, well, I mean, luck is also a huge factor. And you could say, it depends on who you ask. If you ask Cortana, it's not a skill, it's innate. And I don't necessarily think that luck is innate. I don't think it's a skill. I'm not sure luck even really exists. It feels more just, it's how we rationalize coincidence. But no, you can't practice luck to make yourself luckier. You can't sit there and flip a coin until you're perfectly lucky. This isn't a video game, this isn't a movie. And so whether or not you're making the right decision is situational, based off of what you know about yourself and the possible future and the hypotheticals that you can form around it, and that people around you that you're asking for advice or conversing with find that you can find the right decision. So you make decisions based on critical thinking, but at the end, the end result is the same, that someone makes a good decision, however they made it right? No. I mean, look, yes, I guess, sure, if you make a good decision, regardless of how you made the decision, if it ends up as a good outcome, then yes, you made a good decision. But in making good decisions as a skill, as how this conversation started off, is that can you practice good decision making? The way that I would say you can do that is by practicing critical thinking broadly rather than focused on decision making. Can this be a skill to make a good decision? I don't think that that itself is a skill. I think you can use a skill like critical thinking to make good decisions, but good decision making itself is not a skill, is my opinion. It's really semantic at that point of how you word and how you define words. It doesn't particularly matter whether or not, good decision making itself is the skill, or if the critical thinking required to make the good decisions is the skill. But either way, you can practice making, yes, critical thinking can be a skill that leads to good decisions. Yes, 100%. In fact, critical thinking is a skill that many people are lacking in, hence why we often have people who make bad decisions, because they fail to do this. I mean, remember in school, I'm not sure how old some of you guys are, you would take like English class, like reading, and there'd be like the critical thinking section where you have to solve like a word puzzle, or maybe even in math, there was the critical thinking section in that you were given like a scenario that you had to work out. These are useful, we just need to do a lot more of it. You can try and use your best knowledge to make the best decision for you at any particular time, but it does not guarantee anything in the long run. True, Moper, exactly. And that's what I mean by whether or not your decision is good cannot be controlled prior to the outcome occurring. You know, you can't know whether your decision is good or bad for sure until it is good or bad, until the outcome appears. Can businessmen have good critical thinking about business to make good decisions? They can. Oftentimes they don't, though. Oftentimes businessmen and businesswomen, CEOs, make their business decisions not via critical thinking, not via long-term best case, like best ideal option. Most of the time it's short-term gain for investors. In fact, you can take this all the way back to Bill Clinton, in that a lot of the policies that Bill Clinton passed when he was the president as a Democrat were far more like what the average businessman spends their time making decisions for their business looks like, in that there was vast short-term gains, both economically and politically, but leading to long-term both economic and social consequences. And we saw that. Like we see this take place over time. After Bill Clinton, the 2008 financial crash, you could tie almost directly to some of the things that Bill Clinton had done. And then these social aspects of it, you can see that through the rise of MAGA, which you could directly correlate to the giving up of left-wing issues from the left. Like Warren Buffett, he has great critical thinking that leads him to make great decisions about investment. Is his critical thinking a skill that leads to profitable investments? I don't know much about Warren Buffett personally. I'm sure critical thinking is a skill that does lead into some of his profitable investments, but I'm sure also because Warren Buffett is incredibly rich and incredibly powerful. And so when you're incredibly rich and powerful, making those decisions of what to do, of what business decisions are good, are much easier. Trash Panda, vote for Kamala Harris. Vote for Kamala Harris. That's what you do. I don't like her. I don't like her. I'm anti-genocide. Vote for her. She is your best option. In fact, and if you're curious as to why, we were just covering, in fact, the kinds of people on the right and what they want to turn America into. So I'm just going to rewind this a couple seconds for our new friend Trash Panda so they can see exactly what a Trump presidency promises to bring to America, or bring back to America.
See, and it's like if you went back to the founding, and the founding fathers would have said something to the effect of like, yeah, women and probably feminine men shouldn't be allowed to vote because then their chaotic nature would manifest throughout society.
That's right. I think our government should be run 100% by Christians. No Hindus allowed, no Muslims allowed. It says, let the woman learn in silence with all subjection, but I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man. So how is it that Christian women should be voting?
America is a white and Christian nation, and this should not
Man,
be
shut the fuck up and go back to Canada.
Joe Biden's a disgrace to this country.
He's a disgrace, and so are all the left and the.
Doesn't matter about your religion. They want to make that. We've been talking about this today for a while. They want to take women's right to vote away after abortion. But also, you know, if it helps, the number one tagline, the number one thing on the to-do list for Donald Trump is the largest ethnic cleansing in human history. So.
Gilmore.
I agree with you on that.
Oh yeah, sorry.
The left and the rhinos, the globalists.
Gilmore. Gilmore.
I agree with you on that.
America was built by and for the white Christian people of this nation.
The Bible says obey them that
You're not religious. Are you white? No, he wants to deport 22 million Americans. That's ethnic cleansing because he wants to deport migrants, illegal migrants, he calls them. But in fact, the numbers that he claims of the 22 million is actually double the amount of undocumented immigrants in America. This alone would crash the economy, of course, but this extra 12 million on top of this includes people like radical leftists, the Marxists, and the political opponents like Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Liz Cheney, Kamala Harris. They will use the military against American citizens. We've talked about this. You're mixed race. You're not white enough for them, mate. Sorry.
have the rule over you. So woman, to make your husband's job easier, just obey what he says. When he tells you to do something, just do it.
Are dumber than men. Women should be subservient to men. Women have no place in male activities. Women have no place in partaking in the workforce. Women have no place in partaking in politics. Women have no place outside of the home. The home is a virtuous
Get
place
fucked.
for women. Women should be happy when they are in the home. Women should be grateful when a man puts a roof over her head.
If you're a man and your wife has pants, throw them away. I don't want her to be ever publicly being in public wearing.
They're against women wearing pants now? Yeah, well, these are the people that are some of the loudest supporters of Donald Trump. Some of these people worked for his administration. I mean, hold on. It's not in this video, but I covered it earlier today. Oh yeah, we also had all of the Trump Epstein tapes drop. You might want to rewind this stream to the very beginning and then watch it again. Yes, he does say this kind of stuff. Not this kind of stuff overtly. Donald Trump won't outright say, you know, that America is built only for white people and that women shouldn't be able to wear pants. He's not going to say that out loud, but he does platform these people, and a lot of these people have worked in his administration. A lot of these people, you know, they go out of their way. I mean, like, look, is this the America you want to live in, where kids are raised to do this? The grooming of children from the right to do this kind of shit? Is that the America you want to live in? It's just, again, just go watch the stream from the very beginning. I mean, I covered the Epstein tapes. We covered that women are much more likely to. Did you didn't see when I showed that earlier, Moper? Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And they think that gay and trans people are grooming children when they're doing that to their kids. The trans stuff does not affect your children. Trans kids, just let them be kids. I don't understand. Well, actually, no, I do. I know that a lot of what you're being told about what happens around trans people and in schools are mostly lies. Yeah, what scares you the most? I'd really like to hear what you actually are afraid of so we can talk about it. Maybe I can show you some evidence that maybe some of the things that you're afraid of aren't actually happening. Well, okay, it really bothers your wife and you. What are you afraid is happening in schools? Like, what do you think the trans stuff is? Just out of curiosity. Let me go run and pee real quick while you answer that question, and then I really do want to delve into this, because not only am I curious, but I think that you're being misled, and I feel like I could probably explain to you why. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, please do not argue without me. So your kids are the most important thing that bothers you the most right now. Okay, why did you pull them out of school? What occurred that made you feel the need to homeschool your child? I'm gonna wait. Okay, please, I did not let you autoplay on purpose. Well, I suppose in the meantime, while we're waiting for an answer, we could just skip to the next video. Well, for-profit media is the enemy. The president can affect this because one of the first things they plan to do is to do a executive order to ban all trans healthcare in the country, which will essentially lead to 67-ish% of trans people committing suicide. Well, the schools tell white kids they're racist simply because they're white. Do you have any evidence for this? Because I've seen this claim many times, but I've seen zero actual instances of schools telling kids that they're racist because they're white. I've seen, education on some of the American history in which white Americans did not great things to non-white people, but never once while I was going through school, one, but two, never once in any instance of this have I seen an audio recording, a clip, a documented piece of evidence of a teacher telling their student that they're racist because they're white. I've never seen any instances of this. Hanging BLM and trans flags in classrooms, I support this. I think that hanging a BLM flag shows that you support the existence and the safety of Black Americans. Obviously, just to clarify, because of your earlier statement, I feel like I have to. BLM never meant that white lives don't matter. The idea of BLM wasn't that Black people matter more. It was that Black people are disproportionately killed by the police and deserve to not die from the hands of the police. The idea of Black Lives Matter was co-opted by the right to create this idea that this means that Black people are more important and that white lives don't matter. That's not what it meant at all. It just meant that we acknowledge that Black people in America are much more likely to be harmed and that their lives are important and that they matter and that they don't deserve to just be killed at the rate that they are. That's what that meant. I can understand why a lot of people believe the alternative, because that was a manufactured complaint. And it was everywhere. It was literally everywhere. I mean, I didn't record the session. Yes, the kids were home for COVID and we watched classes. The school system here refused to tell parents when kids want to identify as so again, I think that the school system shouldn't have to tell parents when their kids identify as trans or have a different name. I think that that is actually incredibly harmful because a lot of the times a student or a child will not want their parents to know is because their parents might abuse them. In fact, there's lots of instances of kids that come out as trans when they're 16, when they're 17, and they get kicked out of their house. They become homeless. They get put into conversion therapy, which is torture that doesn't actually work. They don't need cameras in the classrooms. I don't support this idea either. I think if we're going to try and make schools safer, a good place to start would be gun control. And again, I'm not even in favor of big, large scale bans on guns. It's more just stop letting kids like this get the guns. This was just yesterday. Family pleaded to have assault rifles seized before a deadly school shooting. This family was asking the cops to take away this kid's gun, and they wouldn't do it, and that made schools unsafe. I know that you believe that parents should have these things. I would like you to try and justify to me why, other than we want transparency, because I don't think that that's a good argument. I think that parents having access to all this information is harmful to children, not helpful. It doesn't make them safer. they removed security officers from my daughter's school. Did they tell you why? Was that possibly like a funding issue? Because I understand having security officers in school. I had security officers in my high school. And I don't know how helpful they were, but I assume that they were at least somewhat helpful. It sucks that we have to have security guards at schools. Again, that goes back to expansive gun rights. But they said the security officers are triggering to minorities. Well, that also makes sense if you live in a majority minority neighborhood and your kid went to a majority minority school, especially after Black Lives Matter. A lot of these kids would be afraid because of the political climate, because police officers, uniformed officers are, well, you have to find, okay, their justification then, if the school is 90% white and their justification of getting rid of all of the security officers because it was triggering to minorities without literally anything else involved is not good. I think that that's a bad thing. I feel like you're probably missing something in here about funding. Because again, public schools, I don't know if this was a private or a public school, but public school funding has been being cut regularly for years now and is going to continue to be cut as well. I get what you're saying for profit media, but none of this is helpful right now. Don't start an argument when I'm not arguing. We're having a conversation in which I'm trying to learn what Trash Panda here believes is important so that we can talk about it in a rational manner. I have more, but these are things that I want, and I don't know if Kamala's side supports these things. Well, I don't support making teachers inform parents of their kids' gender identity or sexual preference. I think that is harmful to children in that it increases the risk of parental abuse, of violence towards them, of them being kicked out of their homes. I think this is a much more dangerous outcome than parents not knowing everything about their kids. Kids are their own individual beings, of course, and I don't think that this incentivizes them to continue to explore their own belief systems and form their own ideologies. This is more of my kids are my property. Not to say that you believe that, but that's what it sounds and feels like to someone like me when you say, I feel like we should know. It's you feel like your kid is property. And again, not to say that I'm accusing you of this specifically. That is often the case. The white people, like learning that, like the white kids being taught that they're racist, I think that that is a over exaggeration. I think that realistically they're being taught about bad things white people did. And this is, coming across that way to you when you hear it. I don't think that's necessarily true. And yes, you are anti-abortion. Well, hold on. If you're anti-abortion, then you're the perfect person here to see this ad, because I thought that this was an excellent ad for people who are anti-abortion to see just earlier today. Excellent ad. Now, again, I'm not thinking that this ad is going to change your mind or anything. I just want you to see it. My goal here, Trash Panda, is not to convince you that you should vote for Kamala Harris. I think you should. I just want you to vote. But this is what the Republican Party want to bring to America.
Dr. Davis, what do I do?
John, she needs an abortion, or she's going to die from the pregnancy.
Sorry, that's not happening. What are you doing? Who are you? I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we banned abortion. No exception.
Are you in favor of abortion in the case of rape or incest?
You can't do this. She's dying. I won the last election, so it's my decision. But don't worry.
Yes, she was, but also, Texas had 26,000 rape-related pregnancies in the 16 months between Roe being overturned on January 26th of this year. 6 more. 6, like, larger than the next 6 states combined. Rape-related pregnancies. These aren't children that are born either. These aren't, and by the way, Texas has no exceptions on rape or incest. So for miscarriage, I'm okay with removing the dead body, just as not if it's the heartbeat is there. What if the mother is dying? What if the mother is dying and the baby's heartbeat is still like faint? It's there. It's likely that they're both going to die, or maybe the baby will live, but the mother will die. Are you okay with an abortion in that case? Again, I'm not trying to fight you. I'm trying to understand where your positions lay so that I can go about what I'm doing in a more educated manner. Either way, like, whether you're in favor of this or not, this is what Donald Trump will do. This is what voting Republican will do. You could be okay with, you know, a miscarriage not being considered, you know, a crime, which you should be, but this will still be the case. We've seen a lot of people die. Abortion? Yes, it prevents miscarriages. Of course it does. Hold on. Just looked at this earlier. There are several cases of this, but here's just one. Pregnant teenager died after trying to get care in 3 visits to Texas emergency rooms. She died because she was having miscarriages, and this was considered illegal to give her an abortion when it would have saved her life. No, like, it's not that I want to debate you on the subject. It's that I don't care what your personal belief on the subject is. I care more about, are you okay with the outcome of your vote going to criminalizing miscarriages, criminalizing contraception, like condoms and the pill, criminalizing IVF? Are you okay with the push to start taking away women's right to vote? Because that has been on full display all week. Are you okay with 67% likely of trans people in the United States committing suicide because their access to their medication was cut off? Statistically, 67% of trans people commit suicide when they don't have access to health care. Trump said this, sure, but every other part of the Republican Party has talked about a full total abortion ban, and so does Project 2025, which they are absolutely going to implement. I know you're going to say that Trump distanced himself from it, but it's not true. J.D. Vance wrote the foreword. Trump's name is in the document 350-something times. I'd rather you just vote. Like, vote for Harris, yes, but just vote anyway. I don't even care if you're going to vote for Trump at this point. Just vote. I just want everyone to vote. I just want to show you guys this. We talked about this a little bit last week, but we didn't go into as much detail, and now we have a video of it. This is regarding the ProPublica article regarding the architect of Project 2025 and the different speeches that he's made about what he plans, what is planned inside of Project 2025 and how they plan to implement it after Trump becomes president.
A dire warning to Americans who might still be on the fence about who to vote for on Election Day.
This is not someone who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is increasingly...
Oh, by the way, I don't necessarily think Kamala Harris is going to make any of our lives all that much better. I think she's going to keep things the way they are. Donald Trump will make them much worse. And keeping things the way they are is not good. It's just the easier opponent to work towards positive change with. And even Elon Musk is admitting that Trump's plan will crash the economy. Well, yeah, January 6th is a huge issue. And I mean, they'll do it again. Have you seen the clips of him talking about using the military against, like, American citizens? How about the law that we used to have Japanese internment camps in World War II? Bring that back, because, you know, the only way you can deport 22 million people, even if, you know, there's not actually 22 million people to deport, is you have to keep them in camps. You would have to. There's no way to organize this in a manner that doesn't involve keeping people in militarized camps. this is going to involve people going door to door looking for immigrants in everyone's houses like it's Nazi Germany. This is going to, as even Elon Musk admitted, result in 2 to 3 years of financial difficulty because they're going to crash the economy by deporting. It's not just criminals. It's not criminals. Because, yeah, so undocumented immigrants, Trash Panda, commit less crimes statistically overall than natural-born or naturalized citizens, or combined when you adjust for like population density, because obviously there's less undocumented immigrants than than documented citizens. But yes, it's everybody. They want to deport. Well, they've already talked about denaturalization as well. In fact, let me find the clip for it. So, taking away the citizenship of citizens in order to deport them. He's talked about this. Oh, it's 10 minutes. How am I supposed to find where in this 10 minutes he says it? Come on. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. No, so it's not even about the Haitians. So first of all, the Haitians were here legally. They weren't here illegally. They were given a government visa to come to America. They were offered jobs in Springfield, Ohio, which is why they moved to Springfield, Ohio. They saved this town, in fact, because most of the town's citizens were moving away from Springfield, Ohio. And the companies that were there, the factories, could not find enough workers that they were on the verge of shutting down. Bringing in the Haitians gave them workers, which saved the town economically. And now the town has grown so much that their main issues are they don't have enough resources for education and healthcare because there's an increased amount of people living here. But it's not the Haitians, it's the people that moved after the Haitians. And it's not about the Venezuelan gangs in Colorado, because that wasn't true either. The mayor of Aurora, Colorado said there's no evidence for this, that there was that video of the couple guys with guns. Sure, that was it though, that was nothing else. They want to deport everybody. In fact, I mean, hold on. Let me just pull up the clip again. Here it is.
Checked power is in our future. What do you say about that?
I thought it was a nice presentation. I wasn't unhinged. You know what they are? They're a party of sound bites.
Wait, no. God damn it. This is the second clip. They always do this. This is not the correct one. Yeah, look, I'm telling you right now, what you want for your kid in school, that's your business. And I'm not even going to argue with you on it. It's what do you want what type of country do you want your kid growing up in afterward? Hold on, I'm just going through my billions of different files because I have a different source document for each stream because I'm not good at compiling them all into one document. So, memories from within. This one. Is it this one? Maybe. Oh, I wasn't even looking. Okay. Interesting. Why is the very bottom of my chat box like that? I don't know. That's better. Here we go. Found it. Is this the America you want?
Former President Trump.
I found the very full clip. Okay. Is this the America you want your kid to grow up
But
in?
I'm just wondering if these outside agitators will start up on election day. Let's say you win. I mean, let's remember, you've got 50,000 Chinese nationals in this country in the last couple of years. Yeah. You have people on the terrorist watch list, 350 in the last couple of years.
Look, about the culture war politics stuff, if you can put that to the side because of the more important issues, I respect you infinitely more than I respect most conservatives. And I mean, at this point, if you can watch this video and say, yeah, I know. I don't want my chatters to bully you because you're a conservative. They will not agree with you, and I don't agree with you. I just don't necessarily think fighting you is useful.
You got, like you said, 13,000 murderers.
Sometimes
and
it's just
15,000 rapists.
normal conversations, much better.
What are you expecting? Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful election day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping.
All right, here's the important part.
The bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
No, for-profit media, shut up. We're like this close to convincing Trash Panda to not vote for Donald Trump, that you have to start a goddamn fight like this. Shut up.
Because they can't let that happen.
You told me back in February that...
Okay. So first of all, you caught that, right? Using the military against U.S. citizens, the enemy from within, a direct quote to Adolf Hitler. The economy stuff bothers you the most. Well, bothers you a little, rather. I have good news for you. Donald Trump wants to give $3 trillion in a tax cut to the rich, while Kamala Harris will not do much to help you economically, but will lower the amount of taxes that you're paying. Just personally, unless you're making more than, I don't know, $400,000 a year, you're going to pay less taxes. She's going to go after corporate price gouging with food, which I think is a very, 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 very minuscule step, because it's not the price gouging that's necessarily the issue. The entire food industry is corrupt, going all the way, it's like very, very bad, like beginning of it. And now for your personal income, Kamala Harris is better for you, unless you're incredibly wealthy. Both sides seem to want the other to go to jail, or at least tied up in courts. It's a wash for me. Well, to be fair, I want Donald Trump to go to court and then get sentenced because he's committed crimes, because we have provable evidence that he has committed crimes. At the very least, I would like a jury to hear the case, like the Jack Smith case, the classified documents, the case in which he does have presidential immunity, and in that you still have to work around that. All right. I would at the very least like this to see trial. And yes, I do believe that these people deserve to be in jail, but I'm not the one deciding this. Kamala Harris isn't the one deciding this. This is a jury of their peers. I think that Kamala Harris is the smartest vote, because she will, A, not increase your taxes. She will not use the U.S. government against political opponents. She is not talking about violence against her political opponents. We just covered Liz Cheney's thing this morning. We covered Donald Trump makes constant threats to physical violence threats to all of his political opponents. We covered the Epstein documents. Donald Trump was Jeffrey Epstein, out of his mouth, in a leaked audio tape from 2017, in 100 hours of leaked audio tape, referring to Donald Trump as his best friend, as his closest friend. They've been friends. They were friends 10 years at that point, 15 years when Trump complimented him. This is the king of pedophiles. Now, I don't know. I feel like because your kids are important to you, the guy who's best friends with the most infamous pedophile who ever lived is probably not your first choice. And you can say that there's not enough evidence or anything. I'm not going to argue with you. Go watch the stream, go read the links, go listen to the audio tapes yourself. You can't AI generate 100 hours of audio interview with a notorious pedophile who then killed himself and have it sound real. You can tell if this is fake. You can tell if this is AI. It's not AI. It's real. I really do think that you are misinformed, and I'm with for-profit media on this, in that you're probably a patriot who thinks that or not necessarily you, but a lot of MAGA think that they're patriots and that they're trying to do good for the country. In fact, your beliefs around what's happening in schools, I can see that you have good intentions here. You're not, just outright racist or homophobic or transphobic. You don't have hatred in your ideology. It's not like you took your kids out of homeschool because you were afraid. And I think that is something that you could directly lay the blame on Republicans for, because you had no reason to be afraid. It's just that, A, the media has become incredibly polarized, so that if you look at something like Fox News, which is not real news, by the way. Like, I hope you know this, that even they don't call themselves real news. They're an entertainment company. They had to use this excuse in court in 2016 because they lied about the Dominion voting machines. 2020, because they lied about the Dominion voting machines. And they were forced to pay $700 million as a fine. And the excuse that they use is, we're not a news corporation, we're an entertainment corporation. That's why Tucker Carlson lost his job. Yeah, it was 2020. I missed it. But there is a lot of examples that could continue to show you that this is not the best decision for you, your family, or your kids. Your Honor, Fox News is not news. Haha, that's a strange position. Well, yeah, and that was their own position. There's a difference between thrown in jail because you actually committed a crime versus being thrown in jail or deported because the amount of melanin in your skin is considered to be too high. Well, yes. And also remember the fact that they claim that all these migrants are criminals when there's very little evidence of them committing crimes. Undocumented immigrants commit less crimes overall because, if you commit a crime, you get deported. You don't get to stay in the country. You don't get to come out of jail and then can stay where you are. They don't commit anywhere. And this is according to not me, but Homeland Security, Border Patrol, and the FBI. They're not the ones that bring fentanyl in. This is overwhelmingly American citizens. In fact, the last case we saw of a large fentanyl bust was done by white neo-Nazis from California. What else is there with the migrants? The numbers that they'll show of there's 10,000 murderers that have been let in by Kamala Harris. There's 10,000 of any. There's 350 million people in America. 350 million. 10,000 is nothing. I was leaning Kamala for a few weeks there when she said she wanted to finish the wall and close the border. I liked that when Trump pushed it. Well, Donald Trump is the one that, prevented them from fixing the border because they had the border bill and Kamala Harris was for it. To be clear here, I'm against it. I don't think we need to further regulate the border. I don't think we have any issues that are real about the border. I think all of the discourse around the border is made up. We have no crime. Immigrants coming into the country, even undocumented ones, are good for the American economy. In fact, it's better for us and worse for them if they're undocumented because they pay taxes, but they don't get benefits out of it. 80% of undocumented immigrants in the United States work in the agriculture industry. They grow your food. But Kamala Harris will actually probably do more for the border than Donald Trump would. Again, they started the wall last time around. They didn't finish it. Mexico didn't pay for it. Whereas Kamala Harris has made significant effort to reduce the amount of people coming in illegally, to open a pathway to citizenship for these undocumented immigrants, which I'm in favor of a pathway to citizenship. I think it's better for them. But I don't necessarily believe that there's any actual issue with the border. The things he says are frightening. He was talking about local law enforcement having lists of people and can't act on it. Well, yes, he's terrifying. They will use those lists. They absolutely will. And that's... Oh, please, shush. And that's not even counting the violence that is likely to occur this week. Not after the election, but before. You can look at the Washington State activates its National Guard in case of election violence. Now we can read the Reuters article, but here's a quick little snippet of it.
With the general election election just 4 days away. The state of Washington's working to keep the voting process secure. Just hours ago, Governor Jay Inslee activated some members of the National Guard to be on standby to help with public safety during the election. The press release from the governor's office goes on to say, quote, "This is a purely precautionary measure taken in response to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's nationwide warnings regarding threats to election infrastructure and..."
Yes, Moper. And now this isn't the only case of this. Again, we've seen already a push of stop the steal-esque election fraud claims that are not based in reality. What have we found so far? We found ballots lit on fire, which we don't know who's responsible for yet. We have the guy who walked into a DNC office and started shooting. That was a Republican. Same guy who was putting razor blades and white powder on campaign signs so that when people tried to remove them, it would hurt them. They are going out of their way to present this idea of this election is stolen. They're going to be the ones that are doing the violence, Trash Panda. In fact, in 2020, I bet you don't know this, many instances in which it was claimed that Antifa was doing violence was actually the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers doing violence and then saying it was Antifa, which is again part of their plan this time around. They've actively talked about why they want to do this and how they're going to do it. You can see Roger Stone videos from years ago, like talking about how it was set up that there would be right-wing violence and it would be blamed on the left wing, on Antifa, on Nazis showing up and instigating fights with Black Lives Matter protesters so that it would look like the Black Lives Matter protesters were starting the fights. Yeah, most of those people were peaceful, though. Most of the violence was instigated by people like the Proud Boys and by the Oath Keepers. Now, there were instances, I'm sure, of people in like full black, like Black Bloc, instigating violence against Nazis, but not lighting cars on fire and looting. They're not the ones that began these activities. You can go back and you can look at, I mean, what I said up there. I agree. I get what you mean there. It's just the idea of Black Lives Matter was also highly filled with misinformation is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to discount your personal experience because I wasn't there. I didn't see this. I didn't live through what you lived through. But the explanation is still worthwhile in that this is often a thing that happens. And also, I just wanted to hear Kamala Harris's answer to what she plans to do if Trump declares a premature victory on election day, which he almost certainly will do. So let's see what her plan of dealing with this is.
In 2020, just his comments in the past few days seem to suggest, that he's thinking about it. How will you and your campaign respond if he does the same thing again?
So here we are on the Sunday before the election, and I would ask, in particular, people who have not yet voted, to not fall for his tactic, which I think includes suggesting to people that if they vote, their vote won't matter. Suggesting to people that somehow the integrity of our voting system is not intact so that they don't vote.
Remember, they tried to find any instances of election fraud both this year and in 2020, and they found none. None that were intentionally done by Democrats. They did, however, find Republicans intentionally doing voter fraud, like that lady who voted for Trump 50 times last election. I said some of them, for-profit media is the enemy. I've gone out of my way to explain that I think there are different factions inside of MAGA, and I do think a large portion of MAGA are not patriots with good intentions. They're Nazis with bad intentions. But that is not a claim that I will lay at the feet of everybody who's voting for Donald Trump. Same with the Christian nationalist claim. I think that there are groups inside of MAGA that have their own different ideologies. So don't clip me out of context there. I do believe, though, that there are Republicans who are misled. And I think Trash Panda is one of them. based on the effort and engagement that I've gotten from you, much more than any other like conservative I usually interact with, is that you do actually believe what you say.
And again, I think that it is a tactic. It is meant to distract.
Hey, I'll take it. Do that. I will take it. Would I much rather prefer like Democrat down the ticket? Sure, but I'm not going to ask you to do that. But yes, vote for Kamala, and then you can vote for your local conservatives. I don't think that's a good thing, but that's your decision. That's your vote. That's none of my business at all. All I can tell you is who I think you should vote for, because I'm the one with the platform. You get to make the rest of those decisions. But I will take that as a win. That's a huge win.
From the fact that we have and support free and fair elections in our country. We did in 2020. He lost. And the systems that are in place for this election in 2024 have integrity.
I mean,
they are good.
Give me a sec. Look at this. This was so we had a lot of discourse about the Madison Square Garden rally, right? And people were calling it a Nazi rally. This is what the 1939 Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden looked like, just so you guys have a frame of reference. The kind of rhetoric that was in place as well is on full display here. I do have a Discord, but that is not what I said. I said this is the Madison Square Garden Nazi rally from 1939 that people were comparing to Trump's Madison Square Garden rally. And that the rhetoric was on full display here. But that's my Discord link. This was almost America. I mean, this was America, but this was almost what became of America. You gonna get to the rhetoric yet?
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, American patriots, I'm sure I do not come before you tonight as a complete stranger. You all have heard of me through the Jewish-controlled press as a Greek.
Thank you, pre-breakfast banana. You're totally right. Hey, the Jewish-controlled press, that sounds somewhat familiar.
With horns, a cloven hoof, and a long...
This is Nazis in America. These are American Nazis, 1939. This is the comparison to Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally that he did a couple weeks ago. I covered the rally in full, but I didn't have this clip. This is what New York City was looking like in 1939.
We, with American ideals, demand that our government shall be returned to the American people who founded it.
Fry Karamba. I need you to travel back in time, but it's actually really easy. All you need to do is put your hand on your mouse and scroll down to the play bar and then move left to the beginning of the stream. And then you will get there and you will find out what is up with the Trump Epstein tapes. Oh yes, this was the one protester who rushed the stage, didn't make it to the speaker, and got the shit kicked out of him. Again, we only saw like the few that they published. There's 100 hours of tapes, Mopur. This fucking journalist held on to them for years. For years. Literal journalistic malpractice. This is what the Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden looked like when it was the Nazis, but when it was Donald Trump, everyone pretended that it wasn't a Nazi rally when literal attendants were calling it a Nazi rally. There was a guy on stage calling it that. Oh yeah, more fake news. You know what? Fine. I'm feeling generous today. I will play a clip of it but I'm not covering it again from the beginning. You're on your phone, you can watch it later, but let me just show you at least one of them. Oh, I didn't even get the actual article one. I got the one on Twitter. But, so, just background, Michael Wolff was the guy who was interviewing Jeffrey Epstein in 2017. This was during Donald Trump's presidency, prior to Epstein's arrest. He was writing a book about the Trump administration and was interviewing Epstein because they were friends, and he was gathering information about Donald Trump.
You know this. That was closest, right? So I need.
Again, how do you know this? I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years.
So I need the dump.
No pre-breakfast banana. I think we need to just agree that words have definitions and use the right words for what we mean to say. Like, often I'll have someone be like, oh, you guys call everyone Nazis or fascists. No, I call fascists fascists and Nazis Nazis. Authoritarians authoritarians. These are different words that mean different things. People use them interchangeably because they're stupid. That's the problem. Yeah, literally, Mopur.
Scalp reduction.
But hey, I mean, it's my job. I got to show people.
The same male pattern involvement that we all have. We had his scalp moved in hysterical. Donald's office, as you know, he made that. He used to be on the phone with that fake PR person. I also found it funny. I was sitting there listening to the guys from the Post talk, and Donald would say, he's a great guy. I loved working with him. And
Not all of them.
sit there.
Some of them are.
He'd say, Michael, come on, let's go to the office. And he'd say, tell me, what's it like in there? He'd say, you like having sex with your wife? How often do you? He'd say, it's great. Seriously, Michael, how often do you have sex? I mean, don't you want the trouble?
Now again, we're gonna keep finishing the video, but what's happening here is him explaining the system that they have of Donald Trump likes to fuck his friends and his workers' wives, and so what they would do is they would have Jeffrey Epstein have a open phone line to the person he's talking to's wife, have the person he's talking to say things that piss off his wife. They lead them into language around having sex with others, and then Donald Trump goes and talks to the wife and says, oh, well, your husband cheated on you, you should fuck me instead, because he likes this as a kind of power trip. This is Epstein explaining how they go about doing that. And yeah, not all Trump supporters are Nazis, but all Nazis are Trump supporters. That's a better way to put it.
I can go upstairs, or tomorrow come over. There's this girl's coming in from Los Angeles, part of the...
Let me hide the chat box so you can see better.
So come over at 3 o'clock. You're going to have a great time. I promise you, Michael, it's just me and you. You're going to have a great time. Be up here at 3 o'clock. We can go upstairs. The whole time, Victoria's been on this.
And he's saying, like, this is the kind of stuff that I would say, but then the whole time your wife would be on the phone listening. That's the outcome.
Set it up. Because he wants a story.
Yeah, there you go.
So he has you on, because as an avoid conversation.
And then we get some interference. Give it a second.
Come on, you must have had a better wife, right? I said, yes. Tell me about it. And the wife's on the speakerphone listening to Donald and said, I think you're really hot. And I know you think you're a guy. Michael is like the end of the world, the best guy on earth, you will be married to him. You're wrong. Just listen to the next 20 minutes.
Yes, essentially, Caramba Epstein was Trump's wingman. They were close friends for years. Read the article. Go and look it up. It's on The Blaze. There's several different articles that show different clips. We don't have all of the tapes. Again, we really should have all of the tapes. Apparently, there's even photos of Trump sitting in Epstein's house with like young girls sitting on his lap, although we don't have photo evidence of those because the FBI has those photos because they were in Epstein's vault. But the author of the book says that he's seen them. Yeah, Epstein does think Trump is a scumbag. He says it like multiple times when we watched all of those clips. Go back to the beginning of the stream and watch them. He is filled with disdain for Donald Trump. He does not like him. Which is totally unsurprising. But and again, just to finish off, this is the type of person, like these are the Nazis that support Donald Trump. These are the people that will be in positions of power in the case of Donald Trump becoming president again.
My goal is to break American democracy.
Wait, hold on. I want to read your chat.
My goal.
Breaking mob rule. Remember, forcing people to take an experimental vaccine is okay. Not letting women kill babies is evil. The problem with democracy is corrupt elections. We're disenfranchised. Not letting women poison the water is evil. Like, the Jews run all the porn sites. These people are insane.
Goal is to break American democracy.
Here would be my solution.
Another
Elect a
Nazi.
dictator, suspend the laws, dismiss the legislature, and the dictator uses the money to raise an army that is personally loyal to him.
The greatest example of love is to kill those traitors so others learn never to do it.
We need to hold people for treason, start having some public hearings, and start executing people who are found guilty for...
I'll say one thing, Trash Panda. The left might want these people in prison, but we're not out here advocating for executions. I'm against the death penalty. Not one. I will never be in favor of someone saying, let's kill let's give the death penalty to X politician. Never in favor of that. I think they should be in prison for the rest of their lives, but we're not out here the way they are saying that we need to execute people.
For their treasonous acts against the Constitution of the United States of America, just like they did back in 1776.
Oh yeah, that was Charlottesville.
Constitution of the United States of
there
America.
You go.
Just like they did.
Me about to get demonetized for this video for showing that.
1776.
If for any reason the President of the United States feels that it's not getting done the way it should, and decides to put out the tweet that says, my fellow...
The left-wing for-profit media ignores it because of liberal civility politics. It's rude to talk about this. It is financially detrimental as well, but I think that with the money aspect, there's also the liberal civility aspect. This is what they'll bring. I mean, yes, times are insane, but Democrats aren't doing this. Yes, exactly. Again, we just looked at Donald Trump talking about using the military against protesters in America. Clearly, there's some people that don't like my rhetoric here because I've lost 2 followers this stream rather than gained any. Either or, it's the truth. This is where we're at.
Fellow Americans, it's time to take up arms against these. You are all in under an hour.
And today, we're going rhino hunting. Join the MAGA crew. Get a rhino hunting permit. There's no bagging limit, no tagging limit.
When they say rhinos, you know they don't mean animals, right? Like they're talking about people here. Go vote. Make sure you vote. Don't vote for these people if you don't want this to be America. I don't care if you don't like Kamala Harris. I don't like Kamala Harris, but she's not going to do that. That is one thing that I know. And that she's not going to do that. I think it really just does come down to this. It's that simple. I think if you have empathy for other human beings, if you have a soul, if you have morality, and you believe that all people's lives matter, we can put everything else to the side, that people's lives are important, then vote for Kamala Harris. Yeah, this is MAGA. Are you sure you still want to vote for them locally? Because a lot of these are local MAGA. I mean, these are local militias. These are people that ran for election boards and school boards. Again, like some of these people that we just watched, Trash Panda, run for school boards. You want them to take care of children? I mean, again, like you were talking about, like it doesn't matter to you anymore because now you homeschool your kids, but would you be as comfortable, like would you be comfortable with these people running your schools, being your county sheriff even? All people's lives matter, exactly. And I think that right now, your entire school board are liberals. Well, not for long if Donald Trump wins, because that's part of Project 2025 is to make that more difficult. First of all, they're going to defund public school anyway. It's on the list of things to do, is to defund the Department of Education entirely, because they want private schools rather than public schools. In fact, if you look at their idea of education savings accounts and passes that are handed out to parents who will, the pass covers like 90% of your kids' private school tuition, but you still have to pay the 10%. These, if you look at like Arizona, in Phoenix, where this was already implemented, if you take a map of the people who use the education savings accounts to enroll their kids in private school, and you layer that on top of a map of gross household income, the map is almost entirely the same. Poor people don't have the 10% to pay for their kids' private school tuition. Rich people do. Rich people bring their kids to private school. Money is then taken from the public school system, which would have gone to the public school, and given to the private school system. Federal funding is, in fact. They want to publicize private schools and privatize public schools. Not that this makes any sense, but I mean, again, dismantle of the Department of Education. They want to get rid of the EPA. I mean, you know what? Hold on. We were going to watch this, but we forgot, didn't we? Didn't we? I was just going to put this up forward because I want to end on this note of don't forget about Project 2025. As much as they like to minimize it, this shit is real and they're going to do it.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
I disagree entirely, and I would like to debate you on that, just not now.
Harris is delivering a dire warning to Americans who might still be on the fence about who to vote for on Election Day.
This is not someone who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is increasingly unstable.
Give me the, here we go. It was a bit later in the video. And, I mean, like, Trash Panda, I understand where you're getting your logic from with this, but I mean, I'm a socialist. I'm never going to agree with that, but I'm a libertarian socialist, rather, which doesn't mean what you think libertarian means. I forget, because a lot of people, even on the right, like in America on the right, they don't believe that you can be a leftist libertarian. I'm a libertarian socially, in that the government has no right to impede on the way that you live your life, on what you want to believe, on what you want to do with your body, on as long as you are not actively harming other people, the government has no right to tell you how to live your life. But I don't believe in private property. Oops, I forgot to plug in one of my lights and now it's gone. So we're going to have a low light environment for the rest of this stream.
His perceived adversaries. And this comes as we are learning more about secret plans for a MAGA takeover of the federal government. If
not
Trump
so
reclaims
secret.
the White
This
House,
is
like most things
not
in
secret.
Trump world, it all leads back to Project 2025.
Well, absolutely. Well, I mean, Trump isn't even a libertarian anyway, but yes, most libertarians in America aren't actually libertarians. They are libertarian fiscally, whereas I'm socialist fiscally, but their fiscal libertarianism doesn't extend to social policy either, in that essentially they're Republicans who want to pay even less taxes. And also, before I press play again, you're not going to get shit from your politicians. You should not be sitting here expecting someone to save you from the top. No politician is going to save you or make your life better. You have to do it. You have to work from the bottom up. You have to get involved in politics. Go run for your school board, your local council, your state legislature. Go run for Congress and make the changes from the bottom up. It's the only way positive change ever occurs. Trickle down shit doesn't work. We saw this with economics. It's the same with politics. I'm not sure it's all that unique, pre-breakfast banana, but I mean, it is what it is.
Earlier this week, ProPublica and Documented released a report which uncovered shocking videos of private speeches delivered by this guy, Russell Vought. He is a
Vought.
chief Project 2025.
It's Vought. Come on, not Vote. You know this. We've all watched The Boys. Now, I covered this last week, but the videos are quite helpful in that not having to read a ProPublica article on stream, considering they're very long and boring.
Architect and the president of the far-right think tank, the Center for Renewing America. Watch.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains.
Now, remember, the bureaucrats that he's talking about are the people who work in the government, who are responsible for not allowing Trump to become Hitler last time. They're the people that prevented the types of right-wing changes that the Trump administration originally wanted. They're the people that would argue against EPA-related plans or FDA-related plans. They're the people who made the COVID response not apocalyptic. It was their doing that that not incentivized but pushed the federal government to more of an action stance. It was the bureaucrats who didn't allow the decertification of the 2020 election. It was their doing. It was the people in election boards, in polling stations. These people are government workers, and that's who he's talking about when he says the bureaucrats.
Want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma. We're trying to build a shadow office of legal counsel so that when a future president says, what legal authorities do I need to shut down the riots, we want to be able to shut down the riots and not have the legal community or the defense community to come in and say that's an inappropriate use of what you're trying to do.
So essentially, we want to be able to use as much force as we want against protesters, and we don't want anyone telling us that it's illegal or moral or wrong. That's what he's saying here. There is no other way to take that statement. It is objectively what he's saying here. And again, this is not new. This is part of Project 2025, the dismantlement of the administrative state. This is what that means, and that applies to every government office. That applies to the law. Essentially, they want to make the lives of administrative state workers, of of government officials that don't work for Trump, that are there because they have a job, not because they were appointed, because they were given that job, because they were seen as respectable, as knowledgeable, as experts in their field, and they want those people out of that job so they can be replaced with loyalists. And he's saying, we want them to wake up in the morning and not want to go to work. We want to make their life and their job suck so bad that they quit.
We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma. We're trying to build a shadow office of legal counsel so that...
Yes, pre-breakfast banana. They talk weird, and it's essentially dog whistling. They mask their intentions without fully masking their intentions so that only the people that are trained to pay attention to certain word uses, to certain phrasing, really pick up on what they mean. This is a media thing. I can tell exactly what they're saying because I do this. I'm trained to understand. It's media literacy as well as media analysis. But a lot of the time they're not, like, this guy is purposefully masking what he's saying, whereas a lot of them don't. A lot of them just say it.
When a future president says, what legal authorities do I need to shut down the riots?
So again, what legal authorities do I need to shut down the riots? We don't want anyone to tell us anything more than we already have.
We want to be able to shut down the riots and not have the legal community or the defense community to come in and say that's an inappropriate use of what you're trying to do.
So the legal community, he means the judicial system, like the courts, the law. When he says the defense community, that means the military. He wants the military to not be able to complain about being ordered to do things that the Pentagon finds unconscionable, like using, the U.S. military against American protesters.
Vogt, who has remained a close ally of Trump since leaving government, went on to call these plans a response to the, quote, Marxist takeover of the United States.
Jesus Christ, I wish there was a Marxist takeover of the United States. I'd love that. It does not exist, obviously. We have literally no Marxism in America. The people don't even know what Marxism means, and now it's just a buzzword. Again, like, I've seen posts on Twitter talking about Marxist spells as if we're doing witchcraft over here. It's just buzzwords. It's kind of like whenever they say illegal immigrants, they really just mean brown people overall.
In this moment
It's dog
in
whistling.
history to 1776 and 1860.
Marxist is a dog whistle for Democrat at this point.
You know.
Well, yeah.
When the U.S. was at war or on the brink of war. This is the extreme framework Vogt and MAGA leaders are pushing over and over and over again. And there is good reason to believe that this is much more than just rhetoric. Back in August, ProPublica and Documented shared previously unpublished training videos training future political appointees in a hypothetical Trump administration and offering a
For-profit media, why would you do that to yourself? That sounds awful. Like, that sounds like you were suffering on purpose.
Advice on how to change the way the federal government functions. According to a ProPublica review, 29 of the 36 speakers featured in that training video or those training videos have worked for Trump in.
And again, just to clarify, this is Donald Trump, who has said he has nothing to do with Project 2025, when 29 out of 36 of the speakers on the training videos for Project 2025, which are not secret anymore, by the way, they're on YouTube. In fact, ProPublica, Project 2025. I recommend you watch some of these. There is an entire playlist. Go. Playlists. ProPublica's YouTube channel, and then there is the Project 2025 private training videos. 24 videos. Watch them. Some of them are quite boring. Some of them are not. And by the way, American conservatives have been fighting against separation of church and state since like the 70s.
Some capacity. And then there's everything we have heard from Trump himself. According to an NBC News review of Trump's public comments,
was it the 80s? Might have been the 80s.
Criminal prosecution of 16 politicians, 15 law enforcement, military, and intelligence officials just since he entered the 2024 race.
On top of this, let's go into media officials, because he wants NBC to have their license revoked, and he put a $10 billion lawsuit on CBS. So that clearly doesn't take criticism very well. I wouldn't even have a problem with them mixing politics with religion if they would actually read the damn Bible and act accordingly. I still would. Fuck that. There are many different religions and takes, and government doesn't have to be religious. It's so much better that way. Look at Iran, for God's sake. Well, that's kind of it, Pre-Breakfast Banana. They want a Christian version of Iran. They want an American Christian theocracy that is also an ethno-state. I mean, I'm not talking about all of MAGA, but I've distinctly categorized MAGA into three groups before. There is the Nazis, there's the Christian nationalists, and then there's the capital class, the wealthy. And the Christian nationalists want America to just be a Christian theocracy. They're also quite racist and work well with the Nazis in that they only want white people. I don't necessarily think all of their views match. I do think if they got into power, there would be an ideological clash between the three different subgroups of the cult of MAGA. And they might manage to slow each other down in doing some of the stuff that they actually want to do, but it's still really dangerous. And yeah, Jesus was a socialist. Feed the poor, clothe the naked, love thy neighbor, and all that. To be fair, Mopar, at that point in time in history, most people would be like human beings, like average interacting human beings would just be more socialist than not. Now, Trash Panda, I don't necessarily fit you into a category. These are the three distinct groups that jut off from the broader MAGA group. So you might just be one of the broader MAGA, the people that don't really have a hardline ideology in any of the one directions. They're just kind of here because they like some of the rhetoric and they're somewhat misled and believe some things that aren't true. They're just kind of there. Those are the MAGA that I think, like people like you, that are willing to engage, that are willing to learn, to not immediately dismiss everything that doesn't fit with the worldview of MAGA as fake news. I think those people are the ones that are misled. Those are the ones that believe what they say. You can tell the difference between your average MAGA and a Nazi and a Christian nationalist pretty easily based on just the confidence that they have in their claims, the way that they speak their beliefs. There's ways to tell. And I mean, just off of the conversations we've had today, I wouldn't fit you into any one of those three groups. You might be rich enough to be in the capital class, but I feel like when I mentioned whether or not your kid goes to whether or not your school system is private or public, you would have said private school if you were wealthy. So I assume that you're not, I don't know, a billionaire. You're not someone who has $50 million sitting in his bank account. So I would imagine that you're not going to fall into any of these categories. Because the people who do, I mean, you saw them, they come in here and I have to ban them immediately because they come in just to troll. They don't come in to talk. Lower middle class, exactly. Well, again, Kamala Harris will help the middle class more than Donald Trump will. Very minorly, but better than actively harming you, you know? The fake news stuff grinds my gears. It makes me think it's a shift towards having a state media, whoever's in charge there. Well, I mean, it's exactly what it is. Pre-breakfast banana. That's why they're talking about like suing news media and like taking away their licenses, is because that's what they want. They want a state-controlled media that only puts their propaganda forward. Man, the she was raised middle class thing got so boring. All we can do now is vote, and please be vigilant, because voting is not where this ends. Donald Trump is going to declare victory prematurely, very early on election day. They're going to bring out lots of claims of election fraud. They're going to try and incite violence. Don't believe every claim you see. Look for evidence. If you see a claim, even if it's from someone you trust, even if it's from me, look it up. Like, reverse image search it, look up the tags, look up information that you get from the video or the title or the clip, and try and find other evidence that supports it. If it looks like it's contested, I'd probably ignore it until you get like an official breakdown of what that actually is. Don't fight people, don't do violence, stay calm, stay cool, stay collected, and just wait. Take things slowly. Vote, and then be very, very slow after you vote, because they're counting on panic to be able to create the aura of chaos that will help them in their election fraud claims. People with good intentions or any morals at all would not support a person like Trump, period. Well, generally, yes, I agree with you. It's just I still do think there's a large portion of the country that doesn't get to see what Trump actually says. I think he was right too. I do agree with Biden's garbage comment. I just I'm more specific in that I do think that there is a portion of MAGA that doesn't fit into this category because they genuinely do not know. I'm sure, you know, Trash Panda, I'm sure you know at least one person in your personal life that's going to vote for Trump that doesn't know about. I mean, you didn't know that they wanted to deport people that weren't criminals, that they were planning to deport every undocumented immigrant in the country, whether they committed a crime or not. And then on top of that, add in others. You didn't know this. And so, Moper, yes and no. If you pay attention to politics, then yes, but a lot of people do get their news from sources that don't actually show this stuff. If you watch Fox News every day, if you spend your time in Facebook group chats, you're not going to see this. However, we also know that that's not exactly true either, and that you are kind of right, because we saw the Seltzer poll. We see that women over the age of 55, or really most people over the age of 55, are moving towards a Harris vote away from a Trump vote. Whereas we've always, we've been accustomed to seeing people age 55 and over voting right, not left. But now it seems like they're moving left, and I think that that's an indication that even though we're inundated with misinformation, some of it does get through. I've seen people interview MAGA and they have adoration for Putin. It blows my mind. Yes, and I've talked about this before. That began very specifically after Tucker Carlson went to Russia. Prior to Tucker Carlson going to Russia, the right was not pro-Russia, pro-Putin. They didn't, glaze him like this. And then Tucker Carlson went and he did like an hour-long glazing interview where Putin made fun of him. And then he went and did the grocery store thing, and then how the train system is much better. And then now the right likes Putin. That was intentional. I mean, we've seen Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin have been in contact for years. Even after he was president, Donald Trump sent Vladimir Putin COVID test machines and test kits when American citizens were dying and couldn't get a COVID test. They could not access one. But Donald Trump sent a machine and tests to Russia for Putin's personal use. Elon Musk has been in contact with Putin for years. We know this as well. We know that Putin asked Elon Musk on behalf of China to turn off Starlink in Taiwan. Whether he did or not, we don't know. We also know that Elon Musk gifted a Cybertruck to Kadyrov, which is a Russian warlord. It's willful ignorance, and that is no longer an excuse. I'm inclined to believe you, Mopur, but I really do still stick to my belief that there are a lot of people in America that are just plain dumb. Like a lot of them. And I'm not saying that, all of MAGA is this, or even all of the people that, there is quite a lot of willful ignorance. But I consider the people who are willfully ignorant to be one of the three greater categories, not just broad MAGA. They're willfully ignorant because they're ashamed of their belief that they want to be leaning into more of the Nazi side or the Christian nationalist side. I want to be more charitable MAGA. No. I don't necessarily think we should be more charitable to MAGA. Some of them are victims, pre-breakfast banana, but I don't think that a majority of them are. I'm on board with Mopur in that there is a majority of Republicans are on board with this stuff. They're not misled. They have bought in. They're true believers. And also, I don't believe that this is a 50-50 race. We covered the polls earlier, and just one more time, this is ridiculous. There is no fucking way that this is what the general election polls look like. Oh, come on, 538. So, national, presidential election, right? Oopsie. Now, wait, hold on. This was not the... Who's ahead in the national polls? This is what the map looks like right now. It's almost not changed since August. First of all, the fact that there is almost an unchanging poll since August is insane considering the amount of crazy shit that's happened since August. These charts should be going quite further up and down. But now look at 2020. You're telling me that there was this big of a difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump in the polling in 2020, and that there is only this much of a difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump? I don't buy it. We know that even Nate Silver, bought out by the poly market, is talking about how pollsters have been hurting their polls. They get a result, they think, oh, well, this seems like too beneficial to the Democrats, it doesn't make sense, and making it closer to the numbers of every other person. And this is because a fear that has infected pollsters since 2016. They got 2016 wrong because they had underestimated the fervor for Donald Trump in 2016. His supporters were much more enthusiastic than we expected, and the polls were off. And then in 2020, they tried to recorrect this and got it wrong in 2020 again, because this time they didn't factor in Democrats who were answering polls more frequently than they normally would have because they were stuck home during COVID. And this is why we expected 2020 to have a much larger victory for Joe Biden than it actually ended up having. We had a much closer, my apologies, election. And in this election, in 2020, the one pollster who predicted this would be a much tighter race than it ended up, than we thought it was going to be, was the same pollster who came out with the Iowa poll just yesterday, showing that Donald Trump is actually down 3 points, in that Kamala Harris is up 3 points in Iowa. Now, again, I don't necessarily think we're going to win Iowa, but even Donald Trump winning Iowa by 3, 4, 5 points is horrible for him. He was 18 plus in Iowa when it was Joe Biden. Now, where is it? All of these polls, look at this, national polling for 2024. +2, +1, even, +1, +1, +3, +3, +3, +1, +1, +2, +1, plus even. This is not how polls work. This is not realistic. Going back just to October, no, it's not true. These polls are off significantly. I think that there is a much larger percentage of women that are married to Republicans who are going to vote for Kamala Harris as opposed to what their husbands think. We covered this earlier in the stream, which is one of the big reasons why they're so loud about not wanting women to be able to vote anymore. Well, the discrepancy between the polling this year is because they were hurting. They were afraid that their polling results would be too much in favor of Democrats, and so they shaped the results to be more in line with what's expected of the results. Now, this is a normal practice, by the way. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes hurting your results can be useful, but it seems like all of the pollsters have been doing this. Seltzer predicted 9, or Seltzer predicted 8. Hold on, I had it open before. Seltzer. So in 2020, she had R+7 and it ended up being R+8. Exactly. The pollster who did this Iowa poll that Donald Trump is calling fake is actually the #1 ranked pollster on 538. Yeah, she's awfully close for a long time now. She was one off. The only real actual election that she got somewhat she was incorrect on, just plain, was the governor in 2018. I disagree. We covered it, and it does not use mostly Democratic voters, not enough to sway this difference. And again, Seltzer is the most highly ranked pollster. She's been the most accurate out of all of them. And again, I'm not saying we're going to win Iowa, but I'm saying it's not the polls are different. The polls that we are seeing, it's not this close of a race. This is what this indicates. Now, whether it's true or not, we're going to find out in a day or two. Yes, she has a great record, pre-breakfast banana. We should be able to trust this. The issue is we can't really trust the pollsters when they've been wrong the last several elections and they haven't managed to fix it yet. Does anyone else have Kamala close to winning Iowa? No one else does. None. She's the only one. In fact, immediately following the Seltzer poll, an Emerson poll came out saying that Trump was 9 points ahead in Iowa. We'll find out which one of these is true. She's been wrong. She's not 100%, but I don't feel like she's misleading either. And I do think that this poll, because actually, hold on, I'm going to open it again. I'm going to open the whole poll. We saw this earlier, and I wasn't going to cover it again, but this is really, really important, guys. The reason I think that this is a much more influential poll than, yeah, it is a huge difference. The reason I think this is bigger than most people are giving it credit for, let me see the graphs load, is this section right over here. So 56% of women lean Kamala Harris, while 52% of men lean for Donald Trump. This is not Democrats or Republicans. This is likely voters. A majority of Iowa men prefer Trump, and a majority of Iowa women prefer Harris. Now, yes, this is important. And as I've said, I feel like there's quite a lot of women that are going to secretly vote for Kamala Harris because they're afraid of the reaction of their husband. But the more important part of this is this graph over here. So younger than 35, Kamala Harris is in the lead. 55 and older, Kamala Harris is even further in the lead, which again, 55 and older leaning Democrat is wild, yes. Whereas it's 35 to 54, which leans Trump. It seems like Gen X is the only one that really is pro-Trump, whereas everyone else is leaning towards Kamala Harris. Older Americans, 55 and older, voting Democrat, shifting Democrat in a state like Iowa is insane. It's crazy. It's wild. And a lot of this will be older women, but older women usually have somewhat of a better relationship with their husbands if they stayed together with them for 30, 40 years, which means those men also come on board because, you know, if you are married for 30, 40 years, you're probably going to listen to your wife unless you're, you know, a piece of shit. And yes, for-profit media is the enemy. In fact, I showed that as well. The difference between a Trump and a Kamala rally. Here we go. Here's that, just so you guys can see. Even Trump winning Iowa by 1 or 2 would mean a huge shift. Yes, absolutely. This is Trump's rally. This is Greensboro, I believe. Same arena. Trump is not going to win by 9. And yes, a lot of RFK voters who aren't on the ballot, RFK who isn't on the ballot, are with Trump because Trump has said that RFK gets to control all of the healthcare if he wins, which alone should terrify you. Again, this man doesn't believe in milk pasteurization, vaccines. He thinks that antidepressants cause school shootings. I don't know much about the fluoride in the water. I need to research that because I have actually seen some credible claims that fluoride isn't necessarily beneficial. That one doesn't even really matter. But you want to put RFK in charge of women's issues, women's health? No, I don't. Please don't. Yeah, Seltzer's getting 3%. RFK's getting 3% in that poll, but they're still going to vote for him, you know? Well, for me, it was more the end of the basketball stadium, but again, like, that's a huge fucking difference. And Donald Trump is still stuck on the rallies comment. He brings it up all the time. Just to, one more time, because this one was fun. I just want to show you. This is, Kamala Harris's dig really got under his skin.
History of any country. And, 9 years, we've had the biggest rallies in history of any country. And every rally's full. You don't have any seats that are empty.
No empty seats, right?
Like amazing, right? 3%.
People leaving.
97% for crooked Hillary.
I honestly, this cameraman, thank you for doing this. This should happen every time.
300 people. 49
no empty seats?
People. She had 233
None?
people.
People don't leave. Our rallies are always full. There's no empty seats. It really digs at him. And to be fair, it would dig at me too if I was on stage talking and I would have to watch people get up and leave. That would suck. It would be pretty demoralizing. I can see why he's stuck on it. But yeah, praise that cameraman. Good for them. No, that's not true. There's lots of different videos of empty seats at Trump rallies. They do have empty seats. They used to try and pay people to come and sit in the empty seats, but yeah, that was live too. Yeah, that was live footage. That was from the Aaron Rupart thread. They can't afford to do that anymore. To pay people to sit in all of the empty seats. People leave, and also people look at the background. There are people whose job it is to sit there and scour these videos and see if they're, are people that keep appearing. And if there were the same few people, the same few actors that kept appearing, that shit would make the news. And I believe it actually did at some point, which is why they stopped doing it. Anyway, have hope. Women might save us yet. Even old women might save America this time around. And please God, do not let RFK get his hands on the healthcare system. That would not be good. It was not smack dab in the middle of the rally. It was it really? I thought it was maybe like a half hour in. No, for profit media. There's lots of actual, like, in fact, it's much more common that you see Trump supporters show up at a MAGA rally, take some photos, and then leave. They come for the tourism now. They don't even come to sit and stay and watch the rally anymore. It's only the hardcore, like, lifers that do this. Most Trump supporters will just come take a photo and then leave. And yes, Kamala supporters are excited, not devoted. It's a very big difference. We don't want devotion to political candidates. We want excitement. Devotion is kind of bad in politics. We're not talking about, we don't need a supreme leader. We need the president. And you don't have devotion for the president. You have respect and excitement for, or possibly excitement for what they plan to do. I don't necessarily have much excitement, but there is two options here, and one I've extensively shown is bad for you, your family, your kids, your wallet, and the country's social cohesion. Whereas the other one will do very little of anything, but will provide the incentive and the opportunity for the rest of us to make change. That's my closing arguments. So tomorrow, for me, is November 5th. Now, I know it's not for a lot of you guys, so we're just going to have another normal stream. Wednesday, for me, is the election. I will be starting stream a couple hours early that day because I start at 9 my time usually, which ends up being right around when the polls close on the East Coast. I want to start stream a bit early on that day just so we can cover some of the exit polling and likely whatever's been going on while people are voting. We're going to see a lot of poll watchers. We're going to see a lot of militias intimidating people. We're going to see a lot of MAGA looking for brown people to harass at polling stations to ask for ID because, they're brown, so they're likely undocumented citizens to these people. We're going to see a lot of examples of this. And I'm just really, really hoping that we don't see any violence because that this is a possibility. We can vote a president and also question them. That's democracy. This is our country. Agreed. Based. 100%. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, guys. I hope you have a lovely night. And I will see you all tomorrow. And again, stay safe and stay vigilant. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Do some critical analysis for yourselves. Look to see if there's other examples of what you're seeing.